and quickly ran back to training. They were not afraid of Liu Hongtao, but terrified by Yang Manli. Those arrows were all shot by him. Yang Manli asked Liu Hongtao, except for Target 9 and Target 10. Liu Hongtao felt somewhat reluctant to answer her. I see. Yang Manli did not say anything and turned back to the office. Liu Hongtao did not know what Yang Manli was thinking and quickly asked, Manli, the punishment is too mild and it would set a bad example. Should we add another 1,000 to their punishment? No. Yang Manli left. Back in the office, Yang Manli took out Hansen's profile and reviewed it. Great endurance, good geno point counts, strength rating is probably at 9.0. Integrated compulsory education graduate with excellent scores. Yang Manli carefully read the profile, pondered for a moment and muttered, I'll give him a chance, even just for the station master. Hansen stopped after 500 arrows and rested for 2 hours before he resumed shooting. Although he could continue, he was afraid to scare everyone, so he took a break. By midnight, Hansen and Suzuki had shot 2,000 arrows. Hansen had become famous in Bullseye and all members had changed their view of him. Anyone who could shoot 1,000 arrows in a day deserved respect. Sen, I'm not easily impressed, but you are amazing. Although most of the arrows were shot by Hansen, Suzuki was also sore and tired. He put his arm around Hansen's neck and gave Hansen a thumbs up. Don't mention it. Do you know what kind of sacred blood creature we are going to kill tomorrow? Asked Hansen. I'm so handsome that Manly's assistant couldn't resist my charm and told me everything. Suzuki said triumphantly. So what is it? Hansen didn't care for his bragging. It seems to be a flying creature. There aren't many archers in Son of Heaven's gang, so they want our help, replied Suzuki. Hansen frowned. A sacred blood creature that can fly. That's tough. Sacred blood creatures were strong enough. If they had the ability to fly, it would be even harder to hunt them. After all, the range of the best alloy bows was only about half a mile, and only a few people in First God's Sanctuary could even draw the string of those bows. If the sacred blood creature flew too high, arrows wouldn't do it much harm. Also, the skin of sacred blood creature was so stiff that even the tip of saber arrows couldn't cut through. Hansen knew that Bullseye must have beast-souled bows and arrows, and there must be alloy arrows better than saber arrows as well. But he didn't think that Young Manly would give him access to those. If he couldn't even pierce the skin of the sacred blood creature, even if this opportunity was heaven sent, he had no means to grasp it. Seems that I should buy a Z-steel arrow. Hansen pondered. Z-steel was not steel, but a kind of metal humans discovered 50 years ago. Its characteristics were similar to steel, but its toughness were far beyond steel. The toughness of an alloy arrow could be greatly improved by adding just a little Z-steel. An all-alpha alloy had Z-steel added. Doomsday and the broadsword Hansen seized from Liu Feng had Z-steel in them, but the content was quite low. The broadsword contained 0.3% Z-steel, while Doomsday contained 0.4% Z-steel in its body and 0.5% Z-steel in its strength. If a weapon contained more than 10% Z-steel, it could cut through the bones of mutant creatures. And if a weapon contained more than 60% Z-steel, it would be as strong as the bones of sacred blood creatures. However, Z-steel was extremely rare and therefore, its price was quite high. The Alliance also had strict control over its production, so any alloy with more than 1% Z-steel would be hard to find. Although the tip of saber arrows contained a little Z-steel, it would not exceed 0.1%. Hence, to hunt a sacred blood creature with saber arrows was next to impossible, even if he could shoot the arrows directly into a wound. Hansen's ideal arrow was the Z-steel arrow, which was 1% Z-steel. However, it was so expensive that even with all the money he had at the moment, which was around $300,000, he could only afford one arrow with about 0.6% of Z-steel. If he couldn't find the right second-hand goods, he would have to buy a new one at the store. In Polar Night Forum, there was a post that claimed to sell weapons with 1.2% Z-steel. Hansen noticed that the post was from an owner whose store had no license or legal permit. On the webpage of the store there were only holographic images of the products and a comlink number. Hansen took a closer look and saw that there were holographic images of weapons in the making, which proved that the weapons were all handmade. After reviewing the images, Hansen dialed the number on the webpage. Someone answered, but didn't allow video chat. Hansen could only hear his voice. How can I help you? The owner asked in a low male voice. I saw on the forum that you sell weapons. Do you have arrows with higher percentage of Z-steel? Hansen did not expect that the content of Z-steel could really reach 1.2%. He'd be happy if it reached 0.8%. I have 2 arrows made by myself. 1.2% Z-steel. 300,000 each, replied the man. I want one. Where can I check it out? Asked Hansen. I'll tell you the address. The man gave him an address and hung up. Hansen followed the address to a red light district. Although it was already the middle of the night, the streets were still crowded. Hansen waited for a while at the agreed spot and saw someone waving at him across the street. Hansen warily walked over to him. You want to buy an arrow? Asked a guy in sunglasses and hoodie. Hansen could only tell he was a middle-aged man. Yes, Hansen nodded. The man took out a box and placed it in front of Hansen. He opened it up and there was a black steel arrow inside. Can I test it? Asked Hansen. Suit yourself, replied the man casually. Hansen took the arrow out and tested its balance. If an arrow wasn't balanced, it didn't matter what material it was made from. Excellent. Hansen found this arrow had better balance than saber arrows. If the bow was strong enough, this arrow would always maintain stability. The man nodded and did not say anything. Hansen pulled out his broadsword and asked the man, Can I test it with my own weapon? Without his permission, Hansen didn't dare to test it that way. But technically speaking, if the arrow contained more than 0.7% Z steel, his broadsword wouldn't even leave a mark on it. The man looked at the broadsword in Hansen's hands and again said, Suit yourself. With his permission, taking the arrow in one hand and the broadsword in the other, Hansen fiercely slashed the broadsword at the arrow. Clang! Hansen checked the arrow and was pleased to see there were no mark on the arrow, while his broadsword was chipped. Although he wasn't sure if the Z steel content reached 1.2%, he knew it was great stuff. Great stuff. I'll take it. Hansen took out the $300,000 he had brought with him and paid the man. Of course, it was made from the bearing steel of old interstellar warships. Hence the Z steel content is a standard 1.2%. Also, the machine-made weapons are no match for my products. Let me know if you need something in the future, the man said and disappeared in the back lane. Hansen returned home and tested the arrow more thoroughly. It was truly great, similar to the name brand arrows, and only 1/10 of the price. I was really lucky to find a true craftsman. Hansen hadn't had high hopes because a lot of sellers of handmade weapons only produced mediocre products. For weapons like arrows that required a lot of skills to make, it was even less likely to find good ones from independent sellers. Hansen was very satisfied with this arrow. Just the tip of the arrow showed incredible craftsmanship, as it must have been manually polished to be so sharp. Hansen had briefly learned weapon making at school, but his work was not the high caliber of this weapon maker. It is a good arrow, but unfortunately I can only afford one. If I don't hit the target, there won't be a second chance. Hansen checked his bank account and found he had less than $100,000 left. Hansen slept for a while and teleported to God's sanctuary early in the morning. In King Chuan's Steel Armor Gang, Bullseye was the smallest team. Few people among civilians were interested in archery, so most Bullseye members had military background and could enter military schools if their scores qualified. When they entered God's sanctuary, they would report with the military force into the shelter they were assigned. King Chuan's Steel Armor Gang was the military force and steel armor shelter. The Alliance didn't have much power over God's sanctuary, but it still maintained some control. In each shelter, the largest gang typically had military background. King Chuan led her people to the agreed place, and Son of Heaven's gang was already there. Compared to Steel Armor Gang, Son of Heaven's gang seemed rather unorganized. Luo Tianyang gave Hansen, who was in the crowd, a cold stare, and judging by his look, Hansen knew their business was not finished. After the two sides joined, Son of Heaven's gang led the way, marching into the mountains. The two gangs had marched more than half a month before they reached a mountain Hansen had never been to. On the way, Hansen had truly understood there was strength in numbers. No creatures could block their path with the rain of arrows from the archers and the charge of the cavalry. Of course, the scouts would inform them if there were herds of strong creatures ahead of them. Son of Heaven, where are the arrows you've agreed to offer? Asked Young Manly. It was Bullseye that Son of Heaven really needed this time, as normal arrows wouldn't harm a sacred blood creature at all, and Z-steel arrows were too expensive. Son of Heaven had agreed to provide Bullseye with the arrows needed this time. Son of Heaven smiled and waved his hand. His henchmen then carried a box down from the back of the mount. They opened the box and it was filled with starlight arrows, each worth more than $1 million. It was made by Starry Group with 1% Z-steel. Manly, here are 100 starlight arrows we agreed on. Would you distribute them among your best archers? Son of Heaven smiled. Young Manly turned around and started calling out names. She had good arrows herself, so did Liu Hongtao. Hence, she planned to pick 5 other members of Bullseye out to use the starlight arrows. Soon she had 4 people picked out, and with some thought, she looked at Hansen and Yu. Hansen was slightly surprised, as he did not expect Young Manly to choose himself. But this was a good thing, and Hansen quickly stepped up and stood together with the other 4. While young Manly was preparing to distribute the arrows among the five, Son of Heaven suddenly said grimly, "Manly, are you sure about the archers? What is the problem?" Young Manly looked to Son of Heaven. "How is someone like him qualified to use the starlight arrows?" asked Son of Heaven coldly, pointing to Hansen. "I chose him, and that's why he's qualified," replied Young Manly. Son of Heaven looked at Hansen disgustedly and said to Young Manly, "I am not questioning your decision, but this person just will not do. Please replace him." Young Manly frowned, but she knew this campaign was dominated by Son of Heaven since he had provided everything. Bullseye was just here to help, so she couldn't refuse him. "Zhao Hua, come here." Young Manly had to let Hansen return to the team and called out another name. Son of Heaven continued to stare at Hansen coldly. "Sen, you are really unlucky. You had the opportunity to get 20 starlight arrows and kill the sacred blood creature. Now it's all gone," said Suzayo Kiao with regret. Hansen shrugged. Although it was a shame he didn't get the 20 starlight arrows, he had an even stronger arrow in his quiver. He still had a chance. The archers each took position on the cliff and prepared their bows and arrows, waiting for the sacred blood creature to fly out from below. Hansen and Suzayo Kiao found a comfortable spot, and Son of Heaven suddenly walked over and said, "What are you useless scums doing here? Go away." Son of Heaven's henchmen shoved Hansen and Suzayo Kiao aside. Suzayo Kiao fiercely stared at them with anger. Hansen tugged on his arm and said, "It doesn't matter. Let's go over there." "They are pushing too far," said Suzayo Kiao bitterly. "Revenge is a dish best served cold. Just wait until you see Son of Heaven's face when we kill the sacred blood creature," smiled Hansen while walking to the other side with Suzayo Kiao. "It's not that easy. This cliff is wide and Son of Heaven's men are waiting on the other side. If the sacred blood creature went to their side, it would be too far from us. Even if it were only 300 feet from us, we couldn't even injure it without starlight arrows. Basically, we are just a decoy, a distraction." Suzayo Kiao smiled wryly. "You have money. Why didn't you buy a few starlight arrows?" Hansen looked at Zayo Kiao puzzled. He remembered Suzayo Kiao to be very rich. 1 million should be nothing for him. "What do I need those for? It's outrageously expensive and you may not even be able to recover it. 1 million each, and you probably need to shoot 7 or 8 before you could hit something. No guarantee of killing anything either. I'd rather spend the money purchasing mutant creature meat." Then Suzayo Kiao lowered his voice and said, "Now Z-Steel is extremely overvalued. As the young master of Starry Group, Son of Heaven owns mines and factories of Z-Steel. So, he doesn't need to spend much on these arrows, as the cost of each arrow is at most 10,000. Such huge profits." Hansen was surprised. Well, now Z-Steel mines have been monopolized by a few groups. Also, the manufacturing technologies are not ready for producing alpha alloy with more than 5% Z-Steel. For some reason, the alpha alloy will become as brittle as glass if Z-Steel content exceeds 5%. Suzayo Kiao explained to the Hansen. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard a howling like dragon under the cliff. Grabbing their bows, they looked down from the cliff. Such a gigantic lizard. Suzayo Kiao saw the creature under the cliff and let out a cry. Hansen also saw what the sacred blood creature looked like, a huge lizard covered in purple scales, flying out from the deep valley with a pair of feathered wings. The sacred blood creature was closer to where Hansen was, but still about 250 feet away. With the order of Young Manly, everyone started shooting down at the sacred blood creature that was trying to fly up from the valley. The arrows rained on it but couldn't even hurt the feathers on its wings, let alone the scales on its body. Even the starlight arrows could only leave some sparks before they fell. As the tips of the arrows were turned, its features remained intact. Hansen had already put his arrow with 1.2% Z-Steel on the bow, but did not shoot it out. This was the only arrow he had and it would be useless if he didn't have the best angle. Its feathers and scales were too tough. "Our arrows are useless unless we could shoot it in the eyes." Suzayo Kiao also shot a few arrows, which were completely wasted. As Suzayo Kiao was talking, Son of Heaven had summoned his Eagle Beast Soul Bow and a Beast Soul arrow in the shape of a wolf tooth. Aiming at a wing of the sacred blood creature, Son of Heaven made his shot. Hansen saw that the Beast Soul arrow Son of Heaven used this time was much inferior to the Sacred Blood 6-winged wasp arrow he used last time, so it must either be a mutant or primitive Beast Soul. The Beast Soul arrow flew across the sky like a black lightning bolt, cut through the purple feathers and nailed on the wing of the creature, making the creature utter a roar. Young Manly also summoned a white pigeon-like Beast Soul bow, along with a blue swordfish-like Beast Soul arrow. As she made the shot, the arrow also pierced the purple feathers and blood started to flow down the arrow. Neither Son of Heaven's arrow nor Manly's arrow was one use this time. After the arrows hit the target, they summon them back to their hands. This means infinite arrows. These soul arrows are so much better than Z-steel arrows in this sense. Hansen was green with envy, wishing he could grab the beast soul arrow from Son of Heaven's hands. It must be a mutant beast soul, or else it wouldn't have penetrated the wing of a sacred blood creature so easily. Son of Heaven and Young Manly both knew the wings were the weakest part of the creature and aimed again at its wings. The creature took another 2 shots and flew away from the cliff. Son of Heaven's beast soul bow was obviously stronger than Doomsday. When he made a shot 600 feet away from the creature, the arrow still went through its wing. Everyone was desperately shooting at the creature, while the injuries they made were still not fatal. The creature escaped and flew away. Go after it. Its wings were hurt so it can't go far. Son of Heaven gave the order and those who had beast soul mounts all summoned their mounts and chased after the creature. Hansen and others who had no mounts could only follow by running and were soon left behind. After all, those with 2 legs could never outrun those with 4. In a while, they could no longer see the mounts and suddenly heard the thud of hooves. It was King Xuan and others who were attacking in the valley. King Xuan called to Hansen when her mount passed by him. Considering her mount could take a second person and Hansen was a good archer with Doomsday, Hansen was delighted and quickly leapt on the mount. He thought his chance had gone, but now King Xuan would take him so he had a second chance. King Xuan followed the hoof prints and went ahead. Sitting behind her, Hansen had to put his arms around her to keep himself on the mount. She was in beast soul armor so he couldn't really feel a thing. In addition to the hoof prints, there were also traces of blood on the ground, which must be from the sacred blood creature's wounds, proof that they were in the right direction. After 8 hours of chasing, King Xuan finally saw Son of Heaven, Young Manly and others ahead of them. Son of Heaven stopped in front of a mountain and looked up at the top of the mountain. King Xuan and Hansen approached. The mountain was like a sword plugged into the ground, standing at least half a mile high, and the sacred blood creature was crouching on the mountain top, howling from time to time. This mountain is too high. Even the beast soul arrows couldn't possibly hurt the creature. Seeing King Xuan, Young Manly said. Son of Heaven also looked to King Xuan and saw Hansen sitting behind King Xuan with arms around her waist. Suddenly he had an urge to kill Hansen. We must try to climb up to kill it as soon as possible, or we can chase it down. With the self-healing ability of a sacred blood creature, its wounds will heal in a few hours and we could no longer kill it by then, said King Xuan, staring at the mountain top. Then we will climb up and kill it. Son of Heaven put away his mount. This mountain is too steep. If we were attacked halfway, we would die, Young Manly objected. We could send a few people up and we will watch here. If it attacked, we would shoot it dead, Son of Heaven said calmly. Who should go up? King Xuan looked at Son of Heaven and frowned. Obviously, whoever going up will be in great danger and no one would not want to take the risk. Only Manly and I could threaten it with arrows. And we need you, King Xuan, to stay and give orders. The rest should all go up. We've come too far to give up. Whoever goes up can have a bigger share of its meat. So it is fair, right? Son of Heaven's gaze swept across the faces of the men in front of him and turned cold when it met Hansen. Son of Heaven's proposal was a risky one, but it was indeed their best chance to kill the sacred blood creature. The creature was now lying on the mountain top bleeding, its wings hardly moving. If they missed this opportunity, they might never be able to kill it. Finally, King Xuan agreed with Son of Heaven, but she decided to go up the mountain, leaving Son of Heaven and Young Manly, the only 2 mutant beast soul arrow owners, at the foot of the mountain. Xuan, no need to go up yourself. Just give orders from down here, Son of Heaven advised. There are no orders to be given. Since I have no mutant beast soul arrow, I might as well go up. King Xuan started climbing as she spoke. The crowd was divided into 7 groups, and each group was climbing toward the mountain top from a different direction. Hansen immediately followed King Xuan. He noticed Son of Heaven's cold stare at him and knew Son of Heaven was about to stab him in the back. Probably it would be Hansen himself instead of the sacred blood creature who got shot at first. Hence Hansen had made up his mind to follow King Xuan everywhere, so that Son of Heaven had no chance to play dirty. Indeed, Hansen was right. Son of Heaven had the idea of shooting Hansen dead from the moment he proposed everyone to climb up. On the slope, Hansen would have nowhere to hide and thus be doomed. But now Hansen was always following King Xuan. If Son of Heaven made any move, King Xuan would save Hansen for sure. However, Son of Heaven didn't give up just for this. Instead, he now had an even stronger desire to kill Hansen. All he needed was a moment when King Xuan went away from Hansen. Although the slope was steep, the groups were all equipped with a full set of climbing tools and they soon climbed halfway. The sacred blood creature was severely hurt. When it noticed the climbers, all it could do was howling at them as it was unable to go down and attack or fly away. As King Shuin and others approached the top of the mountain, the creature tried to fly away by flapping its blood-stained wings, while it immediately fell. All groups were overjoyed and started to shoot at it with arrows. Although they couldn't harm the creature, it was infuriated. Suddenly, the sacred blood creature flapped its injured wings and pounced on the closest man. The man had no place to hide on the slope and helplessly hacked his blade at the sacred blood creature. His blade cut the creature on the head but didn't even leave a trace on its scales. The man himself was bitten by the sacred blood creature and torn into two halves. His blood sprayed everywhere, which scared people off. At this point, everyone knew that the sacred blood creature was a spent bullet. It bled too much and could hardly fly. Despite the casualties, they were going to kill this sacred blood creature. Not able to find a chance to kill Hansen, Son of Heaven had to take it out on the sacred blood creature. We cannot let it climb up. King Shuin summoned her beast soul and shapeshifted into a golden lion, climbing up using the holes left by the creature. Hansen was anxious. If King Shuin went away, he would become the target of Son of Heaven. Hansen reached out to grab the lion's tail and was suddenly dragged up. King Shuin gave him a fierce gaze, but he pretended not having seen it and still held on to her tail. King Shuin had no time to beat Hansen up and just chased after the creature at full speed. Seeing the sacred blood creature going out of his shooting range, Son of Heaven put away his bow and arrows and suddenly shapeshifted into a black ape more than 9 feet tall. Son of Heaven quickly ran to the slope and started climbing at a speed much faster than the other climbers. It was as if he were running on the ground. "Let go," cried King Shuin. She couldn't keep up with the sacred blood creature as Hansen was tugging at her tail. Hansen quickly let go of her tail. Son of Heaven was in a rush to kill the sacred blood creature, so he had no time to harm Hansen. Son of Heaven is a real asshole. He has such a strong mutant beast soul, yet he still sent us up and put us in danger. Hansen felt jealous as he saw the ape climbing up at an incredible speed. He did have the Bloody Slayer, but its strengths were its galloping speed on the ground and the dexterity of its human hands. For mountains as steep as this one, the Bloody Slayer could never climb up with its 4 hooves. Son of Heaven soon went ahead of King Shuin the Golden Lion and was directly behind the sacred blood creature. The creature that was already on the mountain top clawed at Son of Heaven as it saw him. Hansen found a place that was not so steep and held Doomsday in both hands while watching the fight on the mountain top. Pulling out a Skyfall arrow from his quiver, he shot it at the sacred blood creature. He barely hurt the sacred blood creature with his arrows, and 2 were shot at Son of Heaven, who was fighting the sacred blood creature. Of course, Skyfall arrows wouldn't hurt Son of Heaven either. It was so badly made that it wouldn't even pierce the skin of mutant creatures. Hansen was just warming up. After all, he only had 1 Z-steel arrow and wanted to make sure he would succeed with it. "Damn it, do not shoot if you don't know how to use your bow. Put away your useless arrows," growled Son of Heaven, who had been shot twice by Hansen. King Shuin rushed to the top and started to attack the sacred blood creature. Others also climbed back to the top and started shooting at the creature. Although the sacred blood creature was dying, it was still powerful. Howling on the mountain top, it forced everyone back. Neither Son of Heaven nor King Shuin could approach it. Suddenly, Son of Heaven shapeshifted back into his own body. He had only shapeshifted for an hour, although he could have shapeshifted longer than that with his Geno points. As Hansen was wondering what Son of Heaven was trying to do, he saw Son of Heaven summoning his red beast soul sword and slashing it at a bloody wing of the creature. King Shuin also shapeshifted back into herself, summoned her malicious butterfly dagger, and stabbed it at the creature. Several others on the mountaintop also used their own weapons to attack the sacred blood creature. The creature was injured heavily, and Son of Heaven made a foot-long wound on its wing. The creature was bathed in its own blood. King Shuin took the chance to stab her dagger into the creature's wound, and its blood suddenly turned black as it was poisoned by the dagger. "Attack harder. It is almost dead," yelled someone. And then everyone stepped up their game. Hansen saw clearly from where he was standing that the henchmen of Son of Heaven did have incredible skills. They moved around on the slope as though they were walking on flat ground. If they hadn't been there to distract the creature, Son of Heaven and King Shuin would not have succeeded so easily. Seeing that the sacred blood creature was almost gone, Hansen grabbed Doomsday and stared at the creature, looking for a chance to make the shot. If he made the last attack before the creature died, he would have an opportunity to gain its beast soul. Although the chance was very slim, an opportunity was still better than nothing. Son of Heaven took the risk and climbed up himself for the last attack as well. Whoever made the last hit could keep the beast soul for him or herself. That was a default rule in the shelter. The reason was that only those who made the last attack would know if they had gained the beast's soul or not, and no one would know if they were lying. Crack, son of heaven's sword was slashed into the neck of the creature and made a cut so deep its bones were exposed. More blood started to gush out. The creature once again suffered a fatal hit and went mad. It gathered all its strength and swept its wings across the crowd, forcing everyone to back off. Trembling, it flew up again toward a different mountain. Everyone knew from how bad it was bleeding that it was going to die very soon. Son of Heaven quickly summoned his own mutant beast soul bow and arrow, shooting at the creature in the sky. The arrow penetrated its wing. The sacred blood creature couldn't take it anymore and started to fall with its wings helplessly flapping. It was falling too fast and it was too late for others to shoot at it. Son of Heaven was overjoyed, as even if the sacred blood creature fell and died, he was still the one who attacked last and had a chance at its beast soul. Suddenly, an alloy arrow was shot from the slope and disappeared in the creature's wounded neck. Son of Heaven suddenly raged, and everyone else was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sacred blood creature had fallen at the foot of the mountain and died. Sacred blood creature purple winged dragon killed. Sacred blood beast soul of purple winged dragon gained. Eat the flesh of purple winged dragon to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood geno points randomly. The voice sounded in Hansen's mind. Hansen almost shed tears for happiness. However, he managed to fake disappointment, helplessness, and frustration. Everyone on the mountain top was looking at him, especially Son of Heaven. If he could kill with his sight, Hansen must have died a million deaths. Although there was the default rule, Hansen made up his mind not to admit he had gained the beast's soul, or Son of Heaven would definitely kill him. People who saw his disappointed look did not entirely buy it, but did feel better somehow. After everyone had come down from the mountain, Son of Heaven seized Hansen's collar and asked, "Have you got the beast's soul?" No, Hansen insisted that he had gained nothing. Son of Heaven was skeptical and tried to beat Hansen up, but King Chuan stopped him. Son of Heaven, my guy broke no rules. He said he didn't get it. And even if he did, you have no right to ask him to hand it over to you, said King Chuan, her face grim. Hansen was in her gang. If he was beat up by Son of Heaven, she would have no authority in the future. Son of Heaven stared at Hansen for a long time before he walked toward the dead body of the purple winged dragon, pulled out Hansen's arrow, and snapped it into 2 halves. After wrapping up the dead body of the purple winged dragon, everyone returned to Steel Armor Sanctuary, and King Xuan called Hansen into her office. Did you get the beast's soul? King Xuan stared at Hansen. Station Master, I really did not get the beast's soul. Had I known this, I would never have shot the arrow, said Hansen wryly. King Xuan didn't believe him. Stop acting. If you have gained the beast's soul, I will not take advantage you either. If you want to sell it, I'm willing to pay. I can even pay you up front. Station Master, I'd be a fool if I don't want to earn the money. I really did not get the beast's soul. If I could show you, I would. Hansen looked depressed. King Xuan felt Hansen's emotions were authentic. She frowned and said to him, forget about it then. Do not go anywhere alone and stay in Bullseye these days. Son of Heaven might try to kill you. I will behave. Hansen nodded. Back to Bullseye. Suzayo Kiao put his arm around Hansen's neck and asked, Sen, I heard that you made the last attack. Did you get the beast's soul? I wish, but unfortunately I don't even own a primitive beast soul, let alone a sacred blood one. Hansen shrugged and said, right, beast souls are very hard to come by. We can't all be as lucky as Dollar. Suzayo Kiao sighed and said, he did not have too much doubt. After all, the probability of gaining a beast soul was too low. Recently, you must be careful not to leave the shelter. Although you did not get the beast soul, Son of Heaven wouldn't let you off the hook easily, said Suzayo Kiao. I know. Hansen patted Suzayo Kiao on the shoulder, thinking, he seems a nice guy. Back in his room, Hansen could not help but smiled and started to review his new beast soul. Type of sacred blood purple winged dragon's beast soul, flying. The introduction was brief, but reminded Hansen of so much he had heard about this type of beast soul. A flying beast soul meant the beast soul could turn into wings that could give its owner the ability to fly like a bird. Flying across the sky without the need for tools such as aircrafts was certainly a dream coming true. The most important part was that with the ability to fly, one's survival would become so much easier in God's sanctuary. A flying beast soul also allowed one to go where ordinary people couldn't reach. Flying beast souls were super expensive, even more so than the shapeshifting beast soul of the same level. Also, flying beast souls were so rare in God's sanctuary that you might not even be able to buy one even if you had the money. Amazing. A sacred blood flying beast soul. I wonder how many of these exist in the entire first God's sanctuary. Hansen was so excited that he almost jumped up. primitive flying beast souls had a low speed and didn't allow the users to go very high. It could only bring people 10 feet above the ground. Mutant flying beast souls were better but still slow and clumsy. Sacred blood flying beast souls were much better than the others. But Hansen had never seen even mutant flying beast souls in Steel Armor Sanctuary. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that there were less flying creatures near Steel Armor Shelter. The room was too small for Hansen to summon the wings. When he calmed down from excitement, his eye fell on the copper-toothed beast that had turned completely purple and shiny as if it had been polished. Sacred blood. The copper-toothed beast has evolved into a sacred blood creature. Hansen was filled with unspeakable joy, staring at the beast. For 3 months, Hansen had been anxious about the result. But now he knew it for sure. Every 3 months, he could have a creature evolve into a sacred blood creature. If the words got out, everyone would go crazy. Like today, it was so hard for such a huge group of people to hunt a purple-winged dragon. And after it was killed, every member in the group would share its meat. Son of Heaven's gang would have a bigger share, and King Xuan's gang would have the rest. After everyone got their own part. How many Geno points can a small part of the entire body offer? Hunting that costs a lot of resources and effort like this one would happen at most once per month, and the success rate would be at most 50%. Yet Hansen could have the meat of an entire sacred blood creature all to himself every 3 months. Son of Heaven and King Xuan were both several years older than Hansen, but they still hadn't evolved to enter Second God's Sanctuary, which meant maxing out on sacred Geno points took a lot of time and effort. Behind Son of Heaven was Starry Group, and behind King Xuan was the military. Even they were not able to max out on sacred Geno points within 10 years. Sacred blood copper-toothed beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 1 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Although there was no beast soul gained, Hansen was still over the moon. He quickly set up a pot and was ready to make a stew. Meat of copper-toothed beast eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. 2 days later, Hansen finished a big pot of copper-toothed beast meat and even sucked the bones clean. He threw the bones into the fire so that there was nothing left. A total of 7 sacred Geno points was added to his former 18 points. Now Hansen had 25 sacred Geno points and his fitness had been further improved. He felt as though he had endless strength. Looking at the primitive shrieky beast he kept in the cage now, Hansen couldn't help but smacked his lips. Shrieky beasts were relatively small and had no hair, so he could just throw it in the pot entirely when it finished evolving. That was why Hansen had chosen a shrieky beast to evolve. Yesterday King Xuan had divided the meat of the purple-winged dragon among her gang. All she had was a smaller half of the body, so all each person would get was just a slice, about 1,000th of the body, which wouldn't be of much use at all. Hence, like most people, Hansen chose to get $200,000 as the reward instead of the slice of meat. When they were both at the agreed place, Hansen showed the blacksmith the broken arrow and asked him if he could repair it. The blacksmith said indifferently, nope. You could weld the parts together with any welding machine, but the toughness and stability wouldn't be the same. The arrow is wasted. Do you recycle the material? It has 1.2% Z steel, which is worth something, right? Ask Hansen. $5,000, the blacksmith said. I bought the arrow for $300,000, and the Z steel is only worth $5,000. Asked Hansen with his eyes wide. Or you can keep it, the blacksmith simply said. Fine, $5,000 it is. Hansen put away the money and asked, do you have better Z-steel arrows? No, I have a dagger with 5% Z-steel though. You want it? Replied the blacksmith. How much? Hansen knew that 5% Z-steel was the limit of the contemporary technology. Alpha alloy would become as brittle as glass if the percentage of Z-steel was higher than that. 300,000, said the blacksmith. Through the warehouse, the blacksmith showed Hansen into a room. This room looked like an armory and Hansen was dazzled. A variety of weapons were neatly arranged inside, their shining blades exuding a thirst for blood. The blacksmith grabbed an 8-inch dagger and threw it to Hansen. This is the one. Take it and leave. Hansen's eyes were attracted to the knife on the north wall of the room. The style of the knife was ordinary, but it was the only weapon on the north wall, while the other 3 walls were fully covered with different weapons. How much is that knife? Asked Hansen curiously. 100 million, the blacksmith said coldly, pushing Hansen out. 100 million. What material did you use to make that? Hansen could not help but ask. 75% Z-steel, the blacksmith said. Next time you need to buy something, come here directly. 75% Z-steel. It must be exaggerating. With the current technology, we can't even produce alloy with more than 5% Z-steel. Hansen whispered to himself. He didn't say anything though since he wouldn't buy it anyway. Back home, he heard the ringtone from his comlink and saw Zhang Denfeng's number on the screen. He answered the call. "Sen, come to Twilight. I have a gift for you," said Zhang Denfeng excitedly. "What gift?" asked Hansen. "You'll know when you get here." "See ya," replied Zhang Denfeng, keeping Hansen in suspense. Hansen changed his outfit and went to Twilight Tavern, which was a restaurant Zhang Denfeng often took him to. The dishes served here were delicious and the decoration was outstanding. When he arrived at the reserved private room, Hansen was surprised to see Han Hao there as well. Han Hao saw him and looked very uncomfortable. Han Hao forced a smile and said hello. Hansen smiled back at him, and was then pulled aside by Zhang Denfeng. Being a private person, Hansen thought it was quite alright if Han Hao didn't want to have any contact with him, and he had no hard feeling about it. Zhang Denfeng did not pay attention to any of these and asked Hansen to sit on the sofa. Zhang summoned a white saber-toothed tiger beast soul, which turned into a sharp knife in his hands. Showing a few tricks with the knife, he asked proudly, "Sen, what do you think of my newly gained mutant beast soul?" "One word, awesome." Hansen gave him a thumbs up. Hansen had wanted a mutant beast soul weapon for a while, but he had no luck with beast souls recently. "Old friend, now I have a new knife, so I want to give my old weapon to you, if you don't mind." Zhang Denfeng slipped Hansen an alpha alloy broadsword. Hansen was a bit surprised to see the broadsword, which was of the same style as the one he just cut off. This broadsword, Hansen was touched. Zhang Denfeng was such a dear friend that he would just give away a weapon worth $1 million to him. Before Hansen had time to say something, the door of the private room was pushed open and a fat woman draped in jewels squeezed herself in. "Son, I saw you when you came up here. You said you had important things to do when I asked you to go Mr. Hu's banquet. So, this is what you call important. What do you expect to gain from hanging out with these lads? Mr. Hu has invited his son's friends, who are all young leaders on planet Roka. You should make friends with them to succeed in the future." Han Yue threw a rampage at Han Hao, taking him out. "Mom, By the time Han Hao wanted to explain, he had been pulled out the room. "Stop it. The young master of Sunwood Mining, Lin Beifeng, is also here at the banquet. I heard that he is also in Steel Armor Shelter now. If you two can bond, you would do so great in the shelter," said Han Yume. Han Hao was a little depressed. He had come here to make things right with Hansen and use his connections to enter King Chuan's Steel Armor gang. Han Yume's words had rendered that impossible. Han Hao thought that Hansen was definitely sleeping with King Chuan to get where he was. Or else how could he confront Liu Tenyang and be recruited into Bullseye? Although Han Hao was disgusted by a gigolo like his cousin, he wanted to use Hansen's connections to enter Steel Armor gang himself. That was why he didn't show up at the banquet and came to Zhang Denfeng's gathering instead. Surprisingly, Mr. Hu's banquet was also held in this building, and Han Yume happened to see him. Hence he had no time to mend his relationship with Hansen. Never mind. The young master of Sunwood Mining, Lin Beifeng, happens to be in my shelter, and now he has come to planet Roka for the banquet. This is indeed a great opportunity. I heard he is an upstart and spends money like water. It would be great if I could cozy up to him, thought Han Hao, as he straightened his clothing and followed Han Yume to the banquet hall. "Your aunt is outrageous." Zhang Denfeng was upset. "It does not matter. They are strangers to me," said Hansen casually. He then asked curiously, "Who is this Lin Beifeng she was talking about?" Hansen also knew a guy named Lin Beifeng who had traveled through the mountains and ended up in Steel Armor Shelter. Hansen had even saved his life. Just one lucky dude. Zhang Denfeng started to tell Hansen about Sunwood Mining. Sunwood Mining used to be a small company with several mines, and later they bought a garbage planet to deposit their waste, where they ended up finding a lot of precious minerals. Within 20 years, by selling the rare minerals they discovered on that planet, Sunwood Mining had become a prominent interplanetary mining group, the boss of which was Lin Beifeng's father. Lin Beifeng had just entered God's sanctuary and was already known for his generosity. Many were trying to make friends with him for that. Such good luck, Hansen sighed. Such is life. He must have outperformed billions of other sperms to be who he is. Zhang Denfeng smiled and said, "But Sunwood Mining has no facility here on planet Roka. What is he doing here?" In the banquet hall of the same building, the social elite were chatting and drinking, many of whom had already entered Second God's Sanctuary in their 30 seconds. However, the focus of the banquet was a 16-year-old teenager. If Hansen were here, he would recognize the teenager was Lin Beifeng, who he had saved. Lin Beifeng was entertaining all guests gracefully. From his good manners, no one would think he was nouveau rich, and several socialites were attracted by him. Han Yume and Han Hao had wanted to speak with Lin Beifeng, but they found no chance as there were too many people who were more powerful than them at the banquet, and everyone wanted to talk to Lin Beifeng. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend these people by cutting in. The banquet was over when Lin Beifeng was stepping outside the building. They finally found an opportunity and wanted to approach him. At the time, Hansen and Zhang Denfeng also happened to come over. When they saw Han Hao, Zhang Denfeng wanted to greet him, so Hansen had to follow. Before Zhang Denfeng could finish his sentence, Han Yumei pushed him and Hansen aside and said harshly, "You two stay away from my son. Especially you, Hansen. You are already notorious in steel armor shelter, so do not implicate your cousin. Don't even say you know him, or I will come after your family." Han Yumei then walked toward Lin Beifeng with Han Hao. Zhang Denfeng was stunned and asked Hansen, "What? You and Han Hao are in the same shelter?" Hansen nodded. "Let's go to a quiet place and I'll explain to you." Having heard Han Yumei's words, Hansen knew that Han Hao had told her about what had happened in steel armor shelter. Han Yumei and Han Hao finally managed to approach Lin Beifeng. As Lin Beifeng happened to be looking in their direction, Han Yumei said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin, this is my son Han Hao. He's in the same shelter as you." Lin Beifeng acted as if he hadn't heard her and directly went past her and her son. Han Yumei was dumbfounded and watched Lin Beifeng leaving. Lin Beifeng walked faster and faster toward Hansen and Zhang Denfeng, who were just leaving. He grabbed Hansen's arm and cried, "Sen, I have finally found you. Brother, I've missed you." Lin Beifeng then gave Hansen a big hug. Both Han Yumei and Han Hao were shocked. They had no idea how Lin Beifeng would know Hansen and call him brother. Hansen pushed Lin Beifeng away and frowned. "Why are you here?" Lin Beifeng wasn't offended at all and quickly offered cigarettes to Hansen and Zhang Denfeng. He said excitedly, "I came to look for you. I heard you live on planet Roka, so I came here. But I don't have your address and it took me days to ask about it. Now I've met you. You must look out for me in the future." Hansen saw everyone was looking this way and said to Lin Beifeng, "Let's not talk here. We can catch up later." Hansen and Zhang Denfeng went out, and Lin Beifeng quickly followed them. "Sen, my aircraft was parked outside. Let me give you a ride." Han Yumei and Han Hao watched Lin Beifeng cheerfully following Hansen around and couldn't believe him to be the elegant young master they saw at the banquet. Han Hao. It was indeed Hansen who was talking to Mr. Lin. Han Yumei still couldn't believe her eyes and asked Han Hao after they were out of the building. Han Hao clenched his teeth and said, "Yes, it's him." "Why on earth did Mr. Lin know him and respect him like that?" asked Han Yumei. "Well, there is nothing remarkable about him. He's just a gigolo, using a woman's connections, putting his cousin down." Han Hao was green with envy. "What? Didn't you say that he offended a powerful lady in steel armor shelter and was having a hard time?" asked Han Yumei. "If you weren't King Xuan's boy toy, how would Mr. Lin know someone like him?" Han Hao then bitterly recounted Hansen's experience, adding his imagination here and there. No wonder he could come up with $2 million. A gigolo. I've always known he was a scourge, a disgrace to our name. Our ancestors would be so mad had they known, said Han Yue viciously. Filled with jealousy and hatred, the mother and son left the building. Seeing Lin Beifeng opening the door of the aircraft for Hansen and Zhang Denfeng, their faces darkened further. Hansen understated everything and didn't say much about Han Hao, as he knew Zhang Denfeng wouldn't let Han Hao off easily had he told Zhang Denfeng what had really happened. Zhang Denfeng thought they were always good brothers and friends because they grew up together and certainly would not accept what Han Hao had done. Walking on the way to the Maglev train station, Hansen was wondering what he should take with him to Dark Swamp. There were almost no human activities there, so he would definitely return with lots of prey. Even if it weren't for the Beast Soul Arrow, Hansen would still want to go there. He now had Sacred Blood Beast Soul Wings, and the swamp that might be dangerous to others was easy for him. Hansen suddenly heard a glitch sound and all the lights started flashing. Surprised, he looked up and saw a meteor-like fireball quickly falling from the sky toward his direction. Warning, warning, unidentified flying object detected. Bang! After the alarm of the planet's defense system sounded for a few times, the fireball hit a tall building followed by an explosion. It turned dark as the electricity was out. Even the earth seemed to have shaken a bit. Hansen looked up to the collapsed building and saw a strange spherical aircraft crashed into the building with half of its body sticking out, surrounded by burning flames and thick smoke. People were screaming, crying, and running around. This area was a school district and the building hit was a school's main building. Those running from the building were mostly students about 10 years old. Because it was a public school in the integrated compulsory education system, it was not equipped with a good security system. After the explosion, there was no immediate response. The electricity had been cut off for some reason and the automatic fire protection system was also paralyzed. In the dark, people could only see the fire at the impact site. Hansen saw the appearance of the aircraft and suddenly clenched his fists. He had seen aircrafts like this one before. A spherical aircraft was beyond current human technologies and could only be produced by the only enemy of mankind in the interstellar era, Shuras. Shura was the name given to them by mankind, and their true name could only be described in their own language. Shuras looked like men except that their males had one horn on their head and their females had two. Both Shura males and females wore masks from childhood. Their masks and horns symbolized their identity. Human beings have fought them for centuries in the space. In the beginning, because both Shura's physique and technology were superior, men kept losing in the battles against them. About 200 years ago, mankind discovered God's sanctuary and started to gain geno points in this other world, so humans' physique had been greatly improved. Gradually, humans were able to hold the line and face off Shuras. Planet Roka was a commercial planet and was nowhere near the war zone. Hansen felt incredible to see a Shura aircraft here. He grew up on planet Roka and had only seen Shuras and Shura aircrafts on the news and Skynet. When Hansen was staring at the aircraft, he saw a 7-year-old girl who was hung on the collapsed building with her clothes caught on a steel bar sticking out from the building. She tried to climb back into the building by grabbing the steel bar, but she was not strong enough. Struggling, her clothes caught on the steel bar were about to tear. Face covered in tears and hands covered with dust and blood, she was almost desperate. Even if she could get inside the building, there was fire anywhere and there was no way she could survive. The little girl gradually lost her strength and her clothes was slowly tearing. From such a height, even an adult who had max mutant geno points would fall to death, not to mention a kid. Bam! Next to the little girl, the door of the Shura aircraft suddenly opened and out came a Shura with a single golden horn on his head and a white mask that covered all his face but his eyes. The Shura was in a broken suit of alloy armor and bleeding dark green blood all over. The blood of Shura was different from that of human and was as green as bile, which was another way to tell if someone was Shura. Hansen was shocked by the look of this Shura. The decors and materials of the Shura masks had a lot of meanings behind them, but Hansen didn't really know much about that. However, just by the look of his golden horn, Hansen knew this Shura was not ordinary. Shura's horns were their most prominent symbol of identity. Their horns were in 4 colors: black, white, gold, and purple. The black horn were civilians, the white horn were elites, the golden horn were aristocrats, and the purple horn were royalties. From this random aircraft had walked out a Shura aristocrat, which surprised Hansen. The Shura held in his hands a black katana. The Shuras all had great physiques. Any adult Shura could match a human evolver in a hand-to-hand fight. Stronger Shuras could even reach the level of surpassers. The Shura came out from the aircraft and saw little girl crying. With a cruel gleam in his eyes, he raised his katana and slashed it toward the little girl's head. Hansen summoned the Black Beetle, Bloody Slayer and Purple Winged Dragon all at once and turned himself into a giant winged centaur covered in golden armor. And even his wings were covered in golden armor. Boom! The huge wings brought him to the middle of the building almost instantaneously. Taking the girl with one hand, Hansen grabbed the blade of the Shura's katana with his other hand. Blood suddenly flowed out along the blade. When he saw the golden horned Shura coming out the aircraft, he was thrilled and worried at the same time. He was thrilled because this was a great opportunity for him. A Shura aircraft falling on planet Roka was such a rare incident. Plus the Shura and it was an aristocrat. This was the golden ticket for him to become a more famous reporter. But at the same time, Fang Minquin was also worried about the fate of the little girl. As a professional journalist, regardless of his urge to yell help, Fang Minquin stayed quiet and just recorded and uploaded everything faithfully. However, when seeing the Shura slashing his katana at her, Fang Minquin saw her frightened little face and could not help but cried, "Someone save her." But no one could respond to that. The rescue team had not arrived, and even if someone had an aircraft it would be hard to park it on such height. Boom! A pair of golden wings cut into the frame and a majestic figure took the little girl into his arm, his other hand catching the blade of the Shura. Blood dropped down from the katana, and Fang Minquin felt as if his heart had stopped. Someone rescued the child. Fang Minquin burst out a cry. Hansen was shocked when he caught the blade of the katana. His sacred blood armor couldn't even block the sharp katana and his palm was still cut. Although the cut wasn't deep, he realized the Shura was a tough opponent. Hansen flew back several yards flapping his wings, holding the little girl in one arm. He suddenly felt a chill from behind and quickly turned around. The Shura was raising his katana and was about to cut it at Hansen. Hansen gritted his teeth and span around in the air, barely escaping the Shura's attack. The Shura jumped up and stepped on the wall, throwing himself at Hansen. Does he have some genes from a flea? Hansen fought and flew to a building nearby, broke a window and put the little girl inside. Hansen took a look inside the room and found it to be a classroom with dozens of children inside, shivering in the corner. Damn, before Hansen could figure out a solution, the Shiro was already in his face with the katana in hand, hatching it down at Hansen. Hansen could dodge this attack, but when he was ready to move, he suddenly froze. Behind him was the classroom full of children. If he dodged, the Shiro would enter the classroom. The Shiro was on a human planet, and there was no way he could survive here with so many enemies around him. He would choose to kill as many as he could before he were to die. By no means would Hansen let him enter the classroom. Facing the katana, Hansen only leaned to his side to protect his vital organs, while throwing a punch toward the Shiro's face. The Shiro was slightly surprised, as he did not expect Hansen to stay where he was. Although the Shiro didn't put all his strength into this attack, his katana still cut through the sacred blood armor into Hansen's shoulder, making a squeaking sound when its blade met the bone. At the same time, Hansen's fist also hit the Shiro in the face, forcing him to bend his body backwards. The material of the Shiro's mask was made of extreme tough material, and did not crack at Hansen's punch. The Shiro caught the alloy framework in the wall with his toes and swung back to reach for the katana stuck in Hansen's shoulder. Not wanting to give his katana back, Hansen blocked his palm with one hand and punched at the Shiro's throat with the other hand. The Shiro returned to punch at Hansen's chest, and soon it became a fist fight. In a short while, Hansen started spitting up blood. Why didn't he dodge? Since he could fly, he could have dodged the attacks, wondered Fang Mingquan. Fang Mingquan's new program didn't have much popularity yet, but there were still some old fans who had followed him here. Seeing the webcasting was on, many of them had chosen to watch. When they saw the Shiro was to kill the little girl, they were all praying that someone could save her. And when Hansen showed up, they were all thrilled. However, what they didn't understand was why Hansen didn't choose to dodge the katana and thus lost his advantage. He could have dodged as he could fly. Fang Mingquan suddenly realized something and focused the lens behind Hansen. Everyone suddenly saw that the room was a classroom with dozens of shivering children in it. Fang Mingquan and the audience had thus realized why Hansen didn't dodge. If he had dodged, the Shiro would have entered the classroom and caused unimaginable damage. Although the Shiro was stopped outside the classroom, Hansen had been severely injured in the shoulder and were still bleeding, which rendered him the losing side. But this was an adult Shiro with a golden horn. Even if he hadn't practiced any skills yet, his physique would be as strong as an evolver, if not stronger. The audience recognized him and left many comments under, reminding more people that it was Dollar. Fang Mingquan had long recognized Dollar. After all, he was working in journalism. The video of Hansen passing the robot channel was such a hit that he had watched it as well. Because he had watched the video, he knew that Hansen was still unevolved while his opponent could at least reach the level of an evolver, so this was not a fair fight. So were the audience aware of this? This is not good. Dollar has not become an evolver yet. Could he stop the Golden Horn Shira? Dollar, hold on. Damn, why am I not there? I would love to help him kill the Shira. Bang. Hansen took another hit in the face. Although he was armored, his head was still ringing and his eyes even went blind for a second. Feeling a churning in the chest, he spilled up another mouthful of blood. Hansen was very clear that he was far weaker than the Shira even after he had shapeshifted into the Blood Slayer. If the Shira hadn't already been hurt badly, Hansen probably couldn't last this long at all. Fortunately, he had been practicing Jadeskin for a long time and had gained lots of Geno points, which allowed him to fight until now. Bang bang. Each time Hansen punched at the Shira, he could only force the Shira to bend backward, while when the Shira punched at him, he would definitely bleed. But Hansen knew that he could not step back. Seeing the malice in the Shira's eyes, Hansen knew he had been eyeing the children in the classroom. Using his majestic body to block the window, Hansen was hit in the head several times. He suddenly lost control of his body and leaned his shoulder toward the Shira, which allowed the Shira to pull out his katana from Hansen's shoulder. Blood was splashing as the black blade was pulled out. Die. The Shira scowled as he hacked at Hansen, both hands on the katana and eyes bloodshot. It was a gut-wrenching scene for Fang Mingquan and the audience to watch. The tender-hearted ones could not even bear to watch. Step back. You have tried. No one will blame you. Some even said, as they could not bear to see Hansen killed by the Shira. But with a gleam in his eye, Hansen moved forward instead of backward when the katana fell, and threw himself at the Shira. Although the katana had hit Hansen on the head, as the distance was shortened and the Shira's body had bounced off in the middle of his hacking, the speed of the katana was not high, and it only broke Hansen's helmet and left a shallow wound on Hansen's scalp. Without a pause, Hansen flapped his wings and moved behind the Shura. He locked the Shura with his own body in the air so that the Shura could make no moves. Ghost Hunt had worked wonders. Hansen was able to lock down the Shura, who had much greater strength than himself, as he knew his shapeshifting time was almost up and his body would probably suffer permanent damage if he went over the time limit. Hansen tumbled upside down with the Shura locked between his arms and jumped, speeding up toward the ground with his wings moving. "You are crazy," cried the Shura, with horror in his voice. At this moment, everyone seeing this was stunned and the comments online had stopped. Fang Minquin's lens followed the golden meteor falling rapidly toward the ground. Because other buildings had blocked the view, the golden meteor disappeared at the 6th floor of the building. All that could be heard was a bang, followed by silence. After a long time, a new comment appeared, $. Then there was a burst of comments, which were posted so fast that the words became a blur. Not in the mood to check the comments, Fang Minquin desperately ran to the spot that Hansen was falling to. He could vow that this was the fastest he had ever run in his life. When Fang Minquin got there was already a crowd. The Shura was on the floor with his limbs twisted and there were even spider cracking on the pavement made of high-tech materials. But he did not find the majestic golden figure here. $. Did not die. Where did he go? As the comments were posted under the webcasting, Fang Minquin looked around and asked people nearby, and no one had seen $. The spot was in an alley and no one was here before they fell. Fang Minquin didn't find $. And stopped looking. He returned to his studio in excitement and started to edit the footage he took. By features on this video, Fang Minquin stayed up all night editing the footage. This was definitely an exclusive headliner. With the webcasting last night, word would get out and the edited video was sure to go viral. It was the desire for success and the admiration for $. That drove him to edit the video so fast. Fang Minquin thought that this must be his best work since he first became a journalist many years ago. On the Skynet, Fang Minquin saw a lot of messages asking him about the webcasting yesterday. At that time, power was out and no monitoring camera was working. There were some individuals who tried to film the incident, but their work was either from a bad angle or too blurred, and could not be compared to his professional work. Fang Minquin took a deep breath, named the video the one and only $. Angel, and then clicked upload. After uploading it, Fang Minquin didn't look at the screen anymore but sat down and lit a cigarette. The one and only $. Angel didn't have voiceover and was less than 3 minutes long. It started with the little girl when she was about to fall. Her frightened face with tears, her widened eyes, and her blood-stained little hands grabbed people's attention from the beginning. The next moment, when people were still worried about the danger facing the little girl, out from the aircraft walked not her savior, but death itself. When the Shura wielded his katana at the little girl, no one could sustain their anger and despair. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared in the scene. The huge golden wings looked like they belonged to an angel. When the little girl was taken into his strong arm covered in golden armor, and the katana was stopped by him, everyone was overjoyed, their eyes welling up with tears. The following scenes were carefully edited. The Shura and Hansen exchanged some blows and Hansen broke a window so he could carry the girl into a room. The Shura was attacking Hansen frantically but the latter did not dodge or run back. Fang Minquin inserted the scene of dozens of students shivering in the classroom here so that everyone would understand why Hansen had chosen to stay there. Fang Minquin refined the fighting scenes and highlighted Hansen's selflessness and bravery. He also edited out the less impressive scenes, while in fact Hansen was miserable and much weaker than the Shura. In the video it looked like it was just a tough luck loss. The final scene was the suicidal fall. The entire video was very smooth, with the passionate background music added by Fang Minquin. All the viewers wanted to fight the Shura themselves, even if it meant risking their lives, and the female viewers were covered in tears after watching the video. This video really went viral. In just a few hours, the entire alliance knew about it, and the hits had climbed up to a few 100 million. A strong and cruel Shura aristocrat, a golden angel, and the little faces that were full of fear all formed a story that moved every viewer in less than 3 minutes. $'s name was famous now in the entire alliance, as this video was far more popular than the video of Robot Channel, which did have its limitations. Men and women, young and old, everyone was spellbound by this video, and $' had become a bigger hit than the 10 chosen this year. This kid has some guts, just like me when I was his age. K Shuras. Poor children, they are lucky, because there's an angel guarding them. You are my one and only. You are my angel. More people were concerned about $'s life and death, because the video did not include the result and ended with a bang from the fall. Everyone was concerned whether $' and the Shura had both died. But Fang Mingqun did not plan to publish that, as other reporters must have written about it already, and it would not make a difference whether he wrote about it. In the meantime, the hero was also watching this video edited by Fang Mingqun. That's really me. Hansen couldn't believe he looked so good. The way the video was edited made him blush a little. At that time, he was only doing what he could to help the children out. Although the fall in the end looked tragic, he was in fact able to kick the Shura off him and fly away when they were about to hit the ground. It was not quite as risky as it looked. The Shura was already badly injured and had died from the fall. Hansen knew that he just got lucky. If the Shura hadn't already suffered severe injuries, Hansen would probably have fled or died, moving his body around. It still hurt so much that Hansen had a hard time breathing. He didn't dare to go to the hospital, but luckily it wasn't too bad, for none of his vital organ was hurt. Having taken some medicine, he was recovering slowly but steadily. Hansen had gained something from it as well. The katana belonging to the Shura was taken home by Hansen, which was so much better than the weapons made by human. Shuras were much more advanced in making alloy weapons than human. Hansen had heard since a long time ago that Shura's katanas were awesome. Even the Black Horn Shuras used better katanas than Z-steel weapons. Now what Hansen had was a katana from a Golden Horn Shura, which should be the best of the best. There was simply no product of the same level as this katana. Hansen wielded the katana and felt that it was frighteningly sharp, as it felt as if it could break the air. Hansen no longer dared to try the katana out with any weapon, for he knew the katana was probably even sharper than his Z-steel dagger. The video was so widespread that Hansen was also worried that people might recognize the katana, and thus himself to be duller. So he had decided to make some changes to the katana, which were mainly to change its color. He spray painted the katana in a golden color so it looked as if it were made of brass. He also ordered a cheap but flamboyant sheath on the skynet so no one could tell it was a Shura katana when it was in the sheath. In fact, Hansen did not intend to use it in front of others. These were just precautions he took. Hansen had also wanted to replace the hilt of the katana to make it even less recognizable, but was unable to remove the hilt. However, he found a bead embedded in the hilt and took it out. To his surprise, the bead was hollow. Inside the bead, there turned out to be a small memory chip. Hansen inserted the chip into his device, trying to figure out what was stored there. What he didn't expect was that there was a Shura's martial art recorded in the chip, which was called Bladestorm. The description said it was the top secret of a Shura aristocratic family. Can a human learn Shura's martial arts? Wondered Hansen. After reviewing Bladestorm, he was convinced that he could learn it as long as his physical fitness level was high enough. Hansen started to try and practice Bladestorm and didn't encounter too much obstruction, which meant his physique had reached the prerequisite of Bladestorm. Bladestorm sounded like weapon skills, but it could also be used without any weapon. The key was to fully explore the potentials of one's body in order to launch swift and powerful strikes. If one became skilled in Bladestorm, one could launch those strikes with any part of one's body. Hansen hadn't recovered at the moment anyway, so he didn't go back to God's sanctuary and stayed home practicing Bladestorm. Lin Beifeng was the only one who called daily to check when he would go back to Steel Armor Shelter and start to hunt. Qin Xuan thought he was just hiding from Son of Heaven, so she didn't call. Hansen checked his ringing comlink and it was Lin Beifeng again. He hesitated before picking up. Sen, how come you are still not in God's sanctuary? I've been waiting for you, lamented Lin Beifeng. Hansen didn't even turn the video chat on because he was depressed enough just by listening to Lin's voice. I will not hide from you. The truth is that I am recently preparing for a big campaign, Hansen said mysteriously. What kind of campaign do you have in mind? Count me in, said Lin Beifeng eagerly. I won't disclose the details now, but at least we'll be able to hunt mutant creatures. Hansen was telling the truth. He was planning to go into Dark Swamp as soon as he recovered. He couldn't guarantee sacred blood creatures, but there would surely be mutant creatures. Sen, you must count me in, said Lin Beifeng hurriedly. I'm working with others on this, so the team members are fixed and I cannot add anyone in. Hansen kept Lin Beifeng in suspense before he continued. But I'm short of money recently, and if you can provide me with some Z-steel arrows with 5% Z-steel, I will send you part of my share of the praise, and it won't be less than an entire mutant creature. Excellent, I'll send you those arrows right now, replied Lin Beifeng without demur. Hang on, I'm busy at the moment. Just have the arrows ready and I'll contact you when I'm ready, said Hansen. It's a deal then. Don't eat your own words. Lin Beifeng still felt insecure. You can rest assured that you will get your share. Hansen had been concerned where he could get some nice arrows. Now that Lin Beifeng was willing to sponsor him, he was all set. It was mutually beneficial as well. He would give Lin some mutant creature meat when he came back. In the worst-case scenario, if he couldn't hunt anything, he could still evolve any creature into a mutant one using the black crystal in a few days and pale in with that. Hansen rested at home for a dozen days before he fully recovered. While he was resting, he did nothing other than practicing Jadeskin and Bladestorm. Eventually, he could start to use Bladestorm. Before Hansen teleported to God's Sanctuary, King Shuan called to ask him to go to the teleport station. When Hansen came to station, young Manly gave him a cold stare and brought him to the office of King Shuan. King Shuan was taking care of some business when he came in, so Hansen had to sit aside and wait. After dealing with everything on hand, King Shuan looked at Hansen and said, "I plan to recommend you to Blackhawk Military Academy." Recommend me to Blackhawk Military Academy. Hansen wasn't sure what she meant, as one could apply to military schools oneself and take the exam. No recommendation needed. King Shuan knew what he was thinking and went on. Blackhawk Military Academy has special quotas every year for those specialized in archery. But even the specially recruited students must pass the entrance exam and fulfill certain requirements. You are good at archery, so it's alright if you are lacking in fitness. That's why I plan to recommend you. Entering military school at an early stage and going through formal training will do you good. Hansen was wondering what to say to decline King Shuan. On the one hand, he wasn't really interested in going to military schools. On the other hand, he had to leave planet Roka if he was admitted to Blackhawk, and he couldn't leave his mother and sister behind. But Hansen found King Shuan was very enthusiastic to get him into a military school. If he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she probably wouldn't let go of the matter. Also, she meant well, so Hansen also felt obliged to give her an explanation. "Station Master, you are too kind, but I already have an ideal military school in mind and I'm afraid I have to let you down." Hansen frowned. "Oh, which military school do you have in mind?" asked King Shuan curiously, surprised by his sudden motivation. "I want to apply to Roka Military School," replied Hansen, sticking out his chest. King Shuan and Young Manly both looked at him as if he were an idiot. Young Manly said grimly, "Blackhawk is in top 50 in the Alliance and you are comparing it to Roka Military School, which is not even among top 1,000. King Shuan advised Hansen, "You should really think about it. Roka Military School is no match to Blackhawk, whether in faculty or facilities. You can't even practice operating warframes and warships in Roka Military School. And you won't have good coaches in martial arts. If you graduate from Roka Military School, you won't have a bright future in the army. Why would you want to do that?" Hansen smiled wryly. He could not tell King Shuan that he would like to enter Roka Military School just because it was close to home. Young Manly said, "You are not qualified to be recommended by the station master, but she broke the rules for you because she saw something in you. You need to think carefully." Ready to reply her, Hansen heard a knock on the door. "Station Master, your data analysis is ready." "Great, send it over." King Shuan turned on a smart device and a video was displayed. Hansen took a look and was slightly surprised, as the video was his fight with the Golden Horn Shura. It was not, however, the edited version, but Fang Mingquan's original footage. A comprehensive data analysis was made in each movement of Dollar, and the Shura was accompanied with detailed real-time combat stats including the agility, punching speed, critical strike and damage. There was also the scene of the dead Shura in the end. When the display was over, King Shuan asked Young Manly, "What do you think of Dollar?" "Stupid," was Young Manly's reply. Hansen, who was secretly proud and ready for Young Manly's compliments, almost choked on his own saliva. "Please explain." King Shuan did not seem to be surprised. Young Manly said, "Dollar's strength and speed are very good. Although we do not know his exact fitness rating, he is definitely among the top in First God's Sanctuary when he shapeshifts. However, his strength and speed are still much weaker than the Shura. We could even estimate that he would have died 1,000,000 times if the Shura weren't badly injured already." King Shuan nodded, agreeing with Young Manly. Young Manly continued, "Dollar's wings look like advanced flying beast soul. Judging from his speed, it's very likely a sacred blood beast soul. With such a flying beast soul, a fleet-footed shapeshifting beast soul, and great speed, he is the ideal archer. He should shoot arrows from afar instead of engaging himself in a stupid fist fight." King Shuan smiled, "You are right. But it was an emergency and it looked like Dollar wasn't good at archery. He has never used bow and arrows before and has always been fighting head-on. The complete opposite of this one." Young Manly knew King Shuan was referring to Hansen and said, "If Dollar can become an archer, he will be the best archer in First God's Sanctuary. His moving and flying speed will help him maintain his distance from the enemy, and his strength will allow him to shoot fast and powerful arrows. That's why he would be perfect." Young Manly did not mention Hansen at all. Apparently, she doesn't think Hansen could even be compared to Dollar. Moreover, young Manly might think Dollar's way of fighting was somewhat stupid. But it didn't change the fact that he was a respectable man, unlike Hansen, who was a coward with some talent. King sighed. Unfortunately, there was a blackout in the area because of the damage caused by the Shira aircraft, so we didn't get anything that can reveal the identity of Dollar. Although we have Dollar's blood sample, everyone's genes are changing rapidly these days as they gain genopoints. So, by comparing the DNA in the sample and in our database, it's almost impossible to find out who he is. He has appeared on planet Roka twice. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Young Manly thought about it and suggested. I have checked the population on planet Roka, and there isn't anyone that fits the profile. Roka is just a fifth-tier commercial planet. It's highly unlikely that someone like Dollar lives there, even less likely than winning the lottery. King Xuan shook her head. Hansen was secretly relieved that the two did not associate the unambitious Hansen with Dollar at all. He was afraid that the wings might remind them of the purple-winged dragon. But his caution proved to be unnecessary. The beast's soul wings didn't look the same as the dragon's wings, and they were also covered in the black beetle armor, so it was difficult to associate the two together. King Xuan asked Hansen to give Blackhawk more thoughts, as he would benefit a lot from such experience. Hansen left King Xuan's office thinking to himself, King Xuan is really kind, but how can I leave Mother and Ian now? Before I turn 20 when I have to serve, I need to constantly go home and take care of them. In the meantime, I must earn enough money so that when I'm off to the army, they could live a good life without care. After he got home, Hansen contacted Lin Beifeng and asked him to send the Z-Steel arrows over. He wanted to go to Dark Swamp as soon as tomorrow. After all, improving his own physique was his priority. Young Manly was right about the fact that the beast souls he owned now would make him a great archer. And right now, what he lacked most was a good beast soul arrow. Sen, I have 10 sniper arrows with 5% Z-Steel. Please take them. Lin Beifeng put a box of 10 sniper arrows in front of Hansen. I'll take 2 and I'll give them back to you if I'm able to retrieve them. Hansen said, take them all. You can give me a bigger share of mutant creature meat in return. Hansen teleported into steel armor shelter and sneaked out in the middle of the night, so that Son of Heaven's gang wouldn't notice him. Carrying his supplies, Hansen picked up the paths less trodden and marched toward Dark Swamp. Others saw the swamp as hell. But it was paradise to Hansen, who had the beast soul of purple-winged dragon. Without any surprise or risk on the way, Hansen successfully entered Dark Swamp. He saw no one near the swamp, let alone in the swamp. Hansen took no risk and found a spot with absolutely nobody there before he summoned the black beetle and purple-winged dragon beast soul. Wearing his purple wings and golden armor, Hansen checked his equipment again and flew toward Dark Swamp. The environment of Dark Swamp was similar to the poster's description. There were indeed very few flying creatures. Occasionally he saw a few carrion birds, for which he didn't even use arrows. If any bird dared to get close, he would cut them into 2 halves with the Shura katana. There were many poisonous beasts and insects in the swamp. Having flown less than a day, Hansen saw a mutant creature. It was a scary-looking 3-footed toad the size of a truck crouching in the mud, covered in lumps and exuding green gas. Hansen was not interested in it at all. Even if he killed this thing, it was too huge for him to carry its meat out, and it would take him months to finish eating the meat, which was not worth it for a few mutant genopoints. This is indeed a paradise. After flying for more than 2 hours, Hansen saw another mutant creature. Surrounded by a group of black and white snakes, a blood-red snake king was swimming in the reeds. Hansen did not approach it but hovered in the air, flapping his enormous wings. The snakes did not notice his presence at all. Pulling out a sniper arrow from the quiver, Hansen put a thread into the hole on the knocked the arrow and aimed at the foot-long snake king. Suddenly, Hansen narrowed his eyes and the sniper arrow flew across like a lightning bolt. The blood-red snake king was just opening its mouth, about to swallow a mouse-like creature. Just when it opened its mouth, a black shadow disappeared there and went into its stomach, piercing its belly. The snake king suddenly twisted its body in agony, hissing desperately. The black and white snakes surrounding it all went crazy, but could not find where the enemy was. The snake king bleeded heavily through its pierced belly and stopped struggling after a while. Mutant Ghost Tooth Snake King killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. The wonderful voice sounded in Hansen's mind. He excitedly pulled the thread and dragged the body of the Ghost Tooth Snake King up in the air. The thread was not much thicker than a hair, but as a high-tech product, it was very strong and could bear more than a ton. This Ghost Tooth Snake King weighed just dozens of pounds and he easily pulled it up. Hansen found a safe spot, picked up some branches and made a fire. Boiling a pot of water, he threw some pieces of snake king meat into the water and cooked slowly. The snake was not too big. After thoroughly boiled, there were only about 2 bowls of soup left. Hansen poured them out from the pot and gobbled the meat up. Ghost-toothed snake king meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. After drinking the soup, Hansen got another mutant geno point. Hansen dried the rest of the snake meat and made it into meat jerkies to bring along with him. Although the snake wasn't too large, he couldn't finish it at once, so it became his field rations. Meow. Meowth was gnawing at a piece of snake meat jerkies, which wasn't quite enough for the cat, as the cat meowed at Hansen again after finishing it, rubbing its fluffy body against him. Hansen took Meowth back. Its insatiable appetite would make it gorge on an entire snake. Continuing to fly inside the swamp, looking at the various poisonous beasts and insects below, Hansen felt more and more excited. The place was full of treasures. It was usually easy to find mutant creatures where human could not reach. Hansen had seen 3 mutant creatures in 2 days, aside from the Snake King. The other 2 creatures were both too large, so he didn't hunt them. Except for the necessary rest time, Hansen kept traveling. His destination was the forest where mutant black stingers lived. Another 2 days had passed and Hansen didn't have good luck. All he saw was a mutant creature that looked like a crocodile. But that guy was more than 10 yards long and very strong. Hansen didn't bother and flew past it. On the 5th day since Hansen entered Dark Swamp, he finally got lucky. In a not-so-large lake, the water was so clear that the bottom of the lake can be seen in the sun. The lake was only about 3 to 6 feet deep. In the lake, Hansen saw groups of big silverfish, each about a foot long, with a jagged dorsal fin stretching from head to tail. And among the groups of silverfish, there were occasionally 1 or 2 golden fish of the same size, flashing their golden scales in the sun. Hansen was so excited that he almost jumped up. There were 7 or 8 golden fish in the lake and they were all mutant creatures. Haha, Dark Swamp is truly my paradise. Hansen took Doomsday off his back, knocked a sniper arrow, and shot it at a golden fish in the water. The sniper arrow was shot into the water on the back of the golden fish. When a golden fish swam up to the surface, Hansen swiftly poked the katana down like how a fisherman would spear a fish. The katana cut through the scales of the golden fish into its body. Hansen was overjoyed. He pulled the katana back and flew back up in the sky. After all, the katana was fixed on a branch. If he continued to fight with the golden fish, the brittle branch might break and he didn't want the katana to fall into the lake. The injured golden fish scurried madly in the water, hurting numerous silverfish in its way. Soon, it lost its strength and floated to the surface upside down. Mutant sawfish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Hansen took out the dead fish and was so happy that he almost moaned out loud. He decided to strike while the iron is hot and used the same method to hunt 3 more mutant sawfish before the sun went down. Haha, 4 mutant creatures in 1 day. This is my blessed land. Hansen found a safe place by the lake and cut off all the meat from the mutant sawfish. He cooked some and used salt to preserve the rest. Mutant sawfish may eaten. 1 mutant geno point gain. Delicious fish in his mouth and wonderful news in his ear. Hansen felt over the moon. Meow. The elf was circling around the fire rapidly. In the fire, there were pieces of jelly-like sawfish meat. When heated up, the oil oozed from the fish, sizzling with a strong and fresh fragrance, making one's mouth water even from afar. Hansen threw a large piece of cooked sawfish to Meowth and took one for himself. The fatty fish almost melted in his mouth, making him want to swallow his tongue. Sawfish, as a mutant creature, had way more tasty meat than ordinary fish. Even fish like groupers were a far cry from it. Even just barbecued plainly with just some salt and pepper. The sawfish didn't have a fishy smell at all. It was purely sweet and delicious. If this could be brought outside God's sanctuary, it would probably become the king of all fish. The ordinary dish wouldn't even have any market. 1 mutant sawfish could probably be sold at tens of millions. Such a shame. Hansen threw another piece of sawfish at Meowth. Mutant creatures could not be brought away from God's sanctuary. Also, he didn't have the energy to take all the sawfish he had hunted out of Dark Swamp. There were more sawfish in the lake than he had imagined. He had killed 15 these days. After eating several, his mutant geno points could no longer increase from eating sawfish. Since he couldn't bring it all out, he decided to feed it to Meowth. My mutant geno points are 31 now. Such a fruitful trip. Dark Swamp is too dangerous for ordinary people, so there live so many mutant creatures. Type of mutant soffish beast soul, spear. Hansen was slightly disappointed, but overall excited. Although it was not a beast soul arrow, spear was still a popular type of weapon, especially a mutant beast soul spear. Summoning the mutant soffish beast soul, Hansen suddenly had a gold spear in his hands. The spearhead was an inch long with sharpened cutting edge on both sides. The spear was frightening even by its look. Hansen wielded the spear and felt that it was heavy but easy to use. The sharp spearhead had cut down a thick tree with just a casual slash, as if he were cutting tofu. Whoever pisses me off in the future will have to deal with this spear. Hansen tried the spear for a while, and didn't put it away until he had sweat on his forehead. A mutant beast soul weapon had already made his trip to Dark Swamp a success. This spear was enough to make an ordinary household rich. Hansen found some clean water. After replenishing his water supply, he made a pot of fish soup and added some snake king meat in it. It didn't take long before the fragrance spread everywhere. Hansen wasn't afraid of attracting poisonous beasts, as he had been wearing the black beetle armor since he entered Dark Swamp. When the soup was almost ready, Hansen was preparing to enjoy it with Meowth. Suddenly he heard a bird call followed by a whistle. A huge black bird flew down from the sky, its wings a few dozen feet long and claws sharp as metal hooks. Hansen was shocked. Damn, didn't the poster say there were no advanced flying creatures in Dark Swamp? Judging from its look, this bird is at least a mutant creature. Hansen stepped back and saw the huge bird landing by the fire. When it stood on the ground, it was taller than an elephant head. Its gleaming dark bird eyes gave it a regal look. After the bird landed, a black-clad young man jumped down from the back of the bird and looked at the meat in the pot. "Boy, I'll buy your meat." He walked swaggeringly over and threw a piece of raw meat that looked like a cow leg on the ground and said, "It's your lucky day, kid. This is the thigh of a mutant poisonous clawed beast." Finishing the sentence, the black-clad young man reached for the fragrant fish and snake meat in the pot. "I won't trade with you," Hansen frowned. The black-clad young man was fast and had already gobbled up a piece of fish. When he was about to ridicule Hansen by pointing out the fact that he was offering Hansen some mutant creature meat, he heard the voice telling him that he had gained 1 mutant geno point. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? It was just one piece of meat, and it added 1 mutant geno point. So, there must be an entire mutant creature in the pot. Blue Wyden was sick of eating the meat of poisonous clawed beasts these days. Relying on his mutant iron-feathered bird beast soul, he flew into Dark Swamp to hunt mutant creatures and only killed this one poisonous clawed beast in days. This beast was larger than a cow, and he had been eating its meat for more than half a month and still had a thigh left. He had only gained 5 mutant geno points from it so far. Just now, he had gained 1 mutant geno point already by eating just a piece of meat from the pot. He suddenly understood why Hansen didn't want to trade. Although both were mutant creatures, the thigh he had was worth much less than what was in Hansen's pot. Blue Wyden looked at the pot of meat eagerly and then his eye fell on Hansen. A knife in hand, he blew a whistle. The iron-feathered bird beat its wings and hovered over his head. "Do you want to trade, or let me beat you up before I eat your stuff?" Blue Wyden was ready to dine and dash. There was no one in Dark Swamp and no one would even know if he killed Hansen. Since he had the iron-feathered bird mount, no one would be his match here. "K off," Hansen said quietly. "You asked for this?" Humiliated, Blue Wyden yelled and hacked his knife at Hansen. Although he had gained the beast soul of mutant iron-feathered bird, he apparently didn't have the same luck in beast soul weapons. His knife was one with 5% C steel. Hansen was wearing sacred blood armor, so he was not afraid of such weapon. He didn't even shapeshift into the Bloody Slayer, but just summoned his mutant soffish spear and wielded it at Blue's knife. Crack! The soffish spear cut the knife off as if it were made of tofu, and continued to stab at Lou. T, thought Blue Wyden. He twisted his feet like a snake and barely escaped Hansen's attack. Without a pause, Blue Wyden quickly ran back with strange but smooth body positions. Hansen missed several stabs in a row and Lou swiftly jumped on the back of his bird mount and rose in the air. "How dare you challenge me? I'll just kill you," said Blue Wyden triumphantly, taking his bow and arrow to shoot at Hansen, who was on the ground. Wings suddenly grew from Hansen's back and he rose in the air higher and faster than the iron-feathered bird. Damn, Blue Wyden was dumbfounded. How could he know this guy could also fly and even had wings instead of a mount? Subconsciously, Blue Wyden ordered the iron-feathered bird to go higher. Even if what Hansen had were mutant beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly too fast or too high. The iron-feathered bird should be able to get rid of him. But soon Blue Wyden found himself completely wrong. His enemy could fly not only very high, but also very fast, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. Who is this monster? His wings couldn't be sacred blood, right? Lu Weinen almost burst into tears. He didn't expect his enemy to be so strong. With his wings and his golden armor and spear, Hansen looked more like an angel than a human. Having caught up with Lu Weinen, Hansen poked the spear at him. All Lu wanted to do was to knock his own head on a wall. Why on earth did he try to escape on the back of the iron-feathered bird? Now he couldn't even use his body positions. Sitting on the bird, he had nowhere to hide. If he moved around, he would fall. Whoosh! The spear was poked into Lu Weinen's butt, leaving a long wound. Lu's soft armor didn't stop the spearhead at all. Brother, calm down. This is just a misunderstanding. Lu Weinen shouted hurriedly. Hansen ignored him and stabbed at him again, making a symmetrical wound on the other side of his butt. Blood started to ooze from the wounds. Big brother, uncle, I was wrong. Stop poking or I will die. I surrender. Lu Weinen screamed while begging for mercy. Hansen ignored him and kept poking. Lu Weinen saw the horrifying and shining gold spear and cried, Big brother, please slow down. We are both men. It will do you no good if you kill me. You see I have a flying mount, which will be of some use to you if you need me to run some errands for you. Ouch! Lu Weinen was stabbed again and his face had turned pale. He was bleeding too much and he would die before long. He looked down at himself and saw he was wearing black all over. Lu reached into his clothes and ripped off his white underwear stained with blood. Waving his underwear in one hand, he cried, Big brother, don't poke. I surrender. We can have a discussion. Isn't it true that we have a policy in the Alliance to offer good treatment to the captives? Hansen was silent all the time. Lu Weinen thought Hansen couldn't hear him because the wind was too loud and fly. That's why he thought of the universal way of surrender, to wave a white flag. Hansen saw Lu Weinen waving his ripped underwear and almost laughed out loud. Fly back. He held his laughter back and ordered. Lu Weinen was suddenly overjoyed, and quickly ordered the mutant iron-feathered bird to go back where he met Hansen. When they were back to the place where the fire was made, the pot of meat was still there. Lu Weinen fell to the ground and screamed as he pulled the wounds on his backs. So, tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? Hansen smiled and looked at Lu Weinen, who was covering his ass with both hands. Lu Weinen's face suddenly went stiff. Big brother, I'll give you whatever you want, except for this iron-feathered bird. You can take your pick. He summoned several beast souls and said bitterly, These are all I have. Please forgive me. Hansen checked the 7 or 8 beast souls summoned by Lu Weinen, and there was even a mutant beast soul. He knew Lu was definitely holding back, but since Lu had summoned a mutant beast soul, it meant that he would like to give away the mutant beast soul for his life. At the same time, he was using this beast soul to decline Hansen's asking for the iron-feathered bird before Hansen even asked. He was depending on the bird to survive here and wouldn't give it up for the world. That mutant beast soul. And you, before I leave Dark Swamp, you have to follow my command. Hansen thought this kid could be of some use. Also, Hansen didn't want him to wander alone. If Lu found the forest first and killed the mutant black stingers, Hansen's ultimate purpose of this trip would be defeated. Lu Weinen agreed, but remained alert when he transferred the mutant beast soul to Hansen, worried that Hansen would kill him once having the beast soul. Fortunately, Hansen did not attempt to kill him after receiving the mutant beast soul. He returned to the fire and used a cup to take out some soup. To Lu's surprise, Hansen only took some soup and none of the meat. Although there would be some Geno points in the soup, most Geno points would remain in the meat. Why would Hansen only drink the soup? While Lu Weinen was puzzled, he saw Hansen had summoned a black cat and put all the meat in the pot into a bowl in front of the cat. The black cat meowed and rushed to the bowl, starting to gobble. Lu Weinen's mouth twitched. He just realized that the meat he just tried to snatch and paid a huge price for turned out to be cat food. Where did this guy come from? Feeding mutant creature meat to a cat? What kind of people would do that? Lu Weinen now really wanted to bang his own head on the wall. He just risked his life fighting for cat food. Thinking of the cat, he was shocked. Among all the beast souls known to men, only a beast soul pet needed to be fed, while mounts and other types didn't. Hansen's cat was of course not an ordinary animal. It must be a beast soul pet. Now not many could keep a beast soul pet. A beast soul pet didn't have any ability to fight in the beginning and had to be fed the meat of different creatures to grow. When it had grown to a certain stage, it would transform once, and after the transformation it would have fighting ability. But it took too much creature meat for a beast soul pet to grow until its transformation. There were people who tried to feed ordinary and primitive beast soul pets, but their fighting ability wasn't strong after the transformation. As for mutant beast soul pets, almost no one would try to feed them, as they would need a lot of mutant creature meat to transform, the amount of which was enough to make several individuals reach max mutant Geno points. Who would feed that to a pet? Thinking of this, Lu Weinen thought Hansen was an impressive person indeed. He thought to himself, this is someone who could afford feeding a mutant beast soul pet. It must be the successor to some powerful family to have received such attention and training. Every time when it was time to eat, Lu Weinen would stare at Hansen feeding Meow with dried fish piece after piece and sigh secretly, feeling himself inferior to a cat. Maybe luck had finally come. At the end of the day, when Lu was complaining that they hadn't seen a single mutant creature the whole day, Hansen spotted a black hornet the size of a fist in the grass. Black stinger. Hansen was surprised and quickly made a gesture to Lu Weinen to remain silent. And watch the hornet from here. Watch the poisonous hornet. Do not disturb it, and do not let it leave your sight, Hansen said and flew into the sky to look around, as it was often foggy and dark swamp. He saw no tall trees or hornet nests in 20 miles. It seems that the black stinger's nest is not near. Follow it and we may be able to find its nest, thought Hansen as he flew to Lu Weinen's side and gestured him to quietly follow the black stinger. Lu Weinen guessed what Hansen wanted to do, and the two silently followed the black stinger. Fortunately, they could both fly, so it wasn't so hard to keep up with the black stinger. Following the black stinger, they flew dozens of miles and started to see more and more black stingers. Before long, Hansen suddenly saw a huge tree standing in the swamp. Under its canopy hung a huge black hornet nest the size of a hot air balloon. Swarms of black stingers flew in and out the nest, and there were at least tens of thousands of them, filling Hansen and Lu Weinen with dread. Big brother, you do not need to kill all these hornets, do you? Looks like they are all primitive creatures. There are so many of them and they can fly. It'd be hard for us to get out safely. Lu Weinen swallowed and said. Hansen was happy to see the towering old trees and the flowers on the ground. He thought, the poster did not lie. There is indeed such a place. After watching for a while, Hansen said to Lu Weinen, let's go farther. Lu Weinen had to follow Hansen. They didn't dare to approach the nests, so they flied high in the sky. The flower field was dozens of miles long and there were tall trees everywhere. There was a huge hornet nest on almost every tree. No one knew how many black stingers there were in this area. It was scary just to think about it. Soon after, Hansen saw a giant tree that was more than twice as tall as the others. The hornet nest on this giant tree was the size of a castle, and there were scarlet black stingers the size of a pigeon flying in and out from time to time. Lu Weinen looked at the nest eagerly and said, are those scarlet hornets all mutant creatures? How many of them must there be? Hansen was also a bit dumbfounded. The poster said he had seen one, although Hansen had guessed there should be more than one. He didn't predict that there would be a whole nest of them. There must be a beast soul among so many mutant black stingers. Hansen was excited, realizing it was difficult to handle so many mutant black stingers at the same time. The needle of the mutant black stinger was blood red and at least 2 inches long. It looked very sharp as well. No one could resist the poison on it if singed. After all, they were mutant creatures. Hansen didn't want to depend on his sacred blood armor completely. Once the armor was pierced, he would be risking his life. The only fortunate fact was that the closest primitive hornet nest was a mile away, so the primitive black stingers didn't dare to get too close to this area. Comrade Lu, it's time to test your loyalty. Hansen patted Lu Weinen on the shoulder. Lu Weinen suddenly changed his expression. Big brother, you do not want me to lure the mutant black stingers away, right? I will die. Do not be so pessimistic. Well, you do not really need to go there yourself. Just use your iron-feathered bird to attract their attention and I'll use that opportunity to ruin their nests. When the mutant hornets run wild and scatter around, we could just kill some of the single ones, Hansen said with a smile. Hansen said before Lu Weinen could say anything. Do a good job, and I will give you 2 mutant hornets when the plan goes through. Think about it, boy. In order to keep Lu Weinen in line, Hansen promised him the reward first. Lu Weinen suddenly swallowed the reply he had, patted his chest and said, it's my honor to risk everything for you. Tell me what to do, big brother. 2 mutant hornets could gain him quite a few mutant geno points. Very good. I am seeing great things in you. You are responsible for directing your iron-feathered bird to poke at the nest and attract most hornets away. But don't let the bird fly too high. If the hornets couldn't follow, they would return to the nest. Try to keep them away as long as possible, and I'll take care of the rest, Hansen said. Lu Weinen looked surprisedly at Hansen. Even if I can get most of the hornets away from the nest, there are certainly some remaining inside. Are you gonna be fine walking over like this? Lu Weinen did not expect that Hansen would risk approaching the nest himself, which was far more dangerous than his part. He wasn't in direct danger by using the iron-feathered bird to lure hornets away. If things got bad, he could also take the beast soul bird back. The fortress-like hornet nest was connected to the tree trunk, and it wouldn't be easy to take down. I have a plan. Just buy me some time and do not let those hornets come back too fast, Hansen said calmly. As long as the majority of mutant black stingers were lured away, he wasn't afraid of a dozen that might still be in the nest. Will do. Blue White hid behind a boulder with Hansen and commanded his iron-feathered bird to seize a large stone with its claws and flew above the nest. Bang! The iron-feathered bird dropped the stone at the nest and the 3-foot-long stone made a big hole in the nest. With a buzzing sound, mutant black stingers rushed out from the nest madly toward the iron-feathered bird like a scarlet cloud. Blue White quickly commanded the iron-feathered bird to lead the mutant black stingers away. Hansen was watching the nest closely all the time and saw almost no mutant black stingers around the nest. When the mutant black stingers were led dozens of yards away, almost just in the blink of an eye, Hansen threw himself at the nest, breaking the nest badly. Swinging the spear into a storm, he tore the nest apart as if it were made of paper. Some mutant black stingers were trying to attack him, but were all killed with the spear in a short while. None could stop him. There was a mutant black stinger that approached him, and its sting didn't even pierce his armor, leaving only a small white mark on it. Blue White was shocked. He knew Hansen was strong but didn't realize Hansen had such great shape-shifting beast soul. When the better half of the huge hornet nest had been destroyed by Hansen, a hornet twice the size of a mutant one flew out, its whole body transparent as red crystal. The moment this biggest hornet flew out, all the mutant hornets that were lured away by the bird all flew back to the nest, as if they could feel something. Be careful, the hornets are all back. That may be their queen, Blue White roared. The queen hornet, which could be sacred blood, was eyeing Hansen. His situation was critical. Looking at the queen hornet flying over, Hansen narrowed his eyes, stepped back and threw the mutant sawfish spear at it. The queen was too fast and dodged the spear at a short distance. When Blue White was lamenting the loss, Hansen's majestic golden figure had rushed to face the queen, hacking a gleaming katana at the queen hornet. That katana was so swift that even the sacred blood queen hornet couldn't dodge it and was cut into halves by Hansen. Sacred blood black stinger killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. With that wonderful voice, Hansen rocketed into the sky without any pause. The swarm chased Hansen into the sky, but could not to catch up with him or fly any higher than half a mile above the ground. Hansen turned beautifully and made a big circle before he returned to the side of Blue White. Blue White was very impressed. From destroying the hornet nest to killing the queen to getting rid of the swarm, Hansen's movements were so smooth and clean that he felt like he was watching an action movie. Awesome, really awesome. Blue White gave Hansen a thumbs up. He was sincere. Just my routine. Hansen laughed but kept his eyes on the swarm. He didn't have the time to get the body of the queen hornet out, but it was fine. The nest was destroyed and the queen was killed. These hornets would go through a chaotic phase, which would be Hansen's best opportunity. Sure enough, after suffering major blows, the swarm was a mess. Many mutant black stingers had left the swarm. You continue to harass the swarm with your iron-feathered bird, and I will go hunt the single black stingers. With the collaboration with Lou, Hansen hunted more than 20 black stingers in a day. The only pity was that Hansen still did not get a beast soul. Hansen was not in a hurry. The iron-feathered bird was constantly harassing the hornets, which made it difficult for them to rebuild their nest. The two men had enough time to hunt. For several days, Hansen had been hunting mutant black stingers. On the 4th day, he finally heard the voice saying, "Mutant black stinger killed. Beast soul of mutant black stinger gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly." On the 5th day, Hansen had hunted nearly 80 mutant black stingers. Hansen gave Blue White the 2 mutant black stingers he had promised. Lou used the bird to lure the swarm away several times and had done a good job. Hansen was quite satisfied. Great, Blue White nodded, regretting not having asked for more mutant black stingers. These days he ate a lot of mutant black stingers and now had 47 mutant geno points, with 4 more sacred geno points from the queen. His sacred geno points were now 29. It had been a fruitful trip and now he needed to prepare the dead mutant black stingers he had and trade them for cash. Brother, can we continue to collaborate? I'll follow your lead. No question asked. Blue White quickly got up and said he had tasted sweetness from this collaboration and trusted Hansen as well. He would never suffer losses from working with such a person. Looking at Blue White, Hansen pondered and said, I do not have much time to hunt together. If I'm recruiting people to join me, I will tie a piece of cloth with my name on it to the crooked tree on the west side of Steel Armor Shelter. If you are interested in participating, just go to Zephyr Valley and wait for me. Brother, you have not told me what your name is. Blue White quickly asked. Go back and go on the Skynet. You will find out. Hansen smiled, took his own package and flew away. Hansen returned to Steel Armor Shelter, expecting trouble from King Xuan as he had disappeared for so many days. However, he did not see King Xuan at all. Not just King Xuan, there was almost no one on the streets. The entire Steel Armor Shelter seemed empty. Finally seeing a man hurrying through the street, Hansen quickly stepped forward and asked, "Friend, what's happening? Where is everyone?" "It's you, ass freak." The man recognized Hansen at first glance. Hansen rubbed his own nose. "Friend, can you tell me where everyone went?" The man was very easygoing. He smiled and said to Hansen, "Where can they go?" "To the martial ring, of course. This year's martial arts contest has already begun. People are talking about it in God's sanctuary and on all the planets in the Alliance. You don't know about it." I have been sick recently and almost missed such a great event. Can I still register now?" Hansen asked. "Haha, you must be hiding from Son of Heaven," the man smiled. "Hurry, you can still make it. Thanks so much for the information." Hansen thanked the man and trotted back to his own room. Putting away the package full of mutant black stingers, he hurried to the martial ring in the shelter. There was no doubt that the martial ring was the most magnificent building in the shelter. It looked like the Colosseum in Rome and could accommodate at least 100,000 audience. What was different from the Colosseum was that it was built with metal, which made it look like a steel monster. Hansen ran to a gate of the martial ring. There was a gate every 60 feet around the round martial ring, and each one of them could be used to access the ring. Now, almost everyone in Steel Armor Shelter was already in the martial ring. Hansen picked a gate at random and placed his palm on the metal gate, where a string of numbers suddenly appeared. 88,888. Hansen was surprised and then realized this must be his code, as he should be the 88,888th person to enter the martial ring. The martial arts contest was also arranged according to these codes. Only those entering the martial ring for the first time would be assigned this number. So the next time he came in, there wouldn't be a second number. As the metal gate opened, Hansen went through a path that felt like a tunnel. When he came out, he was in a venue larger than where the Olympics were hosted. The stands were full of people. Above the ring floated a huge crystal stele full of groups of codes. There were 100 codes in each group, which meant these 100 people were arranged in the same match. Hansen had learned at school that the martial arts contest in each shelter operated automatically, and humans couldn't interfere in it. The preliminary round was conducted in groups of 100 people, and only the last one who stayed on stage was qualified to go to the next round. This was indeed a strict selection. Since so many people had registered, the match had only come to group 50-something on the third day of the preliminary round, so Hansen probably wouldn't have to do anything until tomorrow. Hansen looked around, searching for King Xuan and others. Before he could find King Xuan, he ran into Son of Heaven's gang. "Don't let me see you in my group, or you will be dead." Luo Tenyang stared at Hansen coldly. The last time they met, he was frightened by Hansen, which was a disgrace to him. Son of Heaven also looked at Hansen gloomily. Although he did not say it, Hansen knew from his look that he would try to kill Hansen at all costs if they were in the same match. "I'm afraid I have to let you down. I do not intend to participate in the martial arts contest." Hansen shrugged and said, Hansen will certainly participate, but in Dollar's name, so that he could show his real strength. "You are unworthy to be called a man. Shame on you," Luo Tenyang said contemptuously, setting the whole gang in an uproar. Son of Heaven ignored Hansen and walked past him. While he was walking, he smiled and said, "King Xuan, you have improved again. It seems that this year you will still be the champion." "You are flattering me. Don't forget that Dollar is also in Steel Armor Shelter," King Xuan said casually. Hansen turned and saw King Xuan, Young Manly and other major members of the Steel Armor gang. Young Manly was frowning at him. After talking to King Xuan, Son of Heaven led his gang away. King Xuan gave Hansen a look, while Young Manly said coldly, "Originally I thought you were just timid, but I did not expect you to be such a coward. You don't have a man's dignity and backbone." Hansen did not explain anything. Everyone thought he didn't want to participate because he was afraid of Luo Tenyang, which worked in his favor. No one would then question why he did not participate or why he wasn't there when Dollar appeared. "I do not care how others see me. The most important thing is that my family and I can have a stable life," Hansen thought to himself. Starry Group was so powerful that he didn't have the resources to counter them at the moment. If Son of Heaven knew he was Dollar now and tried to harm him in the alliance, even he wasn't afraid. What would happen to his mother and sister? "I need to be more powerful." Hansen came out of the martial ring. Looking down, there was no point of staying as it wouldn't be his turn today anyway. After he teleported to the teleport station on planet Roka, King Xuan stopped him there and called him to her office. "You are afraid of Son of Heaven?" King Xuan stared at him. Her eyes were like daggers that could pierce his thoughts. "Yes," Hansen nodded. He had to be afraid. Hearing Hansen's answer, King Xuan didn't show disappointment but continued to ask, "Because of your family. If you could be admitted, I guarantee that Son of Heaven would not dare to touch your family." "How can you guarantee that?" Hansen stared at her. "Every time we fought, I recorded and observed your combat data. I could tell you for sure that you have the talent to be a great sniper or archer. Your timing and prediction of your opponent are outstanding," King Xuan said. Hansen did not speak. These words of praise were not what he wanted to hear. "In the army, in addition to being the station master, I am also responsible for organizing a special squad. I think you are someone I need. As long as you join the squad, your family can get protection from the military. I can tell you for certain that if you become a member of the squad, Son of Heaven cannot use any unlawful means to hurt your family," said King Xuan. "However, the prerequisite is that you have to be admitted to Blackhawk. Only then would I be able to nominate you to join the squad." Hansen did not answer King Xuan immediately, but pondered for a moment. He looked at her and asked, "Is it possible for you to tell me the nature of this squad?" "No," King Xuan answered without the slightest hesitation. "Give me a little time. I need to think about it," Hansen said. "Sure, I still have time. Think about it." King Xuan smiled and seemed very confident. Hansen left the teleport station, returned home and rested for a day. He went back to God's sanctuary the next afternoon. Hansen deliberately circled around steel armor shelter before he put on his sacred blood armor and went in the shelter, attracting a lot of people's attention. "Wow, that's Dollar himself." Haha, Dollar made his appearance. "Dollar, my angel, is here. Among all the people in First God's sanctuary, only Dollar is my idol." The whole steel armor shelter became a hit. Although everyone knew Dollar was there, they were still pleasantly surprised to see Dollar making his appearance. Hansen did not speak, but walked toward the martial hall. Soon, behind him gathered a lot of people. Some that had already participated in the contest returned to the martial hall following Hansen. They all wanted to see Dollar fighting in person. The preliminary round was almost finished and there were just a few people on the stands. However, the martial hall became full again soon after Hansen had arrived. Hansen checked the martial steel and there were 2 more groups before him. He then found a front seat to sit down. It didn't take long for Son of Heaven, Fist Guy and King Xuan to arrive. Watching Hansen closely, Son of Heaven would have killed him if they were alone. "Dollar, can we talk?" King Xuan approached Hansen and asked. "What is it?" Hansen replied in a hoarse voice. "I want to invite you to join Steel Armor Gang and you can put forward any condition." King Xuan said. Young Manly said on the side. "If you are willing to join Bullseye, I'll concede the position of team leader to you. You would make such a perfect archer." "Sorry, I am not interested in joining Steel Armor Gang or being an archer," replied Hansen. "Dollar, I think we should be talking about nothing but business. If you had beast souls or meat of mutant or sacker blood creatures, I would gladly pay for them. For example, the beast soul of the Bloody Slayer." Fist Guy also approached Hansen. "I do have some mutant creature meat to sell," Hansen said to Fist Guy. Fist Guy's eyes lit up. "What creatures? How much?" "Some mutant hornet." The meat was all cleaned up. "There are 20 to 30 hornets," Hansen said casually, but people surrounding him were shocked. 20 to 30. You did not destroy an entire mutant hornet nest, did you? Where did you find them?" Fist Guy asked hurriedly. "Don't you mind where I got them? Just tell me if you are interested," said Hansen. "Yes, of course I'm interested. If you really have them, give me a quote and I'll take them all," Fist Guy quickly said. "Fist Guy, what do you mean by taking them all? You think King Xuan and I are dead?" Son of Heaven scowled and said to Hansen, "1 million each. I'll buy however many you have." 1 million. Son of Heaven, don't look down on others. "I'll bid 1.2 million each," cried Fist Guy. Son of Heaven gave Fist Guy a stare. 1.5 million. "Do you think you could keep up with me?" "Being rich does not mean you'd be willing to bid." 1.6 million, replied Fist Guy, not to be outdone. "Don't bid yet. I don't intend to sell these separately, nor will I trade them for money," Hansen said. "Name your price." Although Son of Heaven wanted to kill Hansen right now, seeing a large amount of mutant creature meat of rare hornets, he would not let others beat him to it. "I want to exchange these mutant creatures for an S-class license for St. Hall," Hansen said quietly. Hearing Hansen's words, both Son of Heaven and Fist Guy looked reluctant. St. Hall was a research institution of martial arts. Most of the popular hyper-geno arts were developed by St. Hall. St. Paul also sold some advanced hyper-geno arts, but there were restrictions on the purchase, especially for the most advanced S-class hyper-geno arts. Ordinary people were not eligible to purchase even if they had money. Hansen wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice, as he didn't dare to show Jadeskin to anyone before he knew where this hyper-geno art came from. Your price is too high. I'll buy all your mutant creatures at 2 million each, plus I will let go of our previous grievances, said Son of Heaven, staring at Hansen. Sorry, I want nothing but the S-class license for St. Hall. You can think about it. Hansen rose and walked onto the stage. It was his group's turn. Watching Hansen coming, others in the group felt bitter, as they knew it was impossible for them to pass the preliminary round now that Dollar was here. Do not be afraid. Dollar is on his own and we can join forces to get rid of him first. A young man geared up and said, exactly, let's get rid of the little angel first. Someone looked at Hansen greedily, as if he were looking at a naked woman. Haha, Dollar, I am a big fan, so I'll try to be gentle with you. Dollar, do not run, take my punch. Suddenly nearly 100 people on the stage all threw themselves at Hansen while yelling frantically. S-T, what the heck? Shouldn't my fans be protecting me rather than beating me up? Thought Hansen bitterly, although these people looked menacing. They weren't using any weapon. No one was trying to get involved in a desperate fight with Hansen. Basically, the stronger persons had all registered relatively early. Those who had waited until this time to register were most likely relatively weak or new to God's sanctuary. Hansen did not use any weapon either. Seeing the first person's fist almost in his face, Hansen moved slightly and dodged the blow. Using his hand as a knife, Hansen attacked back with Bladestorm. The man did not have time to react before he was cut on the back of his neck and fell directly to the ground. Hansen moved like the wind, flashing his hand knife. He could almost always get rid of an opponent with just one blow. Wherever he went, people were thrown off their feet, and it was like the scene after a tornado. The best thing about learning Ghost Hunt was that Hansen now knew the various aspects of the human body very well. Although he didn't use Ghost Hunt, he was still able to use Bladestorm appropriately so that no one got seriously hurt when they were defeated. Watching nearly 100 opponents knocked out by Hansen, many smiled and chose to quit after they got back on their feet. Dollar is out of this world. Dollar, my angel, you are so handsome. I want to bear your children, Dollar. On the stands, the audience was roaring in excitement. When the last opponent got off the stage, Hansen was pleased with himself while waving at the audience. He thought, it seems I also have the potential of being a star. Should I say give me 10 more now? Never mind, what's 10 to me? I've already defeated 100. Hansen automatically got into the next round. Just when he walked out of the martial hall, he saw a few young girls running to him, offering him a pen. They asked in slightly trembling voices, Dollar, can we have your signature? Hansen paused as he didn't expect this. Fortunately, it took him only a second before he took the pen and said yes. But the next second, Hansen was embarrassed. These little girls only gave him a pen, but did not give him any kind of paper. Where should he sign? Where do I sign? Hansen asked in a hoarse voice. Dollar, can you please sign here? A plump girl stuck out her breasts, stretching out her blouse. Hansen was just a young man, and his nose almost bled from the view. Practicing Jadeskin secretly, he calmed himself down and signed Dollar on the girl's tight outfit. Dollar, Dollar, sign here. More and more girls squeezed over, scrambling. Some even stuck out their butts for him to sign. After signing for a few, Hansen turned around and saw himself surrounded by a crowd. A man nearly 6 feet tall raised an arm and flexed his muscles at Hansen, crying in a muffled voice, Dollar, sign here please. Hansen finally got out of the martial hall, and was surprised to see Son of Heaven, Fist Guy and King Chuan waiting for him there. Dollar, other than the license to purchase at S-Class section, would you consider other options? I can trade mutant beast souls and some money with you, Fist Guy said. Sorry, I won't consider anything else, Hansen said. Son of Heaven stood aside and did not speak. Although he had what Hansen wanted, he was not willing to trade it for mutant creature meat. If it was sacred blood creature, it might be different. Dollar, if you have 30 mutant creatures, I will make the deal with you. If you trust me, you can first transfer to me the license and I will send the goods to you later. If not, we could schedule a time privately to trade in person, replied Hansen. Let's schedule a time then. I need some time to get you the S-Class purchase license, King Xuan said. Hansen got the S-Class license and teleported out of God's sanctuary. He wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice. Hansen put away the tutorial of Holy Angel and went to St. Paul to pick Han Yan up. He wanted her to come home to practice Holy Angel, so she would have to stop living on campus for a while. Han Yan's teacher was a 27-year-old woman in a professional suit. Under her knee-length skirt, the flesh-colored stockings really showed off her long legs. She had her hair pulled back and was wearing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Although she looked demure and full of mature women's charm, Hansen knew well that she was definitely already in second God's sanctuary, which was the minimum standard for teachers at St. Paul. "You are Han Yan's brother." Huan slightly frowned at Hansen. "Yes, Ms. I want you to give Yan a few days off," Hansen said. Huan was displeased and said with some disgust, "Where are your parents? Why haven't they come?" "They are very busy. I have come of age and can be considered one of Yan's guardians. You could tell me if you have something to say," Hansen said. Huan said bluntly, "What do your parents take education for? Do they think everything will simply work out if they spend the money and send their daughter to an expensive school? The school has started for quite a while now, yet your parents haven't been here or asked about her study once. Do they know what Han Yan needs?" "I'm so sorry, Ms. We have a lot going on in the family. It's our fault." "Did anything happen to Yan?" Hansen asked worriedly, shaking her head. Huan said with some bitterness, "Han Yan is fine. She is a talented girl and would do so much better if she could use advanced nutrient solutions and care. Now, she's only using an ordinary nutrient solution package and does not have a physician assigned to her, which has affected her grades. Since your parents have sent her to St. Paul, are they going to allow this to happen just to save some money? The families that could afford tuition of St. Paul must have tens or hundreds of millions in their accounts." Huan didn't realize that Hansen's family might be short of money. Hansen knew what she was saying. Nutrient solutions couldn't improve one's genes like the meat of creatures in God's sanctuary did, but it could offer all the nutrients needed by the human body. In this sense, it could also improve one's fitness, though not as greatly as the meat would. The more advanced the nutrient solution was, the more benefits it could bring to one's study and body. Hansen had used some when he was a kid, but as his family went down, he had to stop. A physician was someone responsible for conditioning a student's body. If there was any accident in the process of studying, the physician would timely condition the student's body and use scientific methods to keep the student always at his or her best. Both purchasing nutrient solutions and hiring a physician would cost a lot of money. The several million Hansen gave to Luo Sulan were just enough to send Han Yan to St. Paul, so the nutrient solution package they bought for her was the cheapest type, which only cost 100,000 per month. Hence the result was not ideal. The physician and conditioning equipment Han Yan had been using were shared ones at school. "Ms. You are right. We will buy Han Yan the premium nutrient solution package next month, and please assign a good physician to her as well," Hansen said. After returning home, Hansen showed Yan the tutorial of Holy Angel and asked her to memorize it. With the holographic demonstration, it was not difficult to learn. Being intelligent, Yan memorized Holy Angel after watching just a few times. On the next day, the Geno solution compatible with Holy Angel was delivered to their home by the staff of St. Hall. Hansen asked Yan to drink it in accordance with the instructions, because practicing hypergeno arts could generate a burden on one's body, and each hypergeno art had different effects. Most hypergeno arts would have to be practiced along with the using of its correspondent Geno solution. An S-class hypergeno art usually came with 3 bottles of Geno solution, so it could be practiced by up to 3 persons. If the matching Geno solution was not used, St. Hall would be exempt from any obligations and medical bills if there was an accident during the practice. Before this, Hansen did not know how advanced hypergeno arts worked, so he felt lucky that he had successfully practiced Jade Skin. "Yan, this hypergeno art is the secret of our family. Do not let others know about it, okay?" Hansen did not even tell Yan the name Holy Angel. Han Yan nodded seriously. "Yan will not tell anyone that I practice the hypergeno art my brother gave me." "Good girl. If you encounter some danger and someone asks you which hypergeno art you are practicing, tell him you do not know and it's taught to you by your brother," Hansen said. "Yan understands," Han Yan said solemnly. "Excellent." Hansen patted Han Yan's head, feeling pity for his sister. Children who grew up in poor families were better prepared to deal with problems. Hansen had spent some carefree years when he was a child. When Han Yan was born, however, their family had been declining, so she had never lived a good life. For this, she was more mature than her peers. In the station master's office at the teleport station, young Manly placed a capsule in front of King Xuan. "Station master, you are sure you want to use this?" Young Manly looked at King Xuan, who had picked up the capsule. "I have to know why he is not willing to go to Blackhawk, and whether he wants to join my squad." King Xuan said. There are so many guys like him, cowardly, greedy and lecherous. There is no need to win him over. I think we should make every effort to get Dollar on our side instead. Who can become the best archer possible? Young Manly said. King Xuan just smiled. Dollar is of course amazing, but a man like him would not give us any chance to control him. Hansen is still very talented, and I think he can do well. But the person I need must have a clean slate and be willing to join my squad, which takes me some effort to confirm. Young Manly wanted to say more but King Xuan stopped her. Unless you can get Dollar to join our squad, Hansen is my choice. Young Manly did not reply, but was secretly determined to find Dollar and persuade him. Hansen did not know what King Xuan saw in him that she wanted him to join her squad so bad. Before he entered the teleport station, he made sure that he wasn't in King Xuan's sight. Unfortunately, nothing could go unnoticed under her nose. It's been a long time since we fought. Show me your progress. Noticing King Xuan did not mention other matters, Hansen was secretly relieved. Hansen was now much better, but he did not dare to show her all he got. Even if he did, she would probably still beat him. Drink some water. King Xuan took off her helmet and fetched 2 bottles of water. She unscrewed a bottle for herself and handed another to Hansen. Hansen had no suspicion and drank from the sealed bottle of water. Hansen, do you think I'm pretty? King Xuan suddenly asked. Pretty? Of course you are. Hansen was surprised and looked up at her, not understanding why she was asking this question. It was not her style. Do you think my lips are prettier or my eyes? King Xuan asked again. Hansen felt dizzy. He could not help but look to the mouth of King Xuan, and gradually his sight moved up and fell on her bright eyes. The scripture of Jade Skin opened with these words, Jade Skin and flawless body, evils away, and spells vain. When he sipped the water, Hansen knew something was wrong, but he still drank it without hesitation. Hearing a humming, Hansen felt like his mind and eyes were sucked into King Xuan's eyes and that he almost lost his consciousness. Almost at the same time, a coolness welled from his limbs. Jade Skin started to run in his body automatically, and the coolness restored his senses. This woman wants to hypnotize me. What's she trying to do? Hansen sneered inwardly, but didn't show anything on his face. He maintained that confused look. Hansen, are my eyes not pretty? King Xuan asked. They are pretty, Hansen answered in a low voice. Which part of my body do you like best? King Xuan asked again. Your boobs. Hansen did not hesitate to answer. Why? King Xuan asked again. They are big, soft and bouncy, Hansen replied. Nasty, King Xuan whispered. When they were in the combat room, Hansen must have touched her boobs when they fought. Come and touch them, King Xuan said, lifting her chest. Hansen did not hesitate to reach out his hands and King Xuan suddenly pushed his hands aside. Now she could confirm that Hansen had been completely hypnotized by her, as any normal person would hesitate when hearing such an odd request, which Hansen did not. Are you Dollar? King Xuan's first question scared the hell out of him. Hansen didn't realize King Xuan had connected some dots. Without time to think any further, he answered, no. King Xuan nodded, apparently not believing the two were the same person herself. She continued to ask, why are you unwilling to go to Blackhawk? Because it was too far away from home. Hansen replied, how is that relevant? King Xuan did not understand his logic. I wouldn't be able to take care of my mom and my sister if it is too far away from home. Hansen replied slowly. King Xuan was a bit surprised and then her look softened. She asked, have you ever considered to join my squad? No. Why? King Xuan was slightly angry. I'm afraid of danger. I cannot die, replied Hansen. Why can't you die? King Xuan looked at Hansen, finding his reply curious. If I die, my mom and my sister will be bullied by my relatives, and I cannot let them be bullied. Hansen continued to answer. King Xuan's expression became more and more gentle, and she continued to ask, why did you agree to join Bullseye? Because of you. Me. King Xuan was confused. Because I like you. Hansen still had a dull face on. King Xuan blushed a little. Why do you like me? Because you are beautiful. Is there any other reason? Yes. What reason? Surprisingly, King Xuan was slightly excited to hear the answer. Because you are beautiful. Isn't this the same reason? King Xuan frowned. No. Why not? King Xuan looked at Hansen, puzzled. Because the first time I saw you, I thought you are beautiful. The second time I saw you, you are more beautiful. I can't move away my eyes and want to look at you forever. King Xuan's cheeks turned crimson. She raised her arm and wanted to slap Hansen out of it, but eventually didn't have the heart to do that and just gave him a pinch swiftly. Hansen fell to the ground suddenly with an ouch, acting as if he had fallen under the bed in sleep. King Xuan subconsciously reached out her hand, but took it back and let Hansen fall to the ground as she blushed at certain thoughts. What did you do to me? Hansen suddenly climbed up from the ground and pretended to be frightened. You do not have to worry. I just wanted to know why you do not want to go to Blackhawk. King Xuan said softly. You hypnotized me. Hansen was raged. One must go through this process to join the squad. The people we serve are special, so we must guarantee that every member had a clean slate. I myself had to go through the same thing. King Xuan looked at Hansen and said gently, you can rest assured that your family will be protected by the military once you go to Blackhawk and join my squad. No one could hurt them. Hansen looked uncertain and remained silent. Also, I can tell you that each shelter has the same kind of squad, providing service for special clients. This job wouldn't put you in great danger, and that's everything I can tell you. You can think about it yourself. After King Xuan left, Hansen let out a long sigh of relief. From now on, King Xuan probably wouldn't suspect him again. This is an excellent opportunity. King Xuan would completely trust me after this so she can become my cover. Others would think I got stronger and better because of her help and wouldn't suspect that I am Dollar. Then, I could gradually show my real ability using my own identity, and abandon the guise of Dollar altogether. Hansen thought to himself. This was why he had agreed to King Xuan's ask. Also, his family could indeed use the protection of the military. Hansen then teleported into God's sanctuary as it was Dollar's time to participate in the second round of the martial arts contest. Hansen, not evolved. Status, none. Lifespan, 200 years. Requirements for evolution. 100 Genopoints. Genopoints gained, 100 ordinary Genopoints, 100 primitive Genopoints, 47 mutant Genopoints, 29 sacred Genopoints. Beast souls gained, Sacred Blood Black Beetle, Sacred Blood Bloody Slayer, Sacred Blood Purple Winged Dragon, Mutant Three-Eyed Cat, Mutant Black Barracuda, Mutant Black Stinger, Mutant Sawfish. Hansen looked at his current data and felt satisfied. Now he had as many as 3 Sacred Blood Beast Souls and several Mutant Beast Souls. Only 2 of the Mutant Beast Souls were less than satisfactory, and they were both from someone else. The Mutant Three-Eyed Cat was a pet that was useless at the moment, and the Mutant Black Barracuda Lu Weinen gave him was an aquatic mount, which was completely useless on the land. At a grove near Steel Arbor Shelter, Hansen was meeting with Lin Beifeng. Hansen was deliberately giving Lin the mutant creature meat he promised a few days later than when Dollar sold mutant black stingers. This is for you. Hansen took 2 dried sawfish out of his bag and gave them to Lin. Black stingers were no longer an option, so he had to give the fish to Lin. 2. Lin was overjoyed. Yes, it was a good trip. Hansen gave him back the rest of the arrows, which were not really put into use. It's fine. Keep them. Sen, can I join you next time? Lin Beifeng looked at Hansen expectantly. I will if there is an opportunity. Please take the arrows back. Hansen insisted. Lin had to take the arrows back, and the 2 returned to the shelter as they were talking. At the gate of Steel Armor Shelter, they ran into Son of Heaven's gang. Luo Tenyong stared at Hansen as if he were to devour the guy. Son of Heaven, long time no see, Lin said. Lin, why are you with him? Son of Heaven gave Hansen an unkind glance. Sen is my friend and there seems to be nothing that can't be forgiven between you two. How about we let Hansen buy us drinks and you can just let it go? Lin asked Son of Heaven. Let it go. Who do you think you are? Luo Tenyong looked at Lin contemptuously. Shut up. Son of Heaven stopped Luo Tenyong and said to Lin, Lin, it's not that I don't respect you, but it is not that simple. If it is not settled properly, it will never be over. Settle how? I will pay however much you think he owes you, said Lin. It's not about money. You can ask him yourself, Son of Heaven said and entered the shelter with his gang. Sen, what was that about? Lin looked at Hansen puzzled. He thought their conflict was only the ass freak incident. Hansen told him about the purple-winged dragon and Lin smiled wryly. It was indeed a big deal for Son of Heaven. Lin paused and laughed. But it does not matter, you did not get the beast's soul anyway. I will try to mediate between you two. It's not a good idea to have Son of Heaven as an enemy. Just between us, you could offend a gentleman, but never a villain. The 2 also entered Steel Armor Shelter. Everyone inside the shelter seemed to be talking about some news. Hansen listened carefully. And it turned out that Dollar was against Luo Tenyong in the second round. Dollar against Luo Tenyong. It must be an excellent fight. Son of Heaven must still be bitter from Dollar seizing his bloody Slayer beast soul. Luo Tenyong would probably try to kill Dollar for him. Kill Dollar. I don't think he can even last longer than 10 minutes. That's not fair. Dollar is strong but so is Luo Tenyong. With the support from Son of Heaven, Luo probably has as many beast souls as he wishes. I think the result is hard to tell. I say it's easy to tell. Dollar will win. Haha, I agree. Does Luo Tengyang have wings? Can he fight a golden horned Shira? Exactly. How can Luo Tengyang even compare? I think it will take 3 minutes for Dollar to get rid of him. Hansen did not expect to meet Luo Tengyang in the second round. He sneered inwardly. The mills of God grind slowly. This bastard is now in my hand. This time he was prepared and wore a cape over the armor, covering almost everything. Although he looked strange, he wasn't recognized like last time. Hansen found a corner seat in the stands and sat down, watching others fight as he waited for his turn. Young Manly and Liu Hongtao were only 2 seats away. Why are you covered all over in such hot weather? Are you dressing as a witch? Su Xiaoqiao always liked joking and threw a comment at Hansen. Brat, I'll deal with you later, thought Hansen, not saying anything. Manly, who do you think will win, Dollar or Luo Tengyang? Several members of Bullseye started a heated discussion. Dollar, of course. Right, Manly, Su Xiaoqiao asked. Young Manly nodded, apparently agreeing with Su Xiaoqiao. Liu Hongtao commented on the side. Even Dollar is strong. He is just one person, without anyone behind his back, while Luo Tengyang was supported by Son of Heaven. It is still hard to tell who will win. One person is enough. Dollar fought a golden horned Shira alone. Even with a gang behind him, I don't think Luo Tengyang could do that, Su Xiaoqiao said with disdain. Young man, you are too young to understand. Liu Hongtao acted as an elder. What don't I understand? Su did not take the comment well. Think about it. If Son of Heaven and his whole gang all let Luo Tengyang use their beast souls, who do you think will win? Don't forget that Son of Heaven has a sacred blood shape-shifting ape beast soul, and God knows how many mutant beast souls he has. If Luo Tengyang used them all, do you still think Dollar will win? Liu Hongtao said confidently. It's just an ape beast soul. Dollar has a bloody slayer beast soul, wings and sacred blood armor. It would be easy for him to win Luo Tengyang. I don't think Luo Tengyang could last a minute, Su Xiaoqiao said disapprovingly. This kid sure knows how to speak. Hansen was pleased with Su Xiaoqiao's words. Well, you just said Luo Tengyang couldn't last a minute, so let's make a bet. If Luo lasts less than a minute, you can have my mutant beast soul of red-hoofed beast. If he lasts longer than that, your mutant nocturnal wolf beast soul will be mine. Do you dare to bet against me? Liu Hongtao looked at Su Xiaoqiao and said. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly got nervous. 1 minute was just a figure of speech. How was it possible for one to end the match in a minute after all? Like Liu Hongtao had said, Son of Heaven had Luo's back. With some beast souls here and there, Luo Tengyang could definitely stay on the stage longer than a minute. Several Bullseye members tried to smooth things over, but being unreasonable, Liu Hongtao said with a mean tone. I'm trying to teach him not to comment on things he doesn't understand. He could say whatever he wishes at home, but in the society, a wrong comment could get him killed. That's #T. You insist. A bet is a bet. I'm game. Liu Hongtao didn't have the best personality, and not many liked him except for a few henchmen of his. Almost everyone was on Su's side. Well, I appreciate a young man that can stick to what he believes in. If you don't trust me, we can both transfer our beast souls to Manly and let her be our witness, so that we could both reassured. Liu Hongtao said and gave his beast soul of red hoof beast to young Manly. Liu, it's just a small difference. We all are in Bullseye, and there is no need to do this. Young Manly frowned. Manly, I'm doing this for his own good. If he keeps being insolent like this, he might get into bigger troubles elsewhere in the future. Su Xiaoqiao felt upset after accepting the bet. Although he was confident in Dollar and believed he could win, 1 minute was simply too short. If he had really borrowed the ape beast soul from Son of Heaven, the match could easily last longer than 10 minutes. The match between Luo Tengyang soon began and Su Xiaoqiao murmured his prayers. Dollar, it was me who spread your name. Please help me. Suddenly, the guy in cape sitting next to Su Xiaoqiao, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly stood up and walked toward the stage, leaving Su Xiaoqiao and others dumbfounded. The guy took off the cape while walking, revealing the golden armor underneath, leading to an uproar in the stands. Dollar, haha, the angel came. I know there's no way he would miss this. Su Xiaoqiao was so happy that he jumped up. My god, Dollar, you are truly amazing. Kick Luo's ass for my sake, please. And remember, keep it under a minute. 1 minute. Su Xiaoqiao was now certain that Dollar has heard the dialogue about the bet. That was to say Dollar knew he should defeat Luo within a minute, which was undoubtedly good news for Su. Other Bullseye members were also very excited. Dollar was just sitting here, and we failed to recognize him. Indeed, we should have asked for his autograph. I hear you could sell that for a good price now. Xiaoqiao, you didn't say what you said because you knew it was him? Did you? Suzuki laughed. God helps those who help themselves. How could I know it was Dollar? He wrapped himself like a rice dumpling on such a hot day, and I was just wondering about that myself. Liu Hongtao's face was grim. He sneered and said, don't be happy now. Even if he wants to help you, it is impossible to defeat Luo in a minute. Nothing is impossible with Dollar. As long as he wants to do it, it will be done. Su Xiaoqiao immediately retorted, with all his faith in Dollar. Although Yang Manli was surprised that Dollar was sitting beside them, she was not as optimistic as Su Xiaoqiao. Rationally speaking, what Liu Hongtao said made sense. Liu Tianyang might not be Dollar's match, but he had Son of Heaven behind him, so he must have plenty of beast souls on him. Son of Heaven saw Dollar as a fierce rival, which was why he was using Luo as a pawn to weaken Dollar before he ran into Dollar himself and to find out how strong Dollar was. Luo Tianyang was both cunning and ruthless. He didn't take Dollar lightly and summoned the 8-beast soul and a mutant suit of armor as soon as the steel lit up and the match started. Suddenly, standing on stage was a giant aged more than 9 feet tall in a suit of bone armor with a long mace in its hands. The look alone was terrifying. A wisp of a smile crossed Son of Heaven's face. That was why he liked Luo. Luo's ability was less than impressive in his gang, but Luo had always been careful and decisive. Son of Heaven had always believed that one must know one's limits, which Luo did. Being meek towards the brutal and brutal towards the meek might be viewed as a bad thing, but the way Son of Heaven saw it, it was also a wise attitude. Luo Tianyang's decision now was much to Son of Heaven's satisfaction, playing it safe and trying to survive. Of course, Luo Tianyang's life was not very important to him, but if Luo died, the 8-beast soul would be ruined as well. So, Luo must not die. That's it. Just do whatever you can and try to force Dollar to show all he got. If anything went wrong, just go off the stage and throw in the towel. Son of Heaven looked at the two on the stage and thought with a smile, Dollar, let me see what you've got. Liu Hongtao was amused by what Luo Tianyang did. I told you Son of Heaven would definitely give the 8-beast soul to Luo. You see, with that mutant bone armor, it would take Dollar at least an hour to beat Luo. What are you talking about? Can someone like Luo Tianyang even shapeshift for an hour? Su Xiaoqiao disagreed. His heart did freeze a little as he didn't think Luo would really have the 8-beast soul on him. Anyway, it would be easy for him to last 10 minutes, which means I could win 10 times. So it's a pity that you don't have 10 mutant beast souls. Liu Hongtao laughed. But soon, Liu Hongtao's smile disappeared. The moment the martial steel lit up, Dollar summoned the Bloody Slayer and ran toward the ape called Luo like a hurricane, a golden spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Dollar was in Luo's face, his spear stabbing Luo's stomach. Luo Tianyang roared and hacked his mace madly at the mutant sawfish spear, making the spear fly out of Hansen's hand. Liu Hongtao was ready to applaud, but then he saw that Dollar calmly reached for a golden katana at his waist and slashed it toward Luo Tianyang, who was only inches away. The ape did possess great strength, but it was also clumsy. When fighting from afar, this disadvantage wouldn't show. But at such a short distance, there was no time for the ape to dodge. Crack! The 9-foot-tall ape was cut in half. Luo only gave a whimper before he turned into his own body and died. Blood flowed like a river. Everyone was blankly watching Hansen, who put the katana back into its sheath and took back the spear calmly. Dollar killed Luo, who had shapeshifted into a sacred blood creature in less than 10 seconds. After the moment of silence, cheers broke out like a tsunami. Everyone was calling Dollar's name, bringing the whole martial hall to a boil. Su Xiaoqiao was the happiest person among all. Twerking on the stands, he shouted, Dollar, Dollar, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. Liu Hongtao was dumbfounded. He sat there like a deflated balloon, not accepting the fact that Luo had died. Red-hoofed beasts. My red-hoofed beasts. How could this be? Liu Hongtao almost spilled out blood. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth very hard. He didn't care that Luo was killed, but his 8-beast soul was one of the few sacred blood beast souls he had. It, along with all the mutant beast souls, was ruined with the death of Luo. Son of Heaven's heart was bleeding. Dollar, I'll make you regret you were born. Son of Heaven cursed inwardly. He very badly wanted to kill Dollar, but felt somewhat helpless about it. Before, there had been a chance to besiege Dollar with his gang. Now that Dollar had wings, that plan would no longer work. Now Son of Heaven regretted very much that he had used his one-use sacred blood wasp arrow. If he still had it, he would be able to kill Dollar, even if Dollar could fly. He thought more about it and realized that if he had never used that arrow, Dollar wouldn't have the Bloody Slayer beast soul. Without that shapeshifting beast soul, Dollar couldn't have killed Luo so easily. Thinking of this, Son of Heaven wanted to eat Dollar alive. There was something stuck in his chest which he could neither swallow nor spit out. I must find out who Dollar is. If I couldn't kill him in God's sanctuary, I will kill him in the Alliance. Son of Heaven was determined to have Dollar killed, or he could never let this go. His loss was indeed huge. Luo was dead, and he had lost many beast souls, including a sacred blood one. While Dollar walked free, Hansen did not dare to get stuck in the crowd and simply flew away with his wings, not giving the audience any chance to approach him. Dollar killing Luo Tenyang was the headline in Steel Armor Shelter. People had posted the story on the sky. But without a way to record images in God's sanctuary, words alone didn't attract much attention. In addition, Luo Tenyang was a nobody, so no one cared. After all, this was only the martial arts contest within Steel Armor Shelter. His opponents in the next few rounds all quit before they fought and simply didn't show up. Killing someone in seconds was a brutal thing to do, and that someone had even shapeshifted into a sacred blood beast soul. No one had the courage to put their life on the line. Some people even accused Dollar of being a murderer and posted articles describing how cruel he was. Su Xiaoqiao and other Bullseye members were pissed off by those articles and wrote about the bet between Su and Liu, leading to compliments from Dollar's fans. But it had not changed the fact that Dollar had killed someone. Later, someone posted anonymously that Luo Tenyang had mutilated and raped many victims using Son of Heaven's gang when he was alive. Many people from Steel Armor Shelter echoed the post and said it was a great thing that Dollar had done. Luo Tenyang was an animal. If I were Dollar, I would have killed him long before the martial arts contests. Well done. 32 likes. An animal who deserved it. Ignorant, all of you. Murder is murder, regardless of who was killed. Dollar is a murderer. Dollar is a piece of SHT. Don't comment on something you don't understand. Everyone in Steel Armor Shelter knows it was justice well served. Sen, check out my new mount. Su Xiaoqiao was riding his newly gained mutant red hoof beast in the yard of the Bullseye team. Bragging. The mutant red hoof beast looked somewhat like an antelope with a pair of buffalo horns on its head. It had the size of a camel and was satin black all over, except for its 4 blood red hooves. Hansen was very depressed to see this gorgeous mount. He wasted so much effort in helping this brat win a mutant mount, while he himself ended up with nothing. Although he did have a mutant mount beast soul, it was aquatic and was useless on the land. After the martial arts contest, I have to find a way to gain a beast soul mount. It was too much trouble going everywhere on foot, and it was bad for my image as well, Hansen thought to himself. Dark Swamp was out of the question. Even if he gained a mount beast soul there, it would be something ugly like a toad. Hansen, come to my office. Young Manly called from on the 2nd floor. Sen, you offended her again. Su Xiaoqiao ran over and asked, grinning. Why would I do that? Hansen said, touching his nose. That was not a kind look she had. You have to be careful, Su Xiaoqiao laughed. You know about looks. Why don't you say you are psychic as well? Hansen laughed and went to the 2nd floor. Manly, you asked for me. Hansen asked. I do not know what Qin Xuan saw in you, but since she asked me to help you prepare for the entrance exam, I'll do my best. Starting from today, you will report to me at the teleport station every day and I will train you. Hard. You better be prepared as you will suffer. Blackhawk isn't just any school. Young Manly paused and said casually, if you cannot bear it, you better ask Qin Xuan to allow you to quit. I will not stop you. When do I start? Hansen asked. Now, said Young Manly before she got up and teleported to planet Roka with Hansen. Young Manly took Hansen to the test hall at the teleport station, which was a military standard test hall that provided more accurate tests. The last time he took the test, he had approached 10 in all his numbers, having gained lots of mutant and sacred geno points after that. His fitness index should be well beyond 10 now. Do the test, Young Manly commanded coldly. If you insist. Hansen muttered and slowly walked toward the entrance of the test hall. Hansen had made up his mind not to use his full strength, in case Yang could tell something was wrong. Fortunately, Hansen was very confident in his control of his own body. The more he practiced Jadescan, the more he was amazed by this hyper-geno art. He hadn't practiced it for long, but he already felt that he could adjust each bone and each muscle in his body. With Jadescan, he could even change his heart rate, blood pressure and body temperature to a certain extent. The more he understood Jadescan, the more scared he felt. Soon, Hansen completed all the test items and came out of the test hall covered with sweat. Young Manly had no idea that Hansen looked so tired mainly because he was trying to control the test result. To control one's reflexes and heartbeat was extremely difficult in such sophisticated test items. If Hansen hadn't practiced Jadeskin, he wouldn't have been able to hide his real physical condition at all. Young Manly looked through Hansen's test results and said, less than 10 in all items, but close. 10 is just the standard of ordinary military schools. For Blackhawk, even for specially recruited students, 10 was just a narrow pass. After reading something on a smart machine, she said, during the time we have left, which is little more than a month, I will make all your fitness index past 10. Meanwhile, I will train you in archery. Only with proper archery skills will you be specially recruited. Manly, may I ask, without special enrollment, what kind of score is Blackhawk looking for? Hansen asked curiously. When you are able to beat me, you could be admitted to Blackhawk on your own. Young Manly went to the gym, not even glancing at Hansen. Hansen followed her to the gym and looked at all sorts of training equipment in the gym curiously. Many of the equipment he had never seen before. Many soldiers were training in the gym. The teleport station was part of the military, so everything here followed military standard. The only difference was that most soldiers here were new to the army and had never been to the battlefield. Those who could be assigned here typically had certain connections, or else they would have been sent to the front. Young Manly led Hansen in front of a sealed device the size of a train compartment. The device was around 150 feet long. She turned it on and entered some data before she took off her jacket, revealing a black professional training suit underneath. The suit was made of a material unknown to Hansen, which had a form-fitting effect. Hansen noticed that Young Manly had a great body. Her legs were especially long and straight, seducing one to touch them. Look carefully. I will only show you once. For today, you need to finish this training every day before you go anywhere else. Young Manly said and went into the device. The moment Young Manly entered the device, all soldiers who were exercising came around and drooled over the holographic image displayed. Young's body is getting more and more perfect. I could play with those legs for 3 years. 3 years. I can play with them for 30 years. Check out her ass. These animals stared at the holographic image almost, but their eyeballs popped out. Inside the device, Young Manly had started. There are many exercise items in the device and she finished them one by one effortlessly. The items didn't look very difficult either. Brother, what is this device? Looks like it is not that difficult. Hansen asked the soldier curiously. Not difficult. Kiddo, you are too naive. Young seems effortless because she's got great fitness index. If you were to do it, you would be too tired to finish 3 items. This is called Gravity Trainer. There are such devices on all interstellar aircrafts and warships, and they are used to adjust the internal gravity. With the parameters set by Young, one would need at least 10 in fitness index to train. Or else walking in the device alone would be a torture, even worse than screwing 7 times in one night. Son, all you could do is pray. These soldiers knew Hansen. They were all aware that King Chuan had often called him into the combat room. Young Manly stepped out of the gravity trainer in a little while, and the soldiers quickly scattered back to do their training as if nothing had happened. Young Manly had some sweat on her forehead. She put on her jacket and said, now you complete the exercise and then come to find me. She left with no intention of watching Hansen do the exercise. Young Manly knew very well that Hansen's physical fitness index was only close to 10 and it was impossible for him to finish such intense training. She just wanted to humble him so that he would follow her orders better. A soldier ran toward Hansen when the latter was about to enter the gravity trainer to start training. Putting his hand over Hansen's shoulder, the soldier smiled and said, buddy, if you can bring us some R-rated holographic resources when you come here in the future, I'll let you in on a secret and make the gravity trainer a piece of cake for you. Deal. What's the secret? Hansen agreed, knowing he was asking for porns. Great. The soldier patted Hansen's shoulder and whispered to his ear. Once the parameters were set up, Young could tell if you have modified them after. However, the device has a protective mechanism, which is designed mainly to prevent dangers to your body. My method allows you to change the parameters through this mechanism so that the result doesn't show the modification. So, you can easily complete the test without being found out by Young. Fantastic. What should I do? Hansen asked. I can tell you the secret, but a deal is a deal. You need to get me those R-rated holographic resources or you will regret it, said the soldier. Brother, rest assured. I'll get you those. Hansen patted his own chest and guaranteed. Hansen went into the gravity trainer and heard the AI. Okay, Hansen replied. Confirmation completed. Start testing in 10 seconds. Countdown starts. 10, 9, 8. When the countdown was over, Hansen felt his body sank, as if he had suddenly gained a few 100 pounds. Hansen did not use the soldier's method. He wanted to see if he could finish the exercise like Young Manly did. Hansen was not used to the added gravity and warmed up a little before he started. When young Manly was back from her office, it was already in the afternoon. She thought Hansen should be worn out like a dead dog by now and would probably be more obedient in the future. When young Manly returned to the gym, she was surprised to see Hansen chatting with the soldiers there. The soldiers were even showing him how to play with all sorts of devices. He looked rather lively and not tired at all. Hansen, I asked you to train. What are you doing? Annoyed, young Manly asked coldly. The soldiers were scared away like mice met a cat, leaving Hansen standing there alone in front of young Manly. Captain, I've completed the training. Hansen saluted the way the soldiers had just taught him. Completed. Young Manly frowned and walked quickly toward the gravity trainer. She pulled out the data and as she checked each item, her face became darker and darker. There was no doubt that young Manly did not think the data was real. Only those who with more than 12 in fitness index could achieve this. She had just tested Hansen's fitness and he wasn't even a 10. So, this could not be his real performance. Who told you about the protection mechanism? Young Manly stared at Hansen madly. Of course, she knew about this trick. What protection mechanism? I do not understand what you are talking about. On the next day, Hansen brought porns to the soldier who had asked him for them. The soldier was so happy that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Hansen and said Hansen would be responsible for his happiness from now on. Young Manly spent half an hour to explain some archery knowledge and gave Hansen a few tasks to finish on his own. Hansen had learned basic archery knowledge at school, and what Young taught him was more practical, which benefited him a lot. Young was indeed an expert. There were a lot of tasks for him to complete, which included the gravity trainer. Hansen wanted to use the gravity trainer himself. This time he used the protection mechanism to adjust the parameters, not to reduce the gravity, but to increase the gravity a notch so that it suited his real fitness level better. The gym did not seem to be the place where ordinary soldiers trained. Hansen had never seen other soldiers here than the ones he talked to. During lunch break, Hansen was chatting with the soldiers he knew. The soldier who asked Hansen for porns regarded Hansen and asked, Sen, in addition to bow and arrows, what other weapons do you use? Dagger. Hansen showed him the Z-Steel dagger. Hansen only knew the nicknames of these soldiers. This guy's name was Gambler. Hansen learned from others that he was greedy and lewd. Gambler took over Hansen's dagger and played with it. The dagger seemed like a living thing in his hand, making dazzling moves like a snake. Watch this. Gambler held the dagger an inch away from Hansen's eyes. With a simple wave of his hand, the dagger disappeared in front of Hansen and Gambler's hand was empty. #T. Your nickname should be Magician. Hansen looked everywhere and didn't see the dagger. Gambler laughed and shook his hands in front of Hansen. He curled his fingers and the dagger returned to his hands magically. How did you do that? Hansen widened his eyes. Pretty cool, huh? Gambler asked proudly. Yep. Hansen quickly nodded. Dazzling? No. Gambler played with the dagger. For sure. Hansen nodded again. Want to learn? Gambler looked at Hansen with a faint smile. I do. Do you want to teach me? Hansen asked. If you can bring me all my girls' new movies, I will teach you. Gambler said with a smile. No problem. Hansen agreed. Knowing the girls Gambler referred to were certain porn stars. Although it cost some money to buy new movies, Hansen really wanted to learn these tricks. Come, we will find a place so that I can show you. Gambler took Hansen aside and told him the key to it. Hansen then found out that it was not really magic but finger tricks. Although it was taking advantage of the blind spots, the most important part was one's control of the muscles on the arm. Yes, it was the entire arm instead of just the hand. Gambler told him that this trick was called Heaven in Sleeves, also known as Sleeve-a-Blade. It was passed down in his family as the foundation of their family business. The dirk Gambler used was specially made, thin and sharp. It had a crescent-like double-edged blade but no hilt. Gambler was playing with one dirk in each hand, and it looked like there were two butterflies dancing around his hands, which was amazing to watch. How long will it take for me to become a master like you? Hansen looked at Gambler enviously. Gambler smiled. I started at the age of 3 and became better at 7. I'm now intermediate and still far from being a master. He gave the dagger back to Hansen and said, do not underestimate this trick. Although it is just lays the foundation, but it is fundamental and will benefit you for the rest of your life. Hansen was very interested in Sleeve-a-Blade, so he went to check out Hand of God on the holographic training machine. Soon he understood why Gambler asked him to play this game. This was a holographic game. Its idea was like whack-a-mole, but instead of using fingers alone, the spots to touch could appear everywhere around one's arms. One must use all muscles rationally to hit all the spots to pass a level. It was highly demanding for one's dexterity and accuracy. In addition to the beginner level, the game was divided into 3 levels: Evolver, Surpass, and Demigod. The intention of the classification was obviously to correspond with the 3 phases of God's Sanctuary, and to guide players to choose the right level. Hansen first chose the beginner level. Actually, when Gambler said level up, he meant to clear the beginner level. As for which level Gambler himself was in, Hansen had no way of knowing. Soon, Hansen was hooked. He was not that smooth in the beginning, but was soon addicted to the satisfaction gained from hitting rapidly as he got familiar with the game. Faster, faster, faster. Once started, the game would push one to pursue the exhilaration and speeding up. But Hansen did not have much time to play this game. After a few rounds in the martial arts contest, Hansen reached the final match as expected. Not sure it was good luck or bad luck. Hansen didn't encounter either Fist Guy or Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven had eliminated Fist Guy, and King Xuan had eliminated Son of Heaven. The final match was between King Xuan and Hansen. In fact, Hansen wanted to fight Son of Heaven more so that he would have the opportunity to kill Son of Heaven on the stage. Usually the young master was surrounded by many strong men and there was almost no chance for Hansen to approach him. On the day of the final match between Dollar and King Xuan, the stands were packed with at least 100,000 audience. Even many of those who didn't register came. In addition to it being the final match, it was popular also thanks to the fame of Dollar and King Xuan. King Xuan was undoubtedly the legend of Steel Armor Shelter. As a woman, she had been the champion of the martial arts contest for several years now, although she was never among the chosen. There was no doubt that she was the #1 in Steel Armor Shelter. In addition, she was also beautiful. All of these made her the goddess of Steel Armor Shelter. People loved, feared, and respected her. Dollar's recent rise was even more legendary. He came from nowhere, but there had been so many headlines and controversies about him. Both seizing Son of Heaven's sacred blood beast soul and killing Luo Tenyang made Dollar a somewhat negative figure. But smashing through the robot channel and fighting Golden Horn Shura made him an idol. When one legend met the other, everyone wanted to know about the outcome. Will King Xuan continue to be the invincible goddess, or will Dollar become the new champion? Everyone was looking forward to this match. When King Xuan and Dollar almost arrived at the same time, all expectations peaked and the cheers were deafening. Dollar, a bet. King Xuan didn't move, but looked at Hansen with a smile. The audience heard King Xuan's words and quieted down, wanting to know what bet she was proposing. What bet? Though looking calm, Hansen was puzzled. Did she want to buy the victory from him? If you lose this one, join my Steel Armor gang and be my deputy. When I evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary, you will be the head of the gang. King Xuan had a sweet smile on. There was an uproar among the audience. No one thought King Xuan would say something like this. Steel Armor Gang was far more than just a gang. They also represented the presence of military and the alliance in God's Sanctuary. King Xuan was asking Dollar to become the official spokesman of the alliance at Steel Armor Shelter. It was a great honor. Sorry, I cannot accept this condition. But unexpectedly, Dollar refused King Xuan's offer. Why? King Xuan looked at Hansen, stunned. The head of Steel Armor Gang was a position pursued by many. It was a ladder toward the power center of the alliance, but Dollar turned it down without considering. The audience also thought Dollar was crazy. How can he turn down such a great offer? There are 2 reasons, Hansen smiled and said. First, you cannot beat me. The answer left many slightly shocked. While King Xuan asked, what is the second reason? I will go to Second God's Sanctuary earlier than you, so although I appreciate your kindness, I can't take your offer, Hansen calmly said. His reply was arrogant. With her gang, King Xuan could gain Geno points a lot more easily than most people. While Dollar was on his own, he said he could evolve earlier than her. But no one felt that Dollar was mistaken. It seemed that everything was likely with Dollar and he shouldn't be questioned. King Xuan smiled. Well, then I would like to propose something else. If you lose, tell me who you really are. King Xuan's words had led to a burst of cheers on the stands. All the audience were dying to know who Dollar was. King Xuan's proposal was embraced by all. And if you lose, Hansen grinned and asked, you can propose something as well. Smiling, King Xuan looked full of confidence. It was as if she would never lose. An S-class license at St. Hall. Hansen was obsessed with the Hyper-Geno arts in St. Hall. He had neither the money nor the license. Deal. King Xuan did not even lift her eyes before she agreed, as if an S-class license was nothing to her. Then let's begin. Hansen drew the Shura katana. He didn't dare to slack when fighting King Xuan, who had the most Geno points among all in the shelter. She was probably 10 sacred Geno points away from maxing out on everything. Hansen had never seen Qin Xuan using her full strength, but he still thought he stood a chance. Hansen's biggest advantage was his understanding of Qin Xuan. She would never thought that Dollar was in fact Hansen, whom she had fought a million times. Although she was always kicking his ass, he had learned a lot of her fighting habits. Qin Xuan, on the other hand, knew nothing about Dollar. Qin Xuan stretched her hand and a beautiful purple butterfly started to dance in her palm, which turned into a purple dagger. Elegant and demure, she stood there like a goddess. Hansen had seen her using this sacred blood poisonous butterfly dagger once, but it was on the purple-winged dragon. The dagger wasn't really effective as the dragon was gigantic. However, it would be different for a person. Hansen didn't know if he could stand the toxin if stabbed with the dagger. So, Hansen wasn't going to give Qin Xuan any opportunity to attack. He wielded the katana using Blade Storm, and the strike was so fast as if it could break the wind. It was a similar strike as this one that had ended Liu Tanyang's life. Qin Xuan smiled and moved away like a butterfly, dodging the fierce strike and stabbed her dagger at Hansen's throat. Hansen stepped forward and ignored the dagger. The katana was wielded at Qin Xuan again. That was a move that put both their lives at stake. If Qin Xuan did not dodge again, she would be cut in half. Since Hansen was in sacred blood armor, he had a bigger chance at survival, even cut by her sacred blood dagger. Scoundrel! Qin Xuan scowled, gracefully moved sideways and avoided Hansen's attack. Hansen was thrilled to see Qin Xuan moving away. A storm of katana strikes poured on the lady as Blade Storm was fully brought into play. Each strike was faster than the last. Qin Xuan was forced to defend herself and had no chance to attack. Hansen knew well that Qin Xuan was nimble. He had been practicing Ghost Hunt for a long time now and had improved a lot on his footwork. However, he had never been able to get close to her in any combat except for the first time when she had underestimated him. Sure enough, Qin calmly dodged all the strikes Hansen made, calmly as if she were dancing. Meanwhile, she fought back from time to time with grace. None of it mattered to Hansen. He hacked the katana at her regardless and worked both Blade Storm and Jade Skin to the maximum. The coolness gushed in his veins like a spring and activated every cell in his body. Qin Xuan quietly warded off all attacks from Hansen. She was very confident in herself. It took her a few years to finally get to the first stage of atomic fission. With her current Geno points and beast souls, Qin Xuan believed that she could become the chosen this year, and even the first place was not impossible. Atomic fission was an advanced hyper-Geno art, which could fortify all body parts, as suggested by its name. It was close to the root of all hyper-Geno arts and could produce long-lasting power that improved one's physique significantly. It would be the perfect hyper-Geno art if it wasn't so difficult to get started. Qin Xuan had started to practice atomic fission under her family members' guidance since she was a toddler, but her progress had been slow. Now she had practiced it for 2 decades and she just got to the first stage a few months ago. Yes, just the first stage. But she had made a leap in her strength already with the first stage. 20 years of practice did not go wasted. Once she got somewhere, her improvement was skyrocketing. Even Son of Heaven, who was on the same level as she, was easily defeated by her this year. It wasn't that Son of Heaven was weak, but that she had become too strong after getting to the first stage of atomic fission. Qin Xuan believed that she could definitely reach the top this year and Dollar wouldn't be an issue. Qin Xuan wasn't even thinking about winning or losing, but how to win Dollar to better impress him. Qin Xuan did not care about the storm of blades. As fierce as it looked, it couldn't hurt her. She only felt it was a bit troublesome as she didn't want to kill Dollar. If you like driving, I'll let you drive. I will wait until you are so completely exhausted that you can't even move your arm. By then I will still be calm and appreciate your despair. Qin Xuan smiled and dodged another strike, thinking, as long as you lose to me this way, you will think I am invincible and never dare to fight me again. Qin Xuan intended to burn Hansen out. The way Hansen wielded his katana would consume his strength fast. Each strike brought all his potentials out at the cost of his stamina. For Qin Xuan's atomic fission, stamina was one of its key strengths. A metaphor would be that a nuclear power plant was much more efficient than a coal-fired power plant. As Qin Xuan kept avoiding Hansen's attacks, she was patiently waiting for him to be worn down. The blood of the audience were set afire. Hansen's katana was swift and fierce, and Qin Xuan's dancing was ethereal and elegant. Their movements were so fast that they became a blur. It was indeed a great match, and in the eyes of ordinary people, Hansen was chasing Qin Xuan and seemed to have the upper hand. Cheers of Dollar could be heard from time to time. It seems that the champion in steel armor shelter would be someone else this year. Of course, Dollar is absolutely invincible. Haha, men are the master of this world. tremble, women. Young Manly curled her lips with disdain, looking like a goddess who didn't deign to argue with the mortals. He had experienced how strong Qin Xuan was. He had always known about atomic fission. If he had wanted to learn it, he could have. But as it took at least 2 decades for someone talented to get to the first stage, he chose not to. Indeed, everyone knew that this was a great hyper-geno art, but few dared to practice it. No one wanted to put 2 decades into a higher geno art that they didn't know would work or not. If one failed, one would not even have a chance to start over with a different hyper-geno art. Son of Heaven hadn't had the courage to practice atomic fission, and regretted it now that he saw how well Qin Xuan was doing. How experienced and knowledgeable you are. The young man quickly kissed up to him. But next to them, another young man commented abruptly, "Keep silent if you don't understand it. Don't you have any common sense? Men are simply stronger than women, and it will be Qin Xuan who is worn down first." Son of Heaven was provoked to wrath, but he paused when he saw the young man's face. It was the young master named King who had once hired Hansen as his bodyguard. Yuan and the rest of the group were also there. King, Son of Heaven, gave a hollow laugh and explained, "There are differences between men and women, but those differences were negligible. Dollar's stamina is far worse than that of Qin Xuan, who had reached the first stage in atomic fission. I believe in half an hour, Dollar wouldn't even be able to wield his katana. How come I can't see that?" King was not convinced and said, "My father told me that women are inferior to men. I know that Dollar will win and that woman will definitely lose." Son of Heaven smiled with confidence. "King, no need to debate. We will see what happens in half an hour. You will find out who is right at that time." But half an hour later, Son of Heaven's face became a bit stiff as Hansen was still fiercely brandishing the katana at the same speed. "Son of Heaven, didn't you say that Dollar would be worn out in half an hour? I'm telling you my dad was right. Men are better than women," King said proudly. Looking at Son of Heaven's grim face, Yuan smiled and did not speak. Son of Heaven was really upset. According to common sense, Dollar would not last half an hour. With that kind of strikes, few in First God's Sanctuary could. It seems that Dollar has practiced some special hyper-geno art that improves his stamina. Son of Heaven, you are a guy. Why do you keep cheering for a woman? My dad says that men are the best. I think Dollar must be better than that woman. You have no vision." King obviously did not agree with Son of Heaven's argument. Son of Heaven almost choked. Pretending to be calm, he said, "King, if you don't believe me, keep on watching." Other than Son of Heaven, Qin Xuan felt something was off as well. Attacking at such a high speed, Dollar had sustained way longer than she had expected, making her alarmed and surprised. In such a high-intensity duel, even she had begun to feel a little tired. Dollar, however, seemed to feel nothing and kept attacking with the katana swiftly, as if he could do this forever, giving birth to a trace of powerlessness in Qin Xuan's mind. "No, I cannot go on like this. He must have also practiced some hyper-geno art that enhances his stamina. Maybe I will be the one who is worn out first." Qin Xuan gritted her teeth and dodged another strike. She took back her dagger and 2 beast souls appeared in the air. One beast soul was the mutant golden lion that she had always used. She instantaneously shapeshifted into a magnificent golden lion. And the other beast soul was a ball of blue liquid, which poured into the lion and turned its golden body blue. The lion also grew larger and looked fiercer. That is sacred blood water spirit. Qin Xuan actually got its beast soul. Son of Heaven was shocked to see that. He knew very well how scary a sacred blood water spirit was. It could coexist with another creature and make that creature exceptionally strong. Qin Xuan made the final attack to the water spirit when she was hunting it with Son of Heaven, who did not know she got the beast soul. It seemed that the beast soul had the same power as the creature it once belonged to. With the help of water spirit beast soul, the mutant golden lion had become stronger than normal sacred blood creatures. Qin Xuan could then fully display the power of atomic fission. Son of Heaven was surprised. Qin Xuan has become so strong. It seems that this year she could be among top 3 of the chosen. Hansen knew Qin Xuan really well. He glanced at her expression and knew something was off. Just before she summoned the water spirit beast soul, he summoned his wings and flew up high. Everyone was stunned, including Qin Xuan. Who could have thought Dollar, who looked like he was going for mutual destruction, had flown away the minute Qin Xuan shapeshifted. Qin Xuan, who had shapeshifted, did not know what to do. These 2 beast souls were fierce enough for sure. Even Dollar used the sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul, she could beat him. She chose the moment when Hansen was making the most powerful strikes to shapeshift so that he wouldn't disengage himself. She didn't have sacred blood wings, so she wanted to end the match as soon as possible. What she did not think of was that Dollar, who was chasing her, just flew away faster than rabbits. Qin Xuan suddenly felt very embarrassed. As fierce as she was right now, she could not fly, and as a lion, she could no longer use weapons. So she couldn't even throw things at Hansen. Flying in the air, Hansen summoned the mutant sawfish spear and cast it down at Qin Chuan like how a fisherman would use a harpoon. The lion that Qin Chuan had turned into reached out a claw and hit the spear hard. The spear, as thick as an arm, bent and bounced off. Fortunately, the spear was tough enough so that it wasn't broken under her claw. Hansen took back his mutant sawfish spear and watched her from above, not intending to attack again or to land. Everyone suddenly came to understand that Dollar was trying to consume Qin Chuan's shapeshifting time. Shapeshifting beast souls required a lot of energy to use. Even Qin Chuan couldn't stay like this for very long, or it would hurt her body. So shameless. Do you call yourself a man? What do you know? It's tactics. If she could fly as well, then good for her. There was suddenly a chaos on the stands. Some supported Dollar and some Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan simply could not reach Hansen. She quickly dismissed the shapeshifting beast soul. But the moment she did that, Hansen flew down and slashed his katana at her. Qin Chuan had met a lot of strong enemies, but she had never been as depressed as she was at this moment. Once she shapeshifted, Hansen would immediately fly into the sky. When she turned into herself, Hansen would then rush down. She became sullen as she couldn't make use of her own strength. Haha, Dollar is just great. He is fighting like a gorilla. He is bullying her. Qin Chuan is almost crying. Shameless scum. How can a man be so brazen? Unabashed, Hansen believed it did not matter how he won as long as he won. If he could go to the contest among the champions of all the shelters and rank top 10. He would be rewarded a sacred blood beast soul. He would definitely try his best for that sake. Qin Chuan did not expect that Dollar would sink so low to make her unable to use her power. Now she was only happy that Dollar was not an archer, or she would be even more miserable. Dollar, you are a dignified man. Do you dare to fight me head on? Qin Chuan wanted to prod Dollar into action. Unfortunately, Hansen ignored her intention and replied, "You are a soldier. Don't you understand that victory is all that matters? Even if I let you win today, what if you encounter champions of other shelters who could fly? Do you expect to persuade them to give up their ability to fly as well?" Qin Chuan paused, and people who accused Hansen of being shameless also lowered their voices. In fact, they should have thought of this. There had been more than one person who could fly among the chosen before. Not being able to fly was a weakness of Qin Chuan's, and even if she won today, others might still choose to exploit that in the future. Many people who supported Qin Chuan kept silent. Qin Chuan smiled wryly. Well, I give up. We do not have to go on. Qin Chuan knew that she had such a fatal weakness, but did not think Dollar would be so brazen to use that to his advantage. Now that she had no way of winning, she chose to throw in the towel instead of staying in this awkward match. Qin Chuan now regretted that she did not work hard on archery, or she could have used an advanced beast soul bow and arrow to beat Dollar. You can pick up the S-Class license of St. Hall at Steel Armor Gang, Qin Chuan said, and left the martial ring, which made Hansen this year's champion of Steel Armor Shelter. Dao's victory was very controversial. A lot of people thought it was not honorary, but Hansen didn't mind his reputation as long as he could win the sacred blood beast soul given to the chosen. Qin Chuan left in good grace, but she had also set Hansen up. If he went to pick up the S-Class license at Steel Armor Gang, she might be ready to ambush him. Hansen knew her so well that he didn't dare to pick up the license under her nose, as he knew she must be quite upset with him. The contest in Steel Armor Shelter was officially over. The top 100 all had their names on the martial steel in the martial ring. The first name there was Dollar. Hansen hoped that no one would call him Doll again. However, many still did. All the shelter champions would start to compete in 10 days. By then everyone in First God's Sanctuary could see the match taking place in the chosen martial ring. The top 10 participants would each gain a random sacred blood beast soul and be named the Chosen. If one had been the Chosen for the second or more time, one would no longer be awarded more sacred blood beast souls, but an upgrade to one's beast soul awarded the first time. Many of the chosen would just go into the entertainment industry and become a star. Countless agents and companies would try to sign the chosen with a large chunk of money. Unfortunately, the 10 chosen were normally the same persons from last year. Fresh faces would only have an opportunity once they evolved and went to Second God's Sanctuary. Hansen decided to use the time to train himself in the teleport station. The gravity trainer was indeed a wonderful training device which had helped Hansen a lot. He could push himself really far in a short amount of time inside it and practice Jadeskin much more efficiently. He would then complete the training tasks assigned by Young Manly and use the rest of the time to play Hand of God. Hansen was not sure what Gambler meant by pass. He thought he had to clear all levels, but in fact what Gambler meant was just to pass the beginner level. That was why Hansen felt terrible that he still hadn't been able to pass the beginner level in so long. This game is so demanding on my dexterity of the entire arm and my control of muscles and bones. If I use Jade Skin when I play, I should be able to improve my score greatly. Hansen tried it, and his scores indeed boomed. On the 6th day, he was able to level up for the first time. Hansen was still vexed with the fact that it took him so long to pass the beginner level, and he even had to use Jade Skin. However, if Gambler knew Hansen had already passed beginner level, he would be so shocked that his chin should fall to the ground. He was not sure who it would be and answered the call hesitantly. Beyond Hansen's expectation, popped up in the holographic image was Tang Zhenliu. Surprise! Tang laughed. It sure is. What's up? Hansen asked. I need a favor from you, Tang said. Let's hear it. I am just a nobody and may not be able to help you. Hansen said with a smile. You sure can. It has to be you, too. But no worries, you could name your price. Tang Zhenliu said. What favor exactly? Hansen cringed. Let's talk about it in person. Are you home now? I'll pick you up, Tang said hurriedly. No need. Tell me the place and I'll go to see you. Hansen felt strange. Tomorrow was when the contest would start. What was Tang doing looking for Hansen rather than preparing himself? Is it about the contest? Hansen guessed and felt it necessary to figure out what Tang was up to. When Hansen arrived at the place Tang Zhenliu told him, he saw Fang Jinky was also there. Tang led Hansen into the living room. After entering the living room, Hansen saw that on the sofa sat a young man, who was very quiet and did not speak when he saw Hansen coming in. What do you need me for? Hansen asked directly. Brother, look at this first. Instead of answering Hansen's question, Tang played a video. The scene was shot in a martial ring. A man in combat suit was surrounded by a group of people wearing masks. The moment Hansen saw the man, he shuddered, although it was just through the holographic image. Then the video began. Under the siege, the man started a gorgeous murder show. It was a slaughter. In 1 minute and 23 seconds, the man in combat suit was holding nothing but a dagger. He had killed a total of 34 people, each in one strike. No one survived, and no one could stand up again after taking his strike. The man was like death himself, harvesting lives casually. This person is a lot like you. After the video was played, Tang looked at Hansen and said, That's not me, Hansen said quietly. Of course it's not you, but you fight in the same style. Before you strike, there is no warning or signs. But the strike itself was fast and fierce, with perfect timing. You are both assassins, Tang concluded. Although Tang had not fought Hansen, he was a great fighter and discovered many things when he was playing the drinking game with Hansen. So, Hansen frowned. This person is called Idongmu, grandson of Senator Yi, who is demigod. This year he is the champion of Tsar Shelter. In other words, he is one of my competitors. Tang explained. What do you want me to do? Disable him so that he cannot participate in the contest. I am sorry, but I do not have that kind of skills. Hansen spread out his hands. Of course not. He is the grandson of Senator Yi. Even we couldn't approach him easily, let alone you. We could never assassinate him. In the Alliance, wherever he goes, he's always closely guarded. Tang said, We have invited you here because we want you to imitate Idongmu's tactics and spar with us. Truth be told, I really have no confidence to block his weird strikes, and you can help us get used to his style. What's in it for me? Hansen did not decline. Tang pondered, moved his lips but didn't speak. They were basically asking Hansen to teach them how to beat himself, so it was very hard to name the price. If Hansen was someone important, they would not even have asked, as it could be perceived as provocative. We can try our best to accommodate whatever you propose, Fang Jinky said. An S-Class license of St. Hull. Hansen paused and said, Deal. Tang replied so fast that Hansen felt that he might have asked for too little. Maybe he should have said 2 S-Class licenses. But Hansen had always been an optimist. 1 S-Class license was a great price already, and what they asked him to do helped himself in turn as well, as Idongmu might be his opponent as well. I have to say this before we start. My skills are inferior to his. Even if you could parry my attacks, you might still be stabbed by him, said Hansen. I know. Here are some videos of him fighting. Watch carefully and then we will start. We don't have much time left and we can only hope that our first opponent won't beat him so that we have more time to practice. Tang Zhenliu sat on the couch and joined Lin Feng, leaving Hansen to watch the videos himself. Hansen watched one video after another. None of the videos were shot officially. Hansen felt this trip was worth it, because if he encountered Idongmu without knowing his style, he might be killed in the match. Indeed, they shared the same style. The difference was that Hansen had formed the style himself, while he clearly had a great mentor. Although time is limited, none of Tang Zhenliu, Fang Jinky and Lin Feng asked Hansen to hurry. They let Hansen repeatedly watch the footages. Hansen sometimes would replay some details several times. He had taught him a lot through these videos, which meant more to Hansen than an S-class license. In just less than 4 hours, Hansen felt as if he had been through a revolutionary change. However, after full understanding his way of fighting, Hansen was surprised to find that although his strikes looked terrifying, there were subtle defects to his style, and only those who deeply understood this style would be aware of these defects. Tang was getting impatient and wanted to interrupt Hansen, but Lin Feng the quiet man stopped him. It was in the evening when Hansen had finished with the videos. "Let's get started." Hansen got up and said, "Well, let me see how well you can imitate me." Tang took Hansen into a combat room in the villa. Hansen grabbed a dagger the same shape of his dagger. Its edge was not sharpened and its blade was retractable, so that no one would get hurt. The way Yidong and Hansen fought required them to do their best with each strike. If real weapons were used, Tang was afraid that he would be injured by Hansen. "Let's begin." Tang tightly watched Hansen and did not step back. They wanted to practice how to parry his strikes after being approached by him. Hansen approached Tang, holding a dagger backhandedly, a way he had learned from me. 2 feet away from Tang, Hansen suddenly wielded the dagger and stabbed it at him from an unexpected angle. Fang Jinky was shocked, and the quiet man's eyes lit up. Tang was covered in cold sweat and it was too late to parry that attack with his broadsword. He abruptly turned sideways but was still stabbed in the waist. "T. Your strike was not that different from his," Tang called out, staring at Hansen. Fang Jinky looked at Hansen with a strange look and the quiet man's eyes also fell on Hansen's hands. Hansen was surprised himself as well. He was practicing Jadeskin madly these days, and practicing Hand of God had also enhanced his speed. In addition, he just saw his way of fighting and had some new insights. Now his strike was so powerful that he couldn't believe it himself. "Haha, God loves me. With you sparring with me, you will be no big deal." Tang laughed out loud. For a whole night, none went to bed, but the only one who was practicing with Hansen was Tang. Fang Jinky didn't register in the contest, and the quiet man was just watching and did not meant to join them. Having practiced for a night, Tang could not avoid Han's dagger as long as Hansen was within a foot from him. Tang didn't develop a way to defend himself, while Hansen was getting better and better. "T. I give up. There is no way to parry your attacks." "Maybe I'm doomed," Tang said sullenly, as he saw it was about time to go to God's sanctuary for the contest, and there was no point in going on. "Now you are able to deal with you," Lin Feng, who had been watching in silence, suddenly said. "Lin, what do you mean?" asked Tang, sitting up straight and staring at Lin Feng. "Yidong is not as good as him. You can't parry his strikes, but with you would be able to avoid being stabbed in fatal parts. If your luck is not too bad and run into Yi in a few days instead of today, you could block his strikes at a very small price." Hearing this remark from Lin Feng, Tang and Fang all looked Hansen, appalled. They knew Lin Feng well and was shocked that he would speak so highly of Hansen by saying that Yidong was not as good. Hansen's background was much inferior to Yi and he was probably also older. Yet Lin Feng said Yidong was not as good as Hansen. If the remark was from another person, they would certainly have scoffed, but they knew Lin Feng and he was never wrong. Last year, the only reasons he was not the first place were that he hadn't broken the bottleneck in his hyper-geno art, and that he entered God's sanctuary 2 years later than his opponent. No need to look at him that way. I'm just saying his style is better than Yidong's, but his fitness was still inferior to Yi, of course. Lin Feng smiled and reached a hand out to Hansen. "I am Lin Feng. Very pleased to know you. You are an interesting person." Hansen. "A pleasure." Hansen shook his hand, smiled and said, "Well, it is late. Let's shower and teleport." Tang interrupted the eye contact between Hansen and Lin Feng. He turned to ask Hansen, "There is a teleport device here. You want to join us?" "No, I did not register so I will not go." Hansen declined and left. Watching Hansen leaving the villa, Tang asked Lin Feng, "Is he really so good?" "He's better than you think. If he had the same background as he would be 100 times more impressive than the latter. He understands the essence of assassination, while he only has some skills. His growth was limited by his background, but he will be well known in a few years," commented Lin Feng. Such high praise from Lin. "He must really be something," Fang Jinky said. "In a few years, will he surpass you?" Tang was interested. "In first God's sanctuary, I am invincible," said Lin Feng casually, exuding confidence. Hansen went to the teleport station, entered God's sanctuary, dressed himself as Dollar and entered the martial ring. In the middle of the martial ring erected a giant sacred steel that was 100 times more magnificent than the martial steel. Under the watch of people from Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen marched into the Sacred Steel and was teleported to a huge martial ring, chosen martial ring. In all the shelters of God's sanctuary, there was a similar sacred steel from which the image of chosen martial ring was projected. At this moment, champions from all the shelters were entering chosen martial ring from the sacred steel. Hansen realized how large the population of the Alliance was and how large First God's sanctuary was when he entered chosen martial ring. Every shelter had about 100,000 people like Steel Armor Shelter, and everyone in chosen martial ring now was the champion of their own shelter. The stands were almost filled with at least 100,000 champions, which meant there were at least 100,000 shelters in First God's sanctuary. It was a dizzying figure indeed. After humans entered the interstellar era, they had conquered lots of habitable planets and had been thriving. Now the humankind was so huge that only Shuras could compete. Among the champions of all shelters, Dollar was the most famous one, in addition to the chosen from last year. That video of Dollar fighting Golden Horned Shura was so viral that all mainstream media had covered it. So Dollar had become a household name in the Alliance. Many people were curiously looking at Hansen, as they wondered how Dollar really was. But it was mostly just curiosity. They had all watched the video starring Hansen. Although the storyline was impressive, Dollar didn't really show much strength at that time. His sacred blood beast souls were great, but he himself not so much. Hansen at that time would be very far behind among the champions of all shelters. After all, these people were 1 in 100,000 with great physiques and advanced beast souls. It hadn't been long since Hansen fought the Shura, so no one believed he could have made much progress. People mostly just wondered about him and didn't treat him as a fierce rival. When the channel into chosen martial ring was closed, the match list finally appeared on the sacred steel. The names on the list were the ones the champions left on the martial steels. Hansen quickly searched the list for Dollar and he found it very soon. The word stood out to him for some reason and others had found their own names as well. In this contest among the champions, a one-on-one model was adopted and the winner of the two would enter the next round, so the list was like a pyramid. Hansen was relieved to see both Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng were arranged far from him and there was no chance they would meet before top 10. Hansen scanned the list again and another name caught his eye. Yi Dongwu. He used his real name. Hansen saw the name Yi Dongwu and followed his path. He was suddenly startled. If he and he could both win all the way, they would fight for the chance to become the chosen. So in order for Hansen to gain the sacred blood beast soul, he must be Yi. Tang Zhenliu was afraid of Yi, while I was the one who met him. Yi Dongwu, your luck is no good. If Tang didn't come to me, I might lose to you. But now it's different. Maybe I am chosen, Hansen thought happily. Perhaps others would be afraid of Yi, but he was confident he could beat Yi after watching the videos. Chosen martial ring was divided into 1,000 stages stacked on top of one another. Each time 1,000 pairs could fight at the same time. Hansen was in a late match so he went to see other matches first, especially the one he was in. He had to know how much better Yi was getting compared to his performance in the videos. Yi Dongwu's match in this round was also rather late. Hansen watched a few matches and was surprised as no one was to be taken lightly in this contest. He also watched Tang Zhenliu's first match. His opponent stood no chance under his fierce broadsword skills. After Tang shapeshifted, his opponent was barely fighting back. Tang's techniques and strength were both outstanding in the contest. Lin Feng, whom Hansen was paying even more attention to, also won his match, while Hansen didn't really understand the way he won. His opponent was a nobody, but Lin Feng only won by a narrow margin. Hansen could even imagine that in the reports next day, Lin Feng's opponent would be described as had a glorious failure. But for some reason, Lin Feng made Hansen feel more threatened than Tang did. Finally, it was Yi Dongwu's turn. He was not well known at the moment. Although he was the grandson of Senator Yi, only a few people knew he was in the contest. After all, this was his first contest. However, his opponent was a celebrity who ranked number 10 last time, nicknamed Dragon Swordsman. Dragon Swordsman was very handsome and had great sword skills. With lots of female fans in the Alliance, he enjoyed great popularity among all the chosen. Dragon Swordsman's match was naturally high profile. A lot of people thought that he had a chance of being top 3 this year and all the girls were cheering for him. Few paid attention to Yi Dongwu, his opponent. But 10 seconds from the match started, everyone was shocked. Before Dragon Swordsman drew his sword, Yi Dongwu's knife had cut his throat. Watching Dragon Swordsman clutching his own neck in pain and collapsing, the audience were silent. His female fans were covered in tears with hands on their mouths, not accepting what they saw. One of the chosen last year, Dragon Swordsman was killed in his first match. That would sure become the headline next morning. This was all it took for Yi to be known throughout the alliance. Hansen was calm. Although he had made some progress, the well-born kid still did not understand the essence of assassination. It was Hansen's turn. His opponent was a guy called Leiban. The moment Hansen got on the stage, Leiban summoned a beast soul bow and 3 beast soul arrows and shot all 3 arrows at him. The 3 arrows almost flew to Hansen at the same time. Hansen was surprised. Leiban was at least as good at archery as him, and even had better techniques than him. Judging from the look of his bow, it was likely a sacred blood beast soul bow, and 2 of the 3 arrows were dark green, so they were probably poisonous like his mutant black stinger arrow. The 3rd arrow was made from blue crystal and sounded as if it could tear air apart when it was in the air, which suggested it could be a sacred blood beast soul arrow. Sure enough, there is no one weak here. Hansen swiftly dodged the strongest blue crystal arrow and summoned his mutant soffish spear to ward off the other 2 arrows. Hansen felt a bash as the arrows and his spear collided. The spear almost fell from his hand. Excellent archer and weapons, thought Hansen in awe. He squeezed the spear and approached Leiban. Leiban was not only fast, but was also able to shoot while running. The arrows were not affected by his movement at all. Unable to trap Leiban with his spear, Hansen had to run after Leiban while dodging his arrows. Hansen had a lot of respect for this opponent, who had much better footwork than him and could shoot arrows in all positions when moving with both great strength and accuracy. Hansen had also worked hard on archery, but he was only able to shoot when standing still. His accuracy would suffer a lot if he tried to move. Leiban was indeed much stronger than him in archery, so Hansen was not in a hurry to end the match. Instead, he started to observe his opponent and learn from him. Hansen's match had also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Dollar was popular, but compared with Lee Dongnu, his performance was less than impressive. More than half an hour had passed and they were still running after each other, rendering the audience drowsy. In First God's Sanctuary, people were quite disappointed in Dollar, except for his hardcore fans. Since a match with an unknown person had cost him so much effort, Dollar didn't seem to have what it took to become the chosen. When the match had been going on for more than an hour, Hansen shapeshifted into the Bloody Slayer, approached Leiban and beat him in a close combat, which Lei was not good at. The same day, all major media in the Alliance had covered the contests. Although there was no image, the reporters managed to depict the matches vividly with words. Their main focus was on Yi Dongmu's match. His background was also published. The grandson of Senator Yi, who had graduated with stellar grades from the best posh school before entering God's Sanctuary. His background and his Sekal of Dragon Swordsman made him a major contender this year. The victory of Tang had also made him a favorite. Another top contestant was Lin Feng. His match, however, benefited his opponent, who was considered to have lost by a narrow margin by the media. There were articles on Hansen too, but they were rather short in general. The longer ones were all focused on the disappointment in Dollar. Most of the reports were filled with phrases like narrow win, work to be done, hard to live up to the reputation and to be improved. The negative reports about Dollar were overwhelming, and in particular, the high praise Fang Mingquan sang in contest center fanned the flames. Fang Mingquan was talking through his hat. As an evolver who could not even enter First God's Sanctuary, he managed to analyze so much from his reporter's oral account alone. In general, he was saying Dollar was invincible. Everything was in control and Dollar would be the final winner. This of course had attracted much hatred toward Fang Mingquan in contest center. It chanced that although Dollar's matches were never fun to watch, he had never lost either, which supported Fang's claim. The criticism got worse and worse, especially those who were optimistic about Yi Dongnu were sniffy about everything Fang said and objected each day. Yi Dongnu was still keeping a formidable record. In 2 consecutive rounds he was able to kill his opponents in 1 blow, causing many of his following opponents to quit the matches against him. In 3 consecutive rounds, all his opponents threw in the towel, which made his fame peak. Lin Feng had asked someone to meet him in the final, yet that someone was not Yi Dongmu, but Dollar, who was considered an imposter. All major media had reported this, and Fang Mingquan from Contest Center was especially excited about it and had analyzed it from all angles. His conclusion was that Dollar was simply great, but obviously the major media and fans didn't share his enthusiasm. They thought Lin Feng wanted to gain popularity by participating in the grandstanding because he was no longer the center of attention. Rubbish. Lin was the runner-up last year, but he had no vision. No wonder he was only the runner-up. Let him keep his ranking and be second to my Yi Dongmu this time. Keep his ranking. You think too much of him. He'd have to be lucky to make it in top 10. Lin and Dollar are just two weak guys feeling bad about themselves. Haha, Idong will get rid of Dollar in seconds before he beats Lin to show them who the real king is. What the heck? If Lin was going to see someone in the final, it should be Idong. How is Lucky D relevant? The Skynet had exploded for this matter. However, Lin Fang and Hansen, the two who had caused it, did not realize this at all. One was enjoying tea with Tang Zhenliu and Fang Jinky, and the other was playing Hand of God in the gym of the teleport station. The next day, Hansen had an easy victory once again. His opponent still had not recovered from a bad injury and failed to show up. Hansen walked down the stage and wanted to see Lin Feng's match, but someone stopped him. I hope tomorrow you will have the guts to stand in front of me, because I will kill you. Idong said coldly and walked past Hansen without so much as throwing him a glance. Almost everyone who saw this went crazy. Idong's words caused another storm on the Skynet. Basically everyone was guessing if tomorrow Dollar would dare to show up. The majority predicted that Dollar would quit. After all, the difference between the two was huge. Idong's performance had been outstanding, and he had even killed several celebrity rivals, including Dragon Swordsman, who had the 10th place last year. Dollar, on the other hand, had a rough journey, and he was here more for his luck than for his actual strength. Except for Fang Mingwen, who predicted Dollar would get a total victory. Almost all TV personnel believed Dollar would either quit or die. On the day of the match, the martial rings and all shelters were packed with people who were waiting to watch the match through the sacred steel. This was absolutely the most controversial fight in the entire contest this year, and people called it the fight between the king and the imposter. Almost everyone in First God's Sanctuary was watching, and the number of viewers was even bigger than that of the final last year. The popularity of this match was in part due to Contest Center and Fang Mingwen, or else there wouldn't be so many people who were paying attention to Dollar, and the media would not have cooked up such a hype. The field reporters all wished to interview Idong and Dollar before they started, although there was no way to record it. It was enough that everyone in the First God's Sanctuary could see it at such a crucial moment. On the stage, Idong coldly stared at Hansen and said in a flat voice, "Well, since you dare to come, then get ready to die." Drawing the dagger from his waist, he had a murderous look on his face. "Do you think this is some kung fu movie?" Hansen scoffed inwardly. He didn't believe someone would actually say such dramatic words in real life. Hansen did not reply, but shapeshifted into the Bloody Slayer, grabbed the hilt of the Shura katana and ran toward Idong. The Bloody Slayer had a great speed and was as fast as a fighter aircraft at its full speed. Instantaneously, Dollar was in his face. The viewers all wondered whether Dollar had lost his mind to approach Yi, who was best at close combat. Almost no one could avoid his fatal blow after being approached by him. Wow, Dollar is nuts. He not only approached Yi, but was also using a katana. At least use your spear so that you can keep the distance. A misstep by Dollar. He should have come with a bow and arrows. Even if he doesn't know archery, shooting down from the above is 1,000 times better than getting close to Yi. Yi's fans were overjoyed. This idiot wanders so willingly into Yi's lap. It would be hard not to beat him. Idong sneered and shapeshifted into a mutant monkey more than 6 feet tall with a thick tail, which greatly improved his strength and speed. Idong had a sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul as well, but it was not similar to the shape of a human body. If he could not use his skills and sacred blood dagger, the sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul would do more harm than good. There were few creatures that had the shape close to human, and even fewer that looked human, except for that sacred blood beast soul in the shape of a lady that was awarded to the chosen. There was hardly any sacred blood beast soul that takes human form. Hansen's Bloody Slayer was a precious sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul because it had a pair of human hands that allowed him to use all sorts of techniques. Idong watched Hansen bolting toward him and gave his dagger a harder grip. He held the sacred blood dagger backhanded and launched his body at Hansen. The distance between the two was shorter and shorter. All the moves of Idong fell in the eyes of Hansen, who felt every stretch and twist of his opponent had followed his expectation. He could see through as if he was no more than a puppet. Between two assassins, if one was much better, something like this would happen. Hansen knew everything about Yi while he didn't even know Hansen was good at sneak attacks as well, and that had determined Yi's loss. It did not matter that his speed and strength were both greater than Hansen. When the two clashed, the katana painted golden by Hansen moved and was suddenly returned to its sheath. The movements of the weapon were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. They continued sliding nearly 30 feet in opposite directions before they stopped. Hansen's magnificent body was as steady as a mountain, while Idong slowly turned around and stared at Hansen's back. He stressed each syllable. "What is that skill called?" "Bladestorm," Hansen replied without looking back. "I will fight you again." And next time I will not lose, he said and walked down the stage. The moment he went down, he fell to the ground with a thump. Blood was welling from a cut in his chest so deep that his bones could be seen. The entire First God's Sanctuary went quiet. Billions of viewers of the match opened their mouths but could not make a sound. No one could believe that the result would be like this. They could accept it if it was the other way. But Idongu, who was invincible like a king, was defeated by Dollar in one blow, which was hard to swallow. Not to mention his fans. Even Dollar's fans had never thought that Dollar could win like this. Even the optimistic ones believed it would at least take Dollar quite some effort to win. But no one thought that he would lose in such a shameful way, and in his strong suit, close combat. Hansen turned his head back and looked at Idongu, who was struggling to get back on his feet. He said calmly, "Not bad. You survived a serious strike from me." Hansen turned away. "Not bad, not bad." This sentence blew all the viewers' minds. In the eyes of the public, Dollar's figure suddenly became more and more grand and brilliant. Dollar's fans finally came to realization of what had happened and started shouting and jumping up and down. The silence was broken and the entire First God's Sanctuary became festive. Everyone was talking about this incredible fight that went down pretty fast. Haha, in your face, use fans. Not just the fans, but also the media and the entire alliance, except for Fang Minquan's contest center. Y'all thought he was gonna win. How about this? He is beat before even getting to top 10. Now think about it. Fang Minquan sure had some vision. His analysis actually made a lot of sense. We were just blinded by Idongu's performance and didn't listen. Lin Feng is the visionary one. No wonder he was the runner-up last year. He knew this long ago. Haha. It seems this year it will be between Lin Feng and Dollar. We really owe Fang Minquan and Dollar an apology. Fang Minquan was robbed. Not bad. Haha. What a line. A match that took less than 10 seconds had changed Dollar's image completely. What a line. Next time I have to try it. Not bad. You survived a serious strike from me. Tang regretted that it was not him who came up with the line. A king is always lonely. When others are laughing with friends to show off their humor, he is sweating in silence. The king is always lonely. When others are chasing fair maidens, he is bleeding on the battlefield. A king is always lonely. When the whole world is against him, he stared into the front. A king is always lonely. When he is abandoned by all, he is still firmly marching forward, only to realize his dreams afar. I just want to say, Dollar, please accept my allegiance. A loner like me wishes to follow you who are lonely too. You win, I will be with you. You lose, I will be with you. Fang Minquan finished the article and did not leave his own name under. Instead he wrote from a loner to the king. When Fang Minquan uploaded the article on the Skynet, it went viral at an incredible speed, triggering a huge response. Damn, I cried reading this. It reminded me of when I trained hard to be admitted to a military school. Others admired me for being admitted, while they had no idea about the effort I made. I had to train even when I had a fever. It was tough. Fang Minquan wrote well. I was reminded of the days I struggled in God's sanctuary. This is simply my true portrayal. I am also a loner, spending at least 28 days in God's sanctuary each month. I just want to work harder so that my family can live better. But I am so tired and I need company. No matter what happens in the future, from this moment on, I am a fan of Dollar and Fang Minquan's. If God gave me another chance, I would never have said anything bad about Dollar. +1, plus 10,086. Dollar, you are my king. The king marches in loneliness had made Dollar and Fang a tremendous success. As Fang became a real celebrity, Dollar had gained many hardcore fans who would not sway easily. Reading the piece himself, Hansen felt touched, too. During the first 3 months when he had just entered God's sanctuary, the loneliness and helplessness he experienced were maddening. He had gone this far because of his dreams and the people he cared about. If it weren't for his mother and Han Yan, Hansen might have given up on himself. Hansen wanted to reply to the article, but he eventually let that thought go. Let us keep marching forward for what we truly cherish. No words could express my feeling. Hansen silently logged out. Hansen rested for a while and decided to check if there was any hypergenal art on footwork that suited him in St. Hall. Idongu's footwork was paired perfectly with his sneak attacks, and the footwork was what Hansen lacked. If he could practice some footwork to work with his sleeve-blade skills, he could reach an even higher level in the combat. In the afternoon, Fang Jinky suddenly sent him a message to ask him to meet about something important. Hansen went to Fang Jinky's villa and found out that Fang was asking him to join Fiskai's team to hunt a sacred blood creature. Fiskai could not deal with the creature with his own men, but he did not want to team up with Son of Heaven or King Xuan. He did find the weakness of the creature and have a plan that calls for a good assassin. He did not know someone like this, but he did not want to share the meat of the creature with the other gangs either. I know you are also in steel armor shelter, so I've recommended you to him. If you join them, you won't get a share of the meat but will be paid with a mutant three-eyed beast mount. As for the beast soul of the sacred blood creature, we will follow the tradition. Whoever gets it could keep it. Fang Jinky paused and said, the pay is very good. If this guy does not insist on having the meat to himself, the share you get could not possibly be of the same value as a mutant beast soul mount. Hansen promised he would join this guy. He had always wanted a mount and here came his opportunity to get a mutant one. Plus, he had a chance at the sacred blood beast soul as well. So why not? Fang Jinky gave Hansen a coin and said with a smile, I only said that I would recommend someone good, but didn't name you. Take this to the agreed place and he will know. Hansen nodded and took the coin. Fang Jinky took him to dinner before letting him go. Hansen came to the agreed place and saw this guy and his gang under a tree enjoying the cool. Obviously waiting for someone. Ass freak, what are you doing here instead of following King Shuan around? A gang member saw Hansen and ridiculed. Hansen did not speak, but fished out the coin from his pocket and flicked it with his finger. The coin drew an arc and fell in the palm of this guy. Holding the coin, this guy looked at it and felt incredible. He asked Hansen, you are the person Fang mentioned. No way, this guy. This is the guy you told us about. Ass freak is the master your friend recommended. Brother, are you kidding us? Brother, are you playing with us? This guy's men were talking at the same time as none of them believed Ass freak was the man. This guy was also upset. Fang Jinky said he would send him a master of assassination. But he did not expect it to be Hansen. This guy knew Fang Jinky well and knew that he would never mess around. Since Fang had recommended Hansen, he must have his own reason. This guy regarded Hansen and said, Fang said that you are skilled in assassination. Better than average, Hansen said. Better than average. We are going to kill a sacred blood creature. Can you manage that? Littlefinger said with distrust and curled his lips. This gang was different from the King Shuan's gang and Son of Heaven's gang. It had no military background and this guy did not pay for the gang members. This gang was formed by a group of friends and this guy was their leader. The members all referred to each other with nicknames. Thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger and little finger. Plus this guy were the backbone of this gang. All 6 were here today, which showed the importance they attached to this sacred blood creature. This guy had almost maxed out on his sacred geno points and all he needed was the meat from this one creature to get there. Without having a mount, Hansen was invited to sit together with this guy on his mutant mount, which was as strong as a rhinoceros. The gang marched toward the southern mountains. Along the way, the gang had never stopped unless necessary. On the 3rd day, they finally stopped at a Grand Canyon. Hansen estimated that if it were not for the mounts, it would have taken them half a month to get here. They could no longer ride in the canyon, so Hansen followed the gang on foot. Along the side of the valley they walked down and saw a billowing river, which was still not their destination. Having walked for more than 2 hours, they finally saw a large cave on the side. It was dark inside and they lit torches before going in. Once they were in the cave, columns of stalactites caught their eyes. Be careful. Although we have cleared them up last time we came, the cave has a complex structure so there is no guarantee that we've got them all. Also there could be some new creatures hidden somewhere. Everyone pay attention, said this guy solemnly. All answered aye and Thumb led the way holding a mutant beast soul shield in his hand. The rest followed him into the depths of the cave. Littlefinger was walking on the end with a pair of beast soul cowls in his hand, vigilantly looking around. Along the way Hansen saw a lot of old bloodstains, which must be left from when the gang was here last time. Obviously their worries were unnecessary as they had encountered no danger on the way. The gang must have done a good job last time as there was not even a primitive creature. Pay attention, guys. We are about to see it. Do not make a noise, whispered this guy who was directly behind Thumb after they had walked for 4 or 5 hours. In fact, these words were meant for Hansen, as everyone else had been here before and knew that they were approaching the creature. They were tiptoeing like cats, making absolutely no sound. Hansen nodded to this guy, who then signaled Thumb to keep going. In a short while, they were at the end of the path and the space suddenly became huge. A stone hall appeared in front of their eyes. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling were about 30 feet long, which were not even 1/10 of the height of the cave. Unknown black vines were growing everywhere in the cave and the leaves on the vines were as black as ink. There were even black flowers dotted on the vines. Where they came from was like a tunnel that was connected to the hall's wall, and there were many entrances like this one. This guy indicated silence to Hansen with his finger and then pointed underneath them. Hansen looked down and his eyes lit up. Hansen saw that at the bottom of the cave, a black pangolin-like creature more than 6 feet long with its whole body covered with crystal scales was drinking water from a pool. That is the creature. Its hearing is no good, but it has got excellent eyesight. Even a sacred blood beast soul weapon could hardly hurt its scales. Its biggest weakness is its soft belly, explained Index Finger unhurriedly, who was a refined young man. Even if its stomach is its weakness, it is on all fours and I can't really flip it over and stab there, Hansen said. Of course not. As long as there is a sign of trouble, this guy will roll itself into a ball, and then it would be like a snail hidden inside the shell and its belly would be protected. Its scales could also flip up and become circular saw blades. When it rolls, it's like a spiked wheel and even the thickest armor would be cut open by that. And no one's body could stand that either, Littlefinger cut in. How is this a weakness then? Hansen could not help but frown. Certainly we cannot attack it head on. Its strength is formidable and its speed is too high. No one can afford taking a hit from it. This guy hesitated before he pointed at the pool at the bottom and said, our plan is that in a while, we will go out to drive it away. And you can take the opportunity to hide underwater in the pool. When it goes to drink again, you make the attack from below the water at its soft chin. It would be great if you could leave the weapon in its chin so that it could no longer curl up. At that time we could kill it however we like. Fiskeye, no wonder you are willing to pay me a mutant mount. I'd be risking my life. Hansen said to Fiskeye, if it is easy, we will not pay such a big price. Can you do it or not? Littlefinger whispered. Everyone awaited Hansen's decision, looking at him. I can try. But since I am putting my life on the line here, I have to get paid first in case I die there. Hansen pondered and said, okay. Fiskeye agreed readily and transferred the mount to Hansen. Now that they were here already, as long as Hansen got into the water, they did not worry he would run away. So, it was fine to pay him first. Index Finger took a small oxygen cylinder and respirator from his bag and gave them to Hansen, so that Hansen could stay in the water longer. After everything was ready, Fiskeye looked at Hansen and said, we'll go out to lead it to one of the tunnels and you should quickly go hide underwater. You don't have much time, 30 seconds at best. Is that fine? No problem. Hansen checked the distance to the pool and then confirmed. Well, although its bare skin is relatively vulnerable, you would still need at least a mutant beast soul weapon to pierce that. Do you have one? Fiskeye was a bit concerned. Hansen nodded again. His sure a katana was comparable with a mutant weapon. But he was not dollar now, so he did not bring it along. But Hansen still had a mutant black stinger arrow and that would do. Everything was ready. Fiskeye and his gang members exchanged a look and everyone except for Littlefinger climbed away using the mines. They carefully climbed to other entrances to the hull, and then threw fist-sized iron balls at the drinking creature from each entrance. Den. The balls hit the creature's black crystal scales and made noises of metal, not even leaving a white mark on the scales. But the sacred blood creature was obviously angered. In just a moment, it curled up its body and suddenly looked like a snail, a spiked one. The black scales were turning up and sharp as blades. The creature started rolling with a thudding and even the stone was cut deeply by its scales. It was fearsome indeed. In just an instant, it rolled several dozen feet. Not only its speed was incredible, it could also roll itself onto a steep stone wall. Like a spiked wheel, it rolled upward on the wall and was behind Fiskye's men in an instant. They could not afford to relax and all hid in the respective tunnel next to themselves. The sacred blood creature followed Thumb into the tunnel closest to it. Come on, Thumb can't hold very long. Littlefinger urged Hansen to go down. Hansen took a deep breath, grabbed the vines and quickly slid down to the bottom. He ran to the pool but did not jump in for fear of making too much noise. Instead, Hansen went to the waterside, slowly slid himself into the water and sank. Seeing Hansen diving in the water with the respirator in his mouth, Littlefinger was relieved and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. When he was about to check on the sacred blood creature, he saw a shadow rushing from the tunnel where it was enrolled to the bottom. Its eyes on the side of its body twirled for a while and detected no danger. It then slowly spread its body and crawled around to chew on the black mines. The reason why the creature had stayed here for a long time was to eat the black mines. Fiskye's gang had discovered this and was thus certain that it would not leave before eating up the vines. The creature was still gnawing the vines when Fiskye's gang returned from the back of the tunnel. It chanced that all the tunnels were connected and they made a detour and found Littlefinger. Thumb's arm was hurt. His blood was dripping and his bone was bared. Thumb, you all right? Fiskeye and others asked nervously. I'm okay, but my mutant shield was ruined when used to block the creature. If we could not kill it, it would not be worth it at all. Thumb said distressed. I wonder if Asfreak could finish the task. Littlefinger watched the quiet pool and the creature eating the vines with a worried look on his face. I hope he can. Looking down, this guy was not sure either. One could never be sure about the result when one was about to hunt a sacred blood creature. The infamy of Ass Freak also added to their lack of confidence in Hansen. The gang watched the creature nervously, but it did not have any intention to drink. After chewing on the black vines for more than half an hour, it lay down on a stone and fell into sleep. This guy and others started to get anxious, as the oxygen cylinder they gave Hansen was only the size of a palm and the oxygen was quite limited. When they were praying for the creature to get up, it eventually woke up and slowly climbed to the pool, as if their prayers had worked. It stretched its head above the pool and started to lap the water with its tongue. However, this guy and the Finger brothers were not too happy about this, as where the creature stayed was far from where Hansen was hiding. If Hansen started to swim now, however, the waves he made would alarm the sacred blood creature for sure. What now? The gang members' hearts raced. Hansen could not even touch the creature in such distance, let alone kill it. Unfortunately, the water below was too dark, and they could not see what Hansen was doing under the water. Hearts in their mouths, the guys suddenly heard a screech from the bottom. The sacred blood creature lifted its head up and there was a black arrow deep in its white jaw, with only less than half the length exposed. Blood was flowing along the arrow shaft. Not able to find its enemy, the creature wanted to curl up after being injured. However, since its jaw had an arrow in it, it could not curl itself into a perfect ball. Instead, it looked like a jagged tire in an accident, bearing much of its white belly. Overjoyed, the gang summoned all kinds of weapons and rushed out. The sacred blood creature was still fierce though badly injured. When it rolled, stones were still crushed under its scales. No one could block it like no one could stand in the way of a bulldozer. The gang did not dare to fight it head-on and decided to carry on the fight while beating a retreat. Then they saw the creature rolling itself into a tunnel and ran away as fast as it could. Only then did Hansen appear from the pool holding Doomsday. The rest paid him no mind and rushed to the cave and chased after the creature. Hansen quickly followed them. The creature's injury did not affect its speed. It soon disappeared in the cave. Fortunately, it had shed a lot of blood, so the gang was able to follow it. There were toxins on the mutant black stinger arrow and the creature would surely pressure the arrow deeper and deeper as it rolled. Hence its wound had not healed and blood could still be spotted from time to time. Having chased for more than 2 hours in the tunnels, they finally saw the light as they had come out of the cave and entered a forest of hoodoos. The ground was still stained with blood, so apparently the sacred blood creature had fled among the hoodoos. Damn, the vitality of this creature is just incredible. We would have died a long time ago had we shed so much blood. And it was running fast as ever, Thumb cursed. The terrain was rugged so they could not use their mounts. Everyone kept chasing on foot. As they were running, Hansen suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Sacred blood creature scaled armadillo killed. The beast soul of scaled armadillo gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hansen paused and could not believe the scaled armadillo had already died. What was more surprising was that he even gained its beast soul. Seeing Hansen suddenly stopped, the rest looked to him and asked, "What happened?" "The scaled armadillo is dead," replied Hansen. Scaled armadillo. The rest suddenly realized that scaled armadillo was the name of the sacred blood creature, and all became thrilled. "Your arrow is poisonous?" This guy quickly asked. "Yes, but the toxicity does not seem to be strong enough to kill a sacred blood creature." Hansen had some doubts himself. The scaled armadillo must have rolled itself so hard that the arrow pierced its brain. Ringfinger guessed. "Yes, that is quite plausible. Let's hurry," Thumb said eagerly. The gang followed the blood stain and turned around a corner before they saw the dead scaled armadillo. However, they all paused. What they saw was different from what they had imagined. The scaled armadillo was dead indeed. But it did not seem to die because of Hansen's arrow. A gorgeous bird more than 9 feet tall with silver body and ruby eyes was using its silver hook-like claws to tear the scaled armadillo's body and peck at its flesh. The scales that even a sacred blood weapon could not break were torn apart like they were made of paper. Hansen now knew that it was indeed not his arrow, but this silver bird that had killed the scaled armadillo. For some reason, it was still counted as his doing. That's #T, another sacred blood creature with wings. Thumb screamed out loud. His voice turned all faces dark. The bird that was enjoying its meal suddenly cast its ruby-like eyes in their direction. The moment it spotted them, a murderous look appeared in its eyes and it spread its wings like clouds that blocked the sky and flew toward them. "Scatter," this guy shouted, turned and bolted. This silver bird was so strong that they were by no means its match. Since even the scales of the scaled armadillo could not withstand its claws, they simply had nothing to fight it with. Hansen was also running as fast as his legs could carry him. The gang had scattered, but as Hansen looked back, he realized that the silver bird had chosen him to follow. Its ferocious bird eyes red as blood gazing at him unblinkingly. Maybe God envies my newly gained beast soul. Hansen secretly cursed and continued to run desperately. Fortunately, it was a forest of pagoda-like weathered rock hoodoos. Hansen was taking his cover behind the pagoda-like hoodoos and paid no mind which way he was going as long as he could get rid of the silver bird. However, the horrendous silver bird was still following him. Under its claws, even a car-sized stone was crushed in an instant. Its strength was almost divine. After running for a while, Hansen was suddenly in the open and out of the hoodoo forest. He complained inwardly, now without the hoodoos as my cover, how could I outrun this damned bird? Without the cover of the hoodoos, the silver bird uttered a ferocious hoot and rushed toward him. Without hesitation, Hansen summoned the bloody slayer and black beetle and turned himself into a golden centaur, running with all four hooves. Hansen had always trusted the speed of the bloody slayer, but this time he failed to run away from the silver bird. Instead, the bird was catching up. Am I going to die here? Hansen complained inwardly. The shapeshifting time was limited and his current gene opponents would give him less than an hour. Once his time was up, how could he ever outrun the ferocious silver bird with his own feet? But now Hansen had no time to think. He had to focus on running as fast as he could. As for the purple-winged dragon beast soul, Hansen did not dare to summon it at all. Once he used wings to send himself in the air, his flying speed would be even lower and he would be turning himself into a meal for the bird. Looking at the endless plain, Hansen ran desperately while the silver bird was snapping at his heels. As time passed, Hansen started to feel a severe soreness and knew that his shapeshifting time was almost up. As Hansen was considering whether to turn around and fight the bird head-on, he heard a rumbling of water ahead of him. It seemed that there was a wide river there. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Without thinking any further, he ran at his full speed toward the sound and used Jadeskin fully so that he could shapeshift a bit longer. As Hansen thought his body was about to explode, he had finally made it to the river. With acute pain, he threw himself into the water. Thump! Hansen heard a loud noise behind him, and then felt a burst of pain on his back that almost made him black out. His heart froze, knowing the silver bird had followed him into the water. The desire to survive made him muster what was left of his energy and try to dive deep into the river. At this point, Hansen could no longer keep up shapeshifting, or else his body would break down. The moment he turned into himself, he felt he was pushed downstream at an incredible speed. He tried not to faint, as he could drown in such torrents before he was eaten by the bird. He summoned the mutant black barracuda, and a mutant mount more than 4 feet long appeared next to him. Holding tight on the mount, Hansen controlled it to dive to the bottom. When Hansen could no longer hold his breath, he sent the mutant black barracuda to the surface. Finally getting a little break, Hansen was glad to find the silver bird was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that it did not know how to swim and just clawed his back when he jumped into the water. His back was still in great pain, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart with spasms in his muscles. He felt like he was made into a plate of sashimi with his flesh being sliced off. The consequence of shapeshifting over time made Hansen helpless. Fortunately, he had his black beetle armor for protection, or else the creatures in the river that had sniffed the smell of blood would have torn him apart. Groups of strange fish more than 2 feet long hovered around him and tried to bite his body from time to time. With some physical strength recovered, Hansen started to observe the surroundings. With a long sigh of relief, Hansen climbed up into a tall tree's crown. When he was about to take a good rest and treat his wound, a beast roar rang in the mountain near him. How bad can my luck be? With a wry smile, Hansen vigilantly looked in the direction of the roar. Seeing it was actually several youths hunting a lion-like creature, Hansen felt God had not abandoned him yet. Taking all his beast souls back and putting the dagger back into his sleeve, Hansen slowly walked toward the youths and said after they killed the creature, "Friends, may I ask where this is?" The youths that were still thrilled over their kill were startled by Hansen's voice and turned to him with weapons in their hands. After seeing Hansen, who was in rags that were dripping blood, they were suddenly relieved. "Why are you here alone?" asked the young man in beast soul armor, looking at Hansen with some doubt. "I came with some friends and not sure it was good or bad luck. We ran into a flying sacred blood creature and scattered. I'm lucky to be alive." Hansen told half the truth. A sacred blood creature. Where? The youths were shocked. "I don't know now. I jumped into the river to escape from it and was carried here by the torrents. If you want to hunt it, you could go to the upstream and try your luck." and not sure if it would still be there though. Hansen paused and asked, "Could you tell me where I am first?" A girl with wide eyes said, "We are not sure either. But if you are heading to a shelter, go west and it will take you about a month to reach Glory Shelter." Hansen was a bit surprised. Glory Shelter was where Zhu Longyan and Lin Beifeng came from. It chanced that he was near Glory Shelter now. He wondered how far the river had carried him. It was fortunate that he did not encounter any great danger on the way. The young man who spoke first suddenly said, "You don't look like you are in good shape. It so happens that we are heading back. So if you are willing to pay, we could take you with us." Hansen smiled. "Does it look like I have money with me? We can sign a contract here and you could pay when we are back in the shelter," replied the young man. "How much do you want?" Hansen pondered and asked. He was not familiar with this area. If he followed them, at least he would not get lost. 100,000. The young man regarded the bow and arrows Hansen was carrying and said, "It looks like you are injured. We can give you some medicine and food, meat of primitive creatures." The rest of the youths were a bit shocked by this price, as 100,000 was not a small amount. "Okay, but I would have to pay after we reach the shelter," said Hansen, spreading his hands out. This trip was fruitful enough and it was most important that he could reach a shelter safe and sound. 100,000 was not much for him at this point. "Deal." The young man happily took out pen and paper to draft a simple contract. After Hansen signed, he gave Hansen some food and water. After some self-introduction, the girl with wide eyes helped treat Hansen's wound. Once she lifted his shirt up and saw the wound left by the silver bird, she almost let out a yelp of surprise. A foot-long wound spread across Hansen's back, with flesh ripped apart. The injury looked scary. However, he had great physique and jade skin. Hansen had got familiar with the youths after traveling with them for 2 days. They were not bad people, because they were from humble families and had nothing special about them. They did not make it into some large gangs. Instead, they grouped up to hunt creatures themselves. They did not dare to poke any strong creature for lack of strength. This way, there was not much risk involved as they were always picking on primitive creatures that were alone. Their situation was much better than Hansen when he had first entered God's sanctuary. At the foot of a mountain, they suddenly heard a screeching. Several of them looked up and saw some black figures rushing down from the mountain, terrified. "Run, it's black-tailed monkeys," shouted Zhu Xiangqian, the leader of the youths. Although the black-tailed monkeys were merely of the size of cats, as primitive creatures, they were rather swift and their claws were toxic and it would be dangerous for one to be scratched by them. Seeing at least a dozen monkeys rushing down, the youths were all shocked. They might be able to cope with 1 or 2 of them. But once they were caught up by the dozen here, it would be hard for any of them to stay alive. Surrounded by mountains, it was almost impossible for them to outrun the monkeys who were used to climb. Suddenly, a trill of the string was followed by a scream of a monkey. The youths turned around and saw a black-tailed monkey was pierced by an arrow in the head and fell to the ground. And the archer was Hansen on the side. "Hansen, let's go. There are too many black-tailed monkeys here and we will be in trouble if surrounded by them," said Li Xiaogu, the girl with wide eyes hastily. Hansen ignored her urging and drew the string of doomsday at the black-tailed monkeys sweeping across the slope, screaming. The youths thought Hansen was out of his mind. How many of the monkeys could he possibly kill? Once he was besieged by them, 1 scratch would mean death. While they were still anxious, they heard the string sounded once again and it did not stop. A black shadow flashed and instantly shot through a black-tailed monkey's head. The next moment, the arrow went back to the hands of Hansen and was driven through another monkey's head. There was no extra movement or any deviation. The bow and arrow were almost integrated into one. With a mysterious beauty, string, arrow, death, everything was so natural and smooth, as if this was the way it should be. Zhu Xiangqian and the other youths were stunned and stopped running. They could not believe the black-tailed monkeys' heads were penetrated just like this. More than half of the 20-some black-tailed monkeys were shot dead by Hansen before they could make it to the foot of the mountain. And the few survivors screamed and fled back to the mountains. The youths were still frozen and looked Hansen up and down as if they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, they heard a screech of anger from the mountains and soon saw a black-tailed monkey more than twice the size of the normal ones reaching the foot of the mountain in an instant like a whirl of wind. A mutant black-tailed monkey. Li Xiaogu was shocked. Following her cry, an arrow flew across with a firm sound of string. Whoosh! The mutant black-tailed monkey was suddenly shot in the head, with its whole body carried away and nailed on a tree behind it by an arrow. Li Xiaogu and the rest were looking at the monkey nailed on the tree astonished. And when they looked to Hansen in a few seconds, he had put the bow back on his back as if he just did something quite trivial. On the day of the ranking rounds of the contest, almost everyone was watching the matches. The match that they were most looking forward to being Dollar versus Lin Feng. But until the start of the match, Dollar was still nowhere to be seen. Because a total point system was used in the ranking rounds, every contestant must fight all 9 others. Whoever won the most matches would have higher ranking. So in the beginning, when it had not been Dollar's turn yet, the viewers were still hopeful that he might show up later. However, Dollar did not even show up at his own rounds and ended up losing by default. There was an uproar among the viewers, as they were very disappointed in Dollar's absence after waiting for such a long time. All kinds of speculations and gossips began trending. Some said Dollar was injured when hunting a sacred blood creature, and thus could not make it. Some said Dollar was an active duty soldier and was executing orders on the battlefield, so he could not participate in the contest. Of course, some said Dollar was afraid of Lin Feng, and did not dare to come. However, this argument was relatively unpopular. After all, Dollar's strength had been recognized by the vast majority in his fight against Hidongmu. With all kinds of speculations in the alliance, people first thought of Fang Mingquan in Contest Center and wished that Fang would have a satisfactory answer to why Dollar did not show up at the ranking rounds. Naturally, Fang Mingquan had no way of knowing that, so he simply wrote an article, "You are my uncrowned king," to indicate the Dollar was his only king and champion forever no matter which place he ended up having. Getting no answer from Fang Mingquan, people were still curious, but there was no one who knew the reason why Dollar did not show up no matter how many analyses there were. Until the end of the contest, Dollar still did not make his appearance. He was considered lost by forfeit in all his matches and ranked number 10 in the end. But no one doubted the strength of Dollar. At least he would not be number 10. And the champion was highly predictable. Lin Feng still allowed all his opponents to perform wonderfully before defeating them. It was the same in every match of his. The focus of the ranking rounds was not the ranking. There was not even much discussion on who the champion would be. The hottest debate was if Dollar had come, who would the champion be? In an interview with Lin Feng, a female reporter asked him, "Did Dollar choose not to come because he fears you?" Lin Feng replied casually, "Just like I will never be afraid of any opponent, neither will he." He then ignored all other interviews. Unable to reach Lin Feng, reporters then turned to chase his buddy Tang Zhenliu. This made Tang really depressed. He was the runner-up this year, which was the best ranking he had so far, and no one cared about that. They might congratulate him on that in the beginning, which was always followed by questions about Dollar. Tang Zhenliu, if Dollar were in the matches, who do you think would be the champion? Dollar or Lin Feng? Tang Zhenliu, why do you think Dollar was absent? Dollar and Lin Feng, who would be more likely to win? Do Dollar and Lin Feng know each other? Are you and Dollar friends? All kinds of questions made Tang dizzy, and he ended up hiding at home so that the journalists could not besiege him. The Skynet was also flooded with posts discussing these questions. Some were praising Dollar and some criticizing. The debates lasted for about a month after the contest was over. It took Hansen and the youths more than half a month to reach Glory Shelter. The youths told Hansen it would take a month, which was an estimate according to their own speed, considering they had to bypass large groups of creatures. With Hansen on the team, they did not need to take detours anymore, as the archer could clear the path. As long as the creatures were not in too large a group, Hansen could always keep them at least 30 feet away, making the youths realize the benefits a great archer could bring. Because of the performance of Hansen, some of them had changed their focus to archery. After Hansen reached Glory Shelter, he found that he could not claim the reward for the chosen there and had to claim it at the Sacred Steel and Steel Armor Shelter where he registered in the contest. Hansen could not immediately go back now, so he first teleported out of God's Sanctuary, and as soon as he was in the Alliance, he saw on his comlink many unanswered calls from Fang Jinky. He called back and heard Fang's relieved voice, "You are not dead yet. Good people are not so easy to die. Tell Fisk Guy that I cannot go see him right now and will give him the mutant mount back." Their contract stipulated that if the sacred blood creature was hunted, Hansen could have a mutant beast soul mount. But since the scaled armadillo was taken by the silver bird, Fisk Guy's gang must have gone back with nothing. There was no reason for Hansen to keep the mount. No need. After you led the silver bird away, the gang managed to bring back the body of the scaled armadillo. They lost a little bit to the bird, but it does not matter much. They have been really worried that you might have been killed by the bird. Fang Jinky laughed. "Unfortunately, I had no sacred blood beast soul bow or arrow, or I would have shot the silver bird down as well. It got lucky," joked Hansen. "If you need sacred blood beast soul bow and arrow, Here is a chance. Fang Jinky grinned. What chance? You are not asking me to risk my life again, right? I have no interest to do it a second time, said Hansen, actually feeling quite interested inwardly. Doomsday was good, but not quite enough to kill a sacred blood creature. In 2 months, Fiskai will enter Second God's Sanctuary and will sell some of his beast souls, including a sacred blood bow. If you are interested, you could take a look, said Fang Jinky. Will do. Hansen hung up and went outside. Where have you been? Aren't you aware that the entrance examination to Blackhawk is about to start? If you do not get admitted, do not say that I have trained you, because I cannot afford to lose face like that. I was hunting a creature with friends and something went wrong. I just got back to the shelter. I am really sorry. Hansen knew that he had been gone longer than he asked for it. Whatever, your admission had nothing to do with me. I actually wish that you won't pass the exam so that I will not have to see you every day. Hansen returned home and checked in with his mother before going to bed. He was not in a hurry to claim his sacred blood beast soul. He could claim it any time at Steel Armor Shelter before the next contest started. Entrance exam to Blackhawk was in just a few days, and he planned to take the exam before finding his way from Glory Shelter to Steel Armor Shelter. But he had to make it back to Steel Armor Shelter before Fiskai auctioned his beast souls. He was very interested in that sacred blood beast soul bow. In addition, the shrieky beast should finish evolving into a sacred blood beast by that time, and he could not waste that. Thinking of beast souls, Hansen summoned the beast soul of the scaled armadillo, which was a huge black round shield about 4 feet wide. The shield was covered in scales and spikes and looked quite fearsome. It was more for offense than defense, as whoever knocked over or cut by the shield would suffer severe injury. Really great stuff. If it's paired with the speed of the Bloody Slayer, even King Xuan would not dare to take a hit from it. When the entrance exam was about to begin, King Xuan as the station master could not leave the teleport station to accompany Hansen to Plant Hawk where Blackhawk Military Academy was. Instead, she gave Hansen an interstellar spaceship ticket and asked him to go take the exam. Hansen had already talked to Luo Sulan about going to a military academy. She was very supportive of his decision. If he could go to a famous military school and graduate, he could serve as a low-level officer instead of a soldier, even if his grades were just average. This way he did not have to suffer too much and his chance of survival on the battlefield would also be higher. If his grades were excellent, then it would be even better. In that case, maybe he would be assigned to a relatively safe position, which was what Luo Sulan wanted. Her only worry was that Hansen might not be able to pass the entrance exam to such a good school as Blackhawk. After all, Hansen only graduated from the integrated compulsory education system, and his chance of entering a military academy, which was challenging for even many private school graduates, was indeed worrisome. On the interstellar spaceship, Hansen looked at the infinite space outside the window, and his heart started to race. It was the first time ever for him to leave planet Roka. At this moment, Hansen suddenly remembered a line from a book he once read: "My conquest is the Sea of Stars." Long interstellar travel was very boring. Many people would choose to go to the gym or go on the Skynet to kill time. Although Hansen's destination Planet Hawk was not too far away, it would still take a few days. Hansen felt rather bored sitting alone and was trying to decide if he should go to the gym. Suddenly he saw a girl sitting opposite him using her comlink to play a game that looked like Hand of God Online. Hansen thought it was similar to Hand of God because the game he played in the teleport station was via a holographic device that monitored one's entire body, while the one the girl was playing was a comlink game that could be played with one hand. The girl's fingers were long and pretty, hitting the spots near her hand at a dazzling speed. What Hansen did not understand was what seemed to be the difference between this game and the one he had played. In addition to those light spots, there were also the holographic image of a palm, which was hitting the spots nearby as if it was trying to beat the girl to them. Hansen watched for a while and roughly understood that it was an online mini version of the game Hand of God. The one he used to play was the single-player version. After finishing her round, the girl saw Hansen staring at her and gave him a cold glance. Hansen then noticed that the girl was actually stunning. She was his age or maybe older, wearing a suit that looked like a uniform. She had a sweet face like a porcelain doll with small red lips and black hair. The girl saw Hansen still staring at her and deliberately turned away, continuing to play her game. Hansen stood up, walked next to the girl, and said with a smile, "Are you from Blackhawk?" The girl turned back and looked at Hansen, slightly surprised. "You also go to Blackhawk?" "Not yet. I'm going to apply," Hansen said. The girl heard his reply and seemed to have lost interest in him. There were numerous applicants to Blackhawk each year and the admission rate was less than 1 in 1,000. She thought it was just Hansen's pickup line. She had seen too many people like him and was no longer surprised. Sister, what is that game you are playing? It looks like a bit like Hand of God. Hansen sat down next to the girl and continued the conversation. The girl had no choice but to turn back and look at Hansen. Suddenly her lips turned upward into a sly smile. Don't ask and play against me. If you win, I could even go on a date with you. The girl took for granted that everyone knew the Skynet version of Hand of God, especially an applicant to a military academy. Hansen must be using this to get her attention. So, if I win, you are willing to be my girlfriend. Hansen looked at the girl in surprise, no believing what she said was true. This girl had a sweet face and a nicer body. Her long legs and plump bosom were accentuated by her small waist. She was a beautiful girl indeed. She was still a bit young at this time, but in a few years, once she became a woman, she would be as attractive as, if not more alluring than King Xuan. A girl like her would become his date as long as he beat her in Hand of God. It was a great deal for him either way. Of course, Jai Yanran always keeps her words. If you are admitted to Blackhawk, you could ask around and everyone would tell you so. Jai Yanran grinned. She was a junior at Blackhawk and the president of Hand of God Society. She was definitely among the top 10 at this game in Blackhawk. Not even too many professional players had the confidence to beat her, let alone Hansen, who had not even made it to the military school yet. Great, let's begin now. Hansen felt he could not miss such a great deal to get himself a pretty date before even going to school. He would not have too many opportunities like this one. Jai Yanran gave him a sweet smile. Since it is a showdown and you could potentially have me as your date, what would you offer if you lose? If I lose, I will be your boyfriend. Is that fair? Hansen said earnestly. Jai Yanran gave him a stare and said, save it. Your lines don't work on me. If you lose, you cannot show your face in front of me from now until the moment we arrive at Planet Hawk. Deal. Hansen nodded. He saw Jai Yanran play and thought she was much slower than himself. He was confident that he could win. What is your game ID? I will add you and invite you into my group. Jai Yanran wanted to get rid of him as fast as possible. I'm sorry, sister. I have never played this version of Hand of God. Could you show me how to play first? Hansen spread out his hands helplessly and said. He used to play on the device in the teleport station and had never tried using his comlink. She saw Hansen using his comlink number to enter the game and was quite shocked, because the pop-up window on his comlink was a tutorial, which would only appear when the game was installed for the first time. You really have never played Hand of God? Jai Yanran threw a surprised look at Hansen. Not this version. I have only played the single-player version, replied Hansen. The two versions are quite different, and you dared to play against me when you have never played the versus mode. Jai Yanran felt both shocked and amused, as she thought this guy was driven purely by passion indeed. He soon discovered that versus version was much more interesting than the single-player version. Playing alone simply required him to be fast, while more factors were added to the versus version, including when and when the opponent would move, which made the game more fun. Hansen played a few rounds and gradually mastered the versus version. In fact, as long as one had the skills and ability to judge correctly, the versus version was actually easier. After all, the single-player version was all about speed, and in the versus version, all you had to be was faster than your opponent. Jai Yanran stared sharply at Hansen, but did not say anything. It did not matter. He could not beat her no matter what ID name he used. Hansen saw a friend request and the ID name was Souvenir. Setting up an online game room and password, she invited Hansen to enter. The moment Hansen entered the room, Jai Yanran picked a level and started the match. At the end of the countdown, a holographic image was projected from his comlink. In addition to the image like a crystal ball, there was also the image of Jai Yanran's pretty hand. Jai Yanran saw a spot flashing and immediately moved a finger over to touch it. But before she could do that, she saw a finger of her opponent on it, and the spot disappeared. Jai Yanran did not mind it and thought Hansen got lucky. That spot was closer to his palm anyway. When the second spot appeared, she pointed to it at full speed. But when her little finger was about to touch it, a finger from the holographic image once again beat her to it. Then, the spot disappeared and Hansen gained another point, and Jai Yanran's score remained 0. Jai Yanran paused but still believed that it was pure luck. A rookie like him could never be better than she. But when the third spot appeared, Jai Yanran once again lost the spot she wanted to press. Jai Yanran raged, as this time she saw clearly that Hansen was targeting her, only aiming at the one spot she wanted to press. Brat, I will let you know you should never mess with a Blackhawk girl. Jai Yanran was fully focused this time and was prepared to teach Hansen a lesson. She still thought she had just lost a few points because of her carelessness. However, the same thing happened to the fourth spot and she still did not get a single point. Jai Yanran was getting more and more angry. Her slender fingers danced away, but regardless of which spot she went for, her opponent could always hit it first. Ding ding ding. The sound of spot getting hit continued to ring. Jai Yanran was dumbfounded as she was not even able to get a single spot. Hansen had got them all. Impossible. This is not possible. At the end of the game, Jai Yanran was stunned by the score 0-59. She had tried 59 times and was blocked 59 times. Hansen did not hit any other spot than the ones she was going for. He was just targeting her. But Jai Yanran could not believe that as the president of Hand of God Society, she would get no points at all, which seemed absurd. How is anyone able to do this? Even Jin, who is the best player in Blackhawk, could not have done this, not to mention the kid has not even been admitted to Blackhawk. Thinking of this, Jai Yanran bristled, because she thought of another possibility. Legend has it that a hacker had designed a cheating device of Hand of God, which could 100% prevent the opponent from getting any points. Exactly what had happened. Hansen must have used this cheating device in their game. Jai Yanran was more convinced when she thought about it. Nothing could explain how he could have blocked all her points. Humans simply could not be so accurate. Even some could achieve this. A kid who had not even been to military school would not be one of them. Sister, so I won, right? Hansen walked over with a smile. Having such a pretty girlfriend when he just entered the school was something he would be quite proud of. You used a cheating device, so it does not count? Jai Yanran said angrily. Cheating device. Hansen was a bit shocked. Stop pretending. You blocked all my points and it simply looked fake. If it was not for a cheating device, how could you have done it? Jai Yanran pouted and said. Her look seemed to be saying, I have already seen through how despicable you are. I do not know what a cheating device is. Hansen spread out his hands. Keep pretending if you will. Jai Yanran was certain that Hansen had cheated. If you do not believe me, we can have another match, Hansen said. You have a cheating device, so the result would be the same no matter how many times we play. Jai Yanran curled her lips with disdain. Hansen was dumbfounded and said, my comlink is here. You can check yourself and see whether I have a cheating device installed. I do not understand how it works or where you hide it. Jai Yanran had determined that Hansen had cheated and she did have a point. Hansen's performance looked like he was cheating indeed. His ability to predict and his reflexes were so strong that even Idongmu was not his match, let alone Jai Yanran. Hansen felt that he was wronged, but Jai Yanran would not believe him. Then how can I convince you that I did not cheat? Hansen spread out his hands helplessly. Izzy, when we arrive at Blackhawk, we could have another match using the professional equipment there, and if you could still win, I will believe that you did not cheat and will then honor my promise. Jai Yanran said with confidence. She believed Hansen must have used a cheating device which would not work on professional equipment. His scheme would be exposed then. Alright then, Hansen smiled and said, but you gotta tell me what your name is. My name is Jai Yanran, and you can ask anyone to find out where I am. Jai Yanran believed Hansen had cheated and would not be her match at all, so she told him her real name without hesitation. Beautiful name. Hansen smiled. Well, if you want to enter the school and play against me, you must be admitted first, and a nobody could never enter Blackhawk. Jai Yanran thought to herself. Hansen did not bother her anymore, but went back to his own seat and continued to play the versus version of Hand of God. He only played against Jai Yanran because it was fun and did not really think that this would win him a pretty girlfriend, so he did not really care. Although Jai Yanran was beautiful, King Xuan and Yang Manli were not bad either. Therefore he was not really smitten, but only thought she looked sweet and was an interesting girl. Jai Yanran was no longer in the mood to play. She gave Hansen a stare before going to the lounge and taking some rest. As he continued to play the game, Hansen was feeling less bored. He did not see Jai Yanran again until disembarking. She took her luggage and got on a private luxury aircraft, giving him another stare before leaving. Hansen paid no attention to that and checked in at the hotel King Xuan had booked for him, waiting for the entrance exam to begin. Military schools were different from how they had been centuries ago. In this era, one could take the entrance exam of whichever military school one wanted to go to, as long whoever qualified would be admitted. With Hansen's condition, he could pass the exam on his own. But with King Xuan's recommendation, he could benefit from the special enrollment program and meet lower standards. However, in this case, he needed to do much better in archery. This was nothing difficult for Hansen. He controlled his strength to reach just the standard of special enrollment, and did not stand out in archery either, simply finishing the task. In spite of this, Hansen's performance in archery was still among top 10. In this era, very few people practiced archery, although archers were highly valued in God's sanctuary. In the Alliance, any sniper could use a modern weapon to kill an archer, despite the fact that it was much harder to learn archery. In addition to specially cultivated soldiers, very few people would learn archery on their own, and even fewer were good at it. The reason the special enrollment program existed was that Black Hawk's Department of Archery was one of the weakest among all military schools in the Alliance, which was a disgrace to a famous school like Black Hawk. That was why they were trying to recruit student archers to revitalize the Department of Archery. Smoothly admitted to Black Hawk as a specially enrolled student, Hansen went through some procedures and became a military school student. After reporting the result to his mother, Hansen did not hear Luo Sulin speak for a long while. He faintly heard her sobbing. "My son was admitted to a famous school," Luo Sulin said with blissful tears. After a while, Hansen heard her voice and his eyes became wet. His mother had been through so much these years. After informing his mother, Hansen called Qin Xuan and she said casually, "Congratulations. I have taken care of the procedures for you to join the squad. From now on, you are my guy. Within a week, your mother and sister will be under the protection of the military. Unless you kill Son of Heaven's father or marry his wife, he probably will not be so desperate that he risks doing something stupid. Your family will be safe in the Alliance, about which you can absolutely rest assured." Qin Xuan solemnly committed. Hansen sat up, his eyes falling on the shrieky beast he was feeding. Its fur was dark and shiny like black jade, and it was twice the size it used to be. The shrieky beast has finally evolved into a sacred blood creature. Hansen was filled with ecstasy. Carrying a dagger to kill it, he felt his mouth watering. He was so hungry after the long sleep and his body was so tired. This shrieky beast would do well to provide him with some nutrition. Sacred blood creature shrieky beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Hansen had little interest in listening to the voice. He was staring at the meat cooking in the pot with his mouth watering. His stomach was rumbling as he was starving. But Hansen was still being patient. He waited until the meat stew was ready and started to gobble directly from the pot. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Hansen gorged himself silly and devoured nearly 20 pounds of meat and soup altogether, which even scared himself. But as the warmth spread in his body, he felt so comfortable as if he was a sponge that was filled with water. Sacred blood meat is indeed wonderful. If I could have such a pot every day, I would be so healthy and strong. Hansen licked his lips. Unfortunately, he only had such a blessing every 3 months. With the 5 sacred geno points gained from eating the shrieky beast, he now had 34 sacred geno points. It had only been half a year and he had 1/3 the maximum count of sacred geno points. No one would believe him even he told people the truth. He went to the plaza and bought a primitive creature the size of a chicken and fed the black crystal to it. While doing this, Hansen had something else on his mind. He could finally claim his beast soul reward from the contest. No matter what kind of beast soul he got, it would be a sacred blood one, what many people could only dream of. What is the best? A bow, a mount, or a humanoid beast soul? Hansen thought it would be difficult for him to choose, because he wanted everything. However, he had only one chance and it was not even up to him. At midnight when there was no one around, Hansen quietly entered the martial ring, which had been closed after the contests. Except for him, no one could enter before next year's contest started. After he had claimed his prize, he would not be able to enter either. Standing in front of the sacred steel, Hansen placed his palm on the steel and suddenly all kinds of images of beast souls started shifting rapidly on the steel. Hansen removed his palm and the images were still changing and slowed down after a while. Hansen's heart was racing with the images. When the image froze on one beast soul, Hansen was completely attracted by it. A seductive blonde woman with hourglass figure and scarlet pupils and red fitting armor, and a ruby crown, walked out from the steel and smiled at Hansen, almost stealing his soul away. Then she became a shadow and entered Hansen's mind. He suddenly heard the voice say, "Sacred blood beast soul fairy queen gained." Hansen was ecstatic and quickly checked the details of fairy queen. Type of sacred blood beast soul fairy queen, shapeshifting. Shapeshifting. Hansen almost cheered, but on a second thought, it was a shame that such a beautiful beast soul could not be summoned to stand alone, but had to be integrated in his body. But a shapeshifting beast soul was undoubtedly the most expensive beast soul type, not to mention it was a humanoid. Suddenly Hansen's body was wrapped in red armor, and a ruby crown was worn on his head. His pupils became scarlet like the fairy queen and his dark hair turned blonde. Basically, he turned into the male version of the fairy queen. Hansen felt all aspects of his fitness had been greatly improved. Although the improvement in speed and strength was not as great as with the Bloody Slayer, all aspects were very balanced. This beast's soul also came with a suit of armor, which was not as strong as the Black Beetle armor, but would be comparable to a top mutant armor beast's soul. The Fairy Queen beast's soul had enhanced his abilities in all aspects in a balanced way. To Hansen's surprise, his eyesight seemed to have become very strong after shapeshifting into the Fairy Queen. He could even see the fine lines of a rock very far away from him. He was also feeling odd about something, as if everything has slowed down in his eyes. Hansen did not know whether it was just his illusion. The only pity was that when using Fairy Queen, he could not use Bloody Slayer or Black Beetle armor. But this did not matter much, because Fairy Queen's own armor was also quite good. The best part for Hansen was that he could use this beast's soul and shapeshift when using his real identity, and no one would know it was Dollar's prize. Therefore, as Hansen, he could also use a powerful beast's soul, and did not have to turn into Dollar to use Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle armor. Fairy Queen was just what Hansen needed now. He did not want to be considered weak by the world forever. All the fairies and myths and legends are with wings. If Fairy Queen also has wings, it would be perfect, Hansen thought greedily. After the excitement, Hansen sneaked out of the martial ring. The day after tomorrow was the first day of school. He had to go register and then go to his dormitory. Blackhawk was a military school, so the rules followed military standards. Hansen's roommates were all specially enrolled archery students like himself. Hansen was the last one to arrive in the dormitory. The other three had moved in for several days. "Brother, why are you so late? We cannot wait." When Hansen had moved into the dormitory, his three roommates surrounded him like a bunch of hooligans trying to tease a maiden. Hansen subconsciously protected his chest and looked at them with vigilance. "Brother, do not be afraid. We just want to discuss with you who our leader should be. I think we should go by age. The oldest should be the leader. As you all know, wisdom grows with age. So, I will make a great leader." The speaker was a big man more than 6 feet tall. The rolling of his eyes suggested that he might not be so trustworthy, unlike what was suggested by his muscular body. To enhance team spirit among students, Blackhawk always trained students by room. So the leader of a room would have more say in most things. That was why they were all trying to be the leader. Shijiken, that does not really make sense. Age does not represent anything. I think as a leader, one must be intelligent to gain most benefits for our room. My IQ is 167. How about you? A gentle and delicate teenager blinked and said, "Lu Meng, that is not true either. IQ is nothing. I think for a leader the most important thing is EQ. Many with high IQ are idiots in real life. How can someone like that be our leader?" retorted the cunning big man Shijiking. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Lu Meng squared his shoulders and wanted to argue with Shijiking, but cringed as he saw Shi raising his sturdy arm that could bear the weight of a horse. "We are all in Department of Archery, so let's decide who the leader is by archery. Whoever is the best shot should be our leader so that we could establish a goal together," suggested Jang Yang with big eyes, bushy eyebrows and sunny disposition while doing push-ups. "New guy, what do you say?" Shijiking and Lu Meng looked to Hansen. "I think that fellow has a point. Since we are all archery students, the best archer should be our leader." As a part of the group, Hansen felt it was necessary for him to express his opinion. 2 votes versus 1 vote versus 1 vote. It's done then. We will see who is the best archer by each shooting 10 arrows, and whoever gets the highest score will be our leader, Jang said and jumped up. Sweat fell from his bronze skin and he disregarded it. Hugging Shijiking and Lu Meng, he said, "In any case, we are classmates and roommates. Learning and making progress together is the most important thing. Before graduation, we need to make our department of archery the best in the entire alliance. Brothers, work together. Get out." Shijiking and Lu Meng threw Zhang's arms off. They were tired of the preaching of this hot-blooded kid the past few days. The 4 young men went to the training hall, and Zhang Yang got the highest score, shooting at bullseye every time. Lu Meng was second, Hansen third, and Shijiking the biggest and oldest was fourth. Hansen did not want to be the leader, runner-up, or the last, so he got himself the 3rd place. The first 3 months in Blackhawk was the hardest. Every day they must attend the collective training and lectures. They must grasp all the basic knowledge in these 3 months. Although they were in Department of Archery, they still needed to learn using firearms, operating warframes, driving aircrafts, and other fundamentals. Blackhawk had way better facilities than the integrated compulsory education system. All kinds of firearms, warframes, and aircrafts can be practiced on, and Hansen had learned many things that he had not even heard of before. In these 3 months, Hansen was learning like a sponge, constantly absorbing water. 3 months later, all four of them passed a comprehensive assessment and officially became Blackhawk students. In addition to a few compulsory courses, the rest were all elective courses. Apart from not being allowed to leave the school, they were quite free. As long as one could pass the semi-annual assessment, one could even skip all the courses. But if one failed the assessment, there was only one opportunity to take it again. And if one failed the second time, one would be expelled from school with no exception. There was a special teleport station on campus, and anyone could go to God's sanctuary at any time. There was not too many restrictions about that. The four young men who had just passed the comprehensive assessment ordered a few dishes and several bottles of wine at the cafeteria, celebrating the beginning of their life in Blackhawk. When they were enjoying the meal, the holographic image in the cafeteria became a match, and instead of combat, it was a game of Hand of God. Jai Yanran, Shijiking suddenly shouted, staring at the pretty girl in the holographic image. Even Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were staring at Jai Yanran. She is famous. Hansen saw Jai Yanran and was reminded of their agreement on the way here. But then he was too busy and forgot about it. Are you serious? You don't know our campus belle. She is a junior now. Her sweet face, seductive figure, fair skin, and 36D. Shijikin stopped and looked around. He continued when seeing everyone was paying attention to the image. Jai Yanran is also the president of Hand of God Society. She is among top 5 at this game in our school, a goddess with both brain and beauty. She has many suitors, but no one was successful. Why? Asked Hansen. No one is good enough for her. I heard that her family has quite some influence in the military, and ordinary families simply are not their match, said Shijiking with some regret. Even if her family was okay with it, Jai Yanran will certainly not go out with you. Lu Meng curled his lips, as if she would go out with you. Shijiking was unwilling to show any weakness. Haha, where there is a goal there is hope. You have to stay hopeful. Since Jai Yanran is the president of Hand of God Society, let's join that society and try to approach her. If she sees our potentials, maybe she will go out with one of us, suggested Zhang Yang confidently. Shijikin and Lu Meng's eyes lit up, and they agreed hurriedly. Great idea. Let's go. We will apply for Hand of God Society right now. When they got there, all four of them were stunned and understood the meaning of People Mountain People Sea. The line of applicants was so long that it almost went out of the school gate. We are in Department of Archery and must join an archery society. No need to waste our time here, said Lu Meng solemnly. I agree with both of you. Hansen nodded quickly when seeing the long line. If he waited in the line, his whole day would be wasted. Go in the line now. A real man never quits. Zhang Yang grabbed Shi and Lu and joined the line. Hansen was lucky that Zhang Yang did not have a third hand. It chanced that his comlink was ringing and he saw the call was from Fang Jinky. Brother, do you still want that sacred blood bow? I haven't been able to reach you and Fiskai has already entered Second God's Sanctuary. Hansen answered the call and immediately heard Fang Jinky's complaint. Hansen suddenly smacked his forehead and cried, I am sorry. I was in military training and was not allowed to use comlink. I have completely forgotten about this. Is the bow still there? Yes. Fiskai gave it to Thumb, but Fang Jinky paused. But what? Hansen asked. I need to ask you something and you need to tell me the truth. Did you get the beast soul of that scaled armadillo? Are you willing to exchange? Fang Jinky asked. Hansen hesitated and then said, yes, I have it. Do they intend to exchange with the bow? What type of beast soul is it? Fang Jinky asked. A big round shield with spikes, Hansen replied. Haha, that will do. If you want to exchange, I will contact Thumb and you two could meet and discuss between yourselves. Fang Jinky laughed. Please contact him. Hansen was not the kind of guy that purely relied on brute force, so the shield was less useful to him. If he could trade it for a bow, it would be fantastic. Hansen entered God's Sanctuary knowing the time and place to meet. Good shield, it really is a masterpiece. In a grove, Thumb caressed the shield as if it were his lover. The bow is also a wonderful bow. Holding a large black horn bow, Hansen was also obsessed. How shall we trade? Thumb looked at Hansen eagerly. One priceless item for another? Hansen said softly. Great minds think alike. Thumb gave Hansen a thumbs up cheerfully. Brother Thumb, I wish you will be unstoppable anywhere you go with this shield. Hansen laughed. Thumb wielded the spiked shield, laughed and said, and Brother Han, I wish you will be invincible no matter who you're against with this bow. The two smiled at each other, put away their treasures and left the grove, both very satisfied with the transaction. Hansen returned to his dorm at night and saw his 3 roommates playing Hand of God. Seeing Hansen back, Shijiking ran over, threw an arm around Hansen's shoulder, and grinned. Sen, we are playing Hand of God. Join us. Good brothers should share everything. Lu Meng curled his lips and said, your skills are so bad that even if he joins us, he would still beat you. Cut it. You won only twice and it was because I was not paying attention. When I get serious, you would lose so bad. Shijiking smiled and said to Hansen, Sen, let's play together. You don't have anything to do anyway. Practice with me. Okay, on the Skynet. Hansen smiled. Our school has a special battlenet designed for Hand of God. You can register an account and add me. My 499 is Optimus Prime. Shijiking carefully taught Hansen how to register. Hansen registered a Battlenet account and named his ID My Girlfriend is Jai Yanran. He registered successfully and Shijiking hurried him to enter the game. Hansen entered the game and sent a friend request to Shijiking. As #T, Sen, UID's got some swag. Shijiking saw Hansen's ID and called out. Lu Meng quickly took a glance and gave a crooked smile. Sen, you are asking for trouble on the Battlenet with this ID. All the players playing this game think of Jai Yanran as their goddess. I didn't know you have such ambition. I like it. Zhang Yang looked at it and patted Hansen on the shoulder, feeling satisfied. Well, cut the crap. Let me beat you now. Let us practice. Shijiking was so excited that he had a slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. Hansen accepted the invitation of Shijiking and entered his game room. Shijiking chose the difficulty and started the game. After the countdown ended, the game officially began. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were not in the mood to watch the match and each found another opponent online and started to play against. Shijiking was very excited as he kept losing to Zhang Yang and Lu Meng in the game all afternoon and could eventually gain some self-confidence back by playing with Hansen. He was thinking that he should go easier on Hansen the first round in case Hansen gave up too soon. As long as he let Hansen win by a narrow margin, he could get Han to play with him a few more rounds and settle his craving. Haha, whoever comes will be equally useless. The brother of a scum must also be scum. I can beat as many scums as I want, Mangod said arrogantly. Haha, it does not matter who you called. Brother Long is the backbone of Hand of God Society, and top 20 in the contest last year, said Birdie proudly. Soon, Wang Long saw someone enter the room and checked the ID name. He almost burst out of laughter. My girlfriend is Jai Yanran. What a loser. What kind of loser would name himself that? I intended to play casually, but now I see his ID, I have to kick his ass. During the game, many friends of Lai and Lu saw they were online and came to watch, especially Lai Z's friends. Many advanced players on campus flooded into this game room. F#K. My girlfriend is Jai Yanran. Who is this loser? Some people saw Hansen's ID and yelled. Soon they all noticed this ID and felt it was too daring a move on Battlenet. They could not think of a single person with such guts. Liu lost and was shocked for a moment, not expecting to see such score. He immediately sent another invite and seemed quite unconvinced. Hansen agreed. Another game started, and everyone was discussing who this mysterious guy was. When the game ended, all of them widened their eyes to see the exact same score. Hansen and she had no idea whom they had beaten or what kind of storm was triggered in Blackhawk. Soon everyone on campus knew that Jai Yanran's boyfriend had beaten Liu Qi and Lai Zi by 20 points in every game. People were all guessing who Jai Yan's boyfriend was and if he was actually her boyfriend. None had assumed that in the beginning, but now that people knew what a master player he was and thought someone like this should cherish his reputation and would never make such a joke. When going out the gym, Jai Yanran felt the world was crazy when people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. Yanran, we have been roommates and sisters for 3 years. It's okay you did not tell others, but why didn't you tell me? Chloe asked Jai Yanran, grinning. Tell you what, Jai Yanran was confused. Who is your boyfriend? How is it confidential to me as well? Said Chloe, pouting. Jai Yanran was suddenly upset and said, who told you I have a boyfriend? Everyone on campus knows now. Your boyfriend beat Liu Qi and Lai Zi in Hand of God by 20 points. Lily loved gossip. Leaning toward Jai Yanran, she said, tell me, is your boyfriend Aoyang Ziosin or Lai Yufeng? Jai Yanran was even more confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this nonsense. You really do not know. Lily stared Jai Yanran in the eyes. What happened? Asked Jai Yanran grimly. Lily told her what happened, and it was the edited version by Wang Long, who did not talk about his own loss, but only about Liu Qi and Lai Zi. Yanran, he was not your boyfriend. Lily asked with some disbelief. I swear, I really do not have a boyfriend and do not know who that person is. He is so daring to joke like that. Jai Yanran bristled. It had been a long time since the incident in the spaceship, and Jai Yanran had already forgotten about it. In her memory, Hansen was merely a guy who cheated and probably never entered Blackhawk. Or he should have come to her already. So, Jai Yanran simply did think of that and thought some master player was playing a prank. But more and more people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. She had to explain that she wanted to know who that loser was as well. Jai Yanran intended to scold him for being so insolent. But she could not think of anyone who could have done this. Blackhawk's Hand of God Society barely made it into the top 10 in the entire alliance. And it was only because they have Liu Feng, another master player, Aoyang Xiaosum, was not interested in joining the society. And Jai Yanran was still considering whether she should personally invite him. Only these two could have been able to do that to Li Zi. Jai Yanran knew Liu Feng would never do that, but she was not sure whether it was Aoyang Xiaosum. Who is it? Wondered Jai. Although the school already knew that ID had nothing to do with Jai Yanran herself, they had already gotten used to referring to him as Jai Yanran's boyfriend. In those days, Hansen had been busy studying warframes. When he entered God's Sanctuary, he was usually with King Xuan's gang, hunting sacred blood creatures. They had been successful 3 times, but in none of those occasions did he make the final attack, so he gained no beast soul, and just had some meat in the end. Thumb had now become the leader of Fist Gang and had invited Hansen to hunt twice. Both times they were successful, and Hansen had also gained some sacred blood creature meat. All the meat combined gave him 1 sacred geno point, and he had 40 sacred geno points at the moment. Hansen was not satisfied with such progress and started to investigate where he could hunt sacred blood creature alone. He at least needed some mutant creatures. Meowth had also eaten up the black stingers and needed food supply. According to Hansen's progress and study, he could totally cope with the semi-annual assessment and had enough time for a safari. After continuous research of various information about steel armor shelter and what was written by others, he finally had his eye on one location, Devil Desert. The reason he chose Devil Desert was that there were not many creatures that could fly. Hence it was relatively safe for Hansen, who could. Few people would go there, so there was no shortage of mutant creatures, if not sacred blood creatures. Hansen studied the conditions of the desert and was ready to ask King Xuan for a leave. King Xuan smiled and said, "Perfect. Our squad needs to protect someone in hunting, and I was just thinking where we should take her. You could lead the team to Devil Desert then. It is your first task in the squad. Make sure you do a good job. What is the reward for this task?" Hansen blinked and asked. He did not want to do a job that would not pay well. If you can make the girl satisfied and designate you as her protector in steel armor shelter, you could get an S-class license of St. Hall. King Xuan looked at Hansen and laughed. "Any interest?" "Yes, I am very interested," Hansen quickly said. Babysitting alone would pay an S-class license. Such a good thing could only happen in a dream. Then do well. You will get nothing if she is not satisfied with you. King Xuan handed him the portfolio. After reading the materials, Hansen felt he did not learn anything, as these people's personal information was all confidential. All he knew was the name, age and gender. Station Master, you are not asking me to take a girl who has just entered God's Sanctuary to a place like Devil Desert. I can't guarantee her safety. Hansen looked sullen. Of course not. This is your first task, so I will ask Gambler to follow you. You could also pick some people from Steel Armor Shelter. King Xuan smiled. About Wang Mingming, I can tell you one more thing. She is your schoolmate. My schoolmate. Blackhawk. You must be kidding me. She just entered God's Sanctuary, and with that kind of fitness, she could not even have reached the standard for any special enrollment program. Hansen did not believe her. Some people do not need to pass the exam. We all have different starting points, like you are to protect her, and she is to be protected. King Xuan smiled. Remember to keep a good relationship with her. I'm not interested in little girls, Hansen shrugged and said. King Xuan rolled her eyes at him and said, go pick some team members in Steel Armor Gang. You can choose anyone but the team leaders. There should be less than 10 members and the fees will be covered by the squad. Hansen asked Suzayo Kao and some others who had a mutant mount. He did not want to waste his time on walking and would not consider those without mounts. As for Gambler, Hansen was confident in him. He was an old member in the squad and had amazing skills, like Sleeveblade. When Hansen saw Wang Mingming, he finally knew what privileges meant. A girl just over 16 who had just entered God's Sanctuary for 1 month had mutant shapeshifting beast soul, mutant armor, mutant weapon and 1 sacred blood beast soul mount, making Hansen and the rest rather jealous. Although Lin Beifeng was rich, he was only an upstart when compared with Wang Mingming. The beast soul she had probably could not be bought with money. Fortunately, Wang Mingming was not an annoying princess. She was delightful and lovely. She also fought well. Although she had only been in God's sanctuary for a month, it looked like that she had gained quite a few Geno points already. She must have practiced multiple advanced hyper-Geno arts since childhood. Using her advanced beast souls, she could probably beat Suzuo Kiao in a combat. The team had been traveling all the time and Wang Mingmeng never complained. Brother Han, I heard from Sister Kin that you are also in Blackhawk. I'm in Department of Warframe. Which department are you in? Wang Mingmeng called Hansen brother in a natural and sweet tone. In fact, kids from prominent families like Wang Mingmeng, King and Yuan were all quite well-mannered and easygoing. You can call me Sen. I was enrolled this year as well. We are both freshmen and I am an archery major. Hansen enjoyed talking to an adorable girl like her, which make the journey less boring. Archery department is the department our school is trying to enhance this year and I'm sure the change will happen fast. You must be specially enrolled. Wang Mingmeng started to chat with him. Oh right, Brother Han, you came to Steel Armor Shelter early, so you must have seen Dollar himself. Wang Mingmeng asked hopefully. Yes, we have all seen him at the contest. Why do you ask about him? Hansen looked at Wang Mingmeng, surprised. I am a fan of Dollars, but unfortunately he never showed up since I came here, so I never got to see him, Wang Mingmeng said with some disappointment. Wang Mingmeng asked again, Brother Han, can you tell me something about Dollar? I have no way of knowing. You have to ask him, because he knows everything. Hansen pointed to Suzuo Kiao. Suzuo Kiao quickly thumped his chest and said, What do you want to know? I'm Dollar's buddy and it was me who named him Dollar. Wow, then you must know what Dollar really looks like. He must be very handsome. Wang Mingmeng looked at Suzuo Kiao happily. Handsome, of course, he is most handsome. He has wide chest, long legs and nice round bottom. Suzuo Kiao babbled on and Hansen almost wanted to kill him. It took them 4 days to reach Devil Desert. Wang Mingmeng had nice skills and was improving very fast in hunting. Hansen and Gambler were always shadowing her. Even when she was fighting with the creature, Gambler was always following her and Hansen's bow and arrow were always ready to rescue her. If something happened to her, the entire squad including Qin Chuan would be in trouble, so Hansen did not dare to slack at all. The next afternoon after they had entered the desert, Suzuo Kiao, who was the scout, cried in surprise, a mutant creature. Everyone quickly urged their mounts on and saw a fox-like, fire-red and golden-horned creature the size of a tiger barking at them. It is mine. It was the first time Wang Mingmeng had seen a living mutant creature. She put away her mount and charged the mutant creature with a pair of mutant beast soul lancets in her hands. Hansen and Gambler exchanged a look and ran after her in case of any accident. Wang Mingmeng's fighting skills were impressive. She could even match the mutant creature using several hyper-Geno arts. The rest were going in left and right, trying to outflank the creature. The mutant creature seemed to have quite some wisdom and simply fled when seeing through the team's intention. It was also exceptionally fast and was 50 feet away in an instant. Stop! Wang Mingmeng quickly summoned her sacred blood mount, a bear with silver-white fur, and raced off on its back. Then everyone was on the mount, trying to keep up with Wang Mingmeng. But the mutant creature was running quite fast and after a while, they started to fall farther behind. Wang Mingmeng felt anxious and urged her bear to run faster. Wang Mingmeng, do not chase it on your own. It is too dangerous, cried Gambler. It doesn't matter. I could kill this mutant beast. Please hurry up. Wang Mingmeng did not want to let the creature run off, so she raced off at full speed. Hansen and Gambler exchanged a glance and quickly followed up. But Wang Mingmeng's mount was sacred blood. Although strength was not its strong suit, it was still much faster than their mutant mounts and soon she was pulling away from them. The team could only desperately urge their mounts to catch up and try not to fall too much behind. They did not worry too much though, as their forces combined were probably enough to kill a sacred blood creature. Wang Mingmeng looked around and see no creature but this one. In addition, she was close enough and did want to lose the prey. So, she kept urging her white bear to chase the mutant creature. Nowhere to run now. She chased the mutant creature to a dune, and the creature stretched its tongue out, panting and lying down, as if it was too tired to run. Wang Mingmeng jumped off the white bear, summoned her lancets and rushed forward. The mutant creature suddenly smiled like a person strangely, which scared her. And then she saw many creatures that looked like this one though gray in color walking out from behind the dune. They filled the place shortly and were at least hundreds in number. Wang Mingmeng was suddenly shocked and knew that things had gone south. The mutant creature was sly enough to lead her to its nest. Although the other creatures were just primitive ones, they were great in number and she could never handle all of them. Wang Mingmeng immediately got on the back of her bear and ran away, with the creatures chasing after her like a tsunami. Fortunately, Hansen and Gambler was not too much behind. Hansen saw Wang trapped in the middle of groups of creatures, so he summoned his horn bow and shot an arrow in her direction. Wang Mingmeng had been surrounded by the creatures. Although the white bear had great strength and rampaged through the creatures, they still managed to throw themselves at her. Wang Mingmeng swung her lancets, but could not get rid of all the creatures close to her. Seeing a claw on her shoulder and teeth biting at her white neck, Wang Mingmeng was desperate that she could no longer fight this one off. At this moment, a whoosh was followed by a whimper. The creature on her back was shot through with a black arrow and fell on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows came from afar and each killed a creature. Soon all 8 creatures surrounding her were killed. Any creature that might endanger her was immediately shot dead with an arrow. No arrow was shot in vain. One even flew by her face and killed a creature behind her without hurting a single hair of hers. Brother Han. Wang Mingmeng saw Hansen riding toward her while shooting arrows in her direction. All the creatures around her were killed by him. Wang Mingmeng was surprised and filled with joy. At least a mile away from her, Hansen could have such accuracy, which was something she had never seen even in posh schools. Among the other few people, only Suzayo Kao was good at archery. However, he would not even dare to shoot in her direction from so far. Even if his bow allowed it, he would risk hurting her with his skill level. Wang Mingmeng was overjoyed and urged the white bear to run toward Hansen. Wielding her lancets, she tried to stop the creatures that came at her. She did not worry about the ones that she could not fight off, as arrows would definitely appear timely to kill them. The distance between the two sides was gradually shortened, and soon they have joined forces. Hansen headed forward where they came from. He did not go far before he saw the sand in front of him tremor and sink. A giant worm that looked like a silkworm but with the size of a locomotive came out of the sand and opened its large mouth, trying to devour them. It is a rock worm. Damn, there must be more than one. They are gregarious. Hansen forced his mount to change the direction to avoid its attack. He felt a bit worried as he had read about rockworms. Although they were just primitive creatures, they are very large and had great strength. In addition, they had great speed when crawling in sand. For sure, they were one of the most scary creatures in Devil Desert. If Hansen was alone, he could simply summon the purple-winged dragon beast soul and fly up. However, he had Wang Mingmeng to protect and could not do that. Boom! The huge body of the rockworm fell and made a pit in the ground. Sand flying and pebbles rolling. It was more terrifying than a grenade explosion. Even more frightening was that more rockworms were coming out from underground, and as far as the team could see, the ground was covered by these worms, which were at least hundreds in number. In front of them were rockworms and behind them were the tide of fox-like creatures. They were besieged by the creatures. Hansen and Gambler looked into each other's eyes and understood each other's thoughts. Gambler gritted his teeth and said, "You protect her, I will clear the way." Gambler took back his mount and rushed toward the fox-like creatures. He was even faster than his mutant mount. "Listen up. Follow Gambler out and whoever falling behind will die," said Hansen, lifting Wang Mingmeng from the back of her white bear to sit her behind him. He cried, "Game is over. Now hold on to me and we will fight for our lives." Wang Mingmeng fought well and had plenty of beast souls. However, in a melee like this one, an inexperienced girl like her would not be able to survive. When it came to life and death, only the veterans who had developed an acute instinct had a bigger chance at survival. Wang Mingmeng hurriedly hugged Hansen from the back. Hansen urged his mutant three-eyed beast mount and the bull-like mount mood as it charged the fox-like beasts. Gambler was leading the way with one jambia in each hand. The jambias were flashing in his hands like butterflies, slitting the throats of all creatures near him. Nothing could stop him and a bloody path was left behind him. Hansen rushed into that path and his arrows never stopped, killing all the creatures trying to gather around. However, he only had 50 Z-steel arrows, which had been used up. All he had now was the beast soul arrow, which could be taken back and used again, but that process was too slow for him. Hansen had to knock some creatures away with his horn bow. The rest of the team had also been fighting with every effort, wishing to clear out a way out from the endless creatures. Behind them, the rockworms were catching up at an incredible speed. Once caught up by them, there would be no other way of survival than flying. Blood was splashing and they had almost made it. Then the mutant creature that Wang Mingmeng was chasing in the first place howled, standing on a dune far from them. And then they saw more creatures coming toward them from all directions. There were even some fox-like black-horned creatures that were almost exactly like the mutant creature, only with white fur. Seeing those white creatures, everyone's heart sank. Suzayo Kiao cried, "No way. That mutant creature was not a mutant creature, but a sacred blood king of all these fox-like creatures. These white ones are mutant creatures. We have poked a hornet's nest." Wang Mingmeng saw the white mutant creatures among others and was mortified. There were so many mutant creatures that it seemed the whole team would die here. Gambler exclaimed in the front. Damn, it is a sacred blood king. There are too many mutant creatures that I can't keep going. Hansen said to Wang Mingmeng sitting behind him. Hand me your lancets. Wang Mingmeng paused and transferred her mutant beast soul lancets to Hansen. Hansen grabbed a rope and got off his mount. He then carried Wang to the ground as if she weighed nothing and put her on his back. With the rope he secured her there. What are you doing? Wang Mingmeng said, horrified. Going out, said Hansen in a cold tone. In a red shadow he shapeshifted into the fairy queen and his entire body was then covered in red armor except for his head. Eyes scarlet, ruby crown on his head and short black hair turning long and blonde. Hansen grabbed the lancets and ran toward Gambler like a red lightning bolt. Gambler, cover me. I will clear a way out, yelled Hansen next to Gambler. You got it. Covered in the creatures and his own blood, Gambler replied. Hansen had rushed to the front. The lancets were flashing in his hands and each flash took a life. Primitive horned sand fox hunted. No beast soul gained. The voice in his mind rang non-stop. Hansen paid no mind to it and just stared the mutant horned sand fox that were throwing themselves at him. Suzayo Kiao and others were trying to keep up desperately, but when they saw the number of the mutant horned sand foxes, they were terrified. Hansen's eyes were red as blood, moving like a lightning bolt. The lancets were so fast they became a blur. Ignoring the mutant horned sand foxes, he continued forward with Wang on his back. Holding Hansen's neck tightly, Wang Mingmeng was filled with guilt and regret. If it weren't for her, they would not be under such danger. Facing so many mutant creatures, she did not know if they could make it. The few mutant horned sand foxes were in their face, yet Hansen was still calm. With the slightest movement, a lancet bit into a fox's throat. A horned white fox head flew up. Hansen and Wang Mingmeng were showered in fox blood. Without a blink, Hansen ran forward and charged the second mutant horned sand fox. Wang Mingmeng watched what was happening with eyes widened. It felt like riding a roller coaster, but this experience was more horrifying than any roller coaster. She was lying on the back of Hansen and had the same angle of view as him. She watched all his movements, dodging, turning, wielding, charging. Seeing the endless horned sand foxes sweeping toward them and then the deaths of all of them, she felt that Hansen was like a killing machine. His movements extremely swift and each attack harvesting a life. Both mutant horned sand foxes and primitive ones were killed with one blow each, without exception. Wang Mingmeng and Hansen were soaked in blood, and the original color of their armor could no longer be discerned. Wang Mingmeng suddenly had a strange feeling. Everything seemed surreal to her, as if she was watching a movie about a gorgeous killing spree. Hansen was like a tireless killing machine. All her fear went away when she knew he could kill all of the foxes if he had to. The rest of the team were stunned. They had never seen Hansen fighting in a melee. They had always believed he was a good archer and did not like to place himself under any danger. But when they saw Hansen put down his bow and arrow, they came to know how fearsome he could be in a melee. Mutant horned sand fox was also killed in just one blow. They had never seen Hansen miss so far. Formidable. Even they could not help but shudder. Such efficiency in killing was simply a spree, so terrifying and satisfying to watch that it made one want to moan. Hansen looked at the sacred blood fox king and his eyes darkened. The lancets disappeared in his sleeves and a black horn bow appeared in his hands. The black stinger arrow was knocked and pointed at the fox king on top of the dune. It's too far away. Can the arrow reach there? Suzayo Cow checked the distance between them and the fox king. It was indeed too far. It looked so small from here, so it should be about 1.5 miles away. With such a distance, even if Hansen's arrow could get there, it would be languid by then. And how can that kill a sacred blood creature? The Fox King seemed to share Sue's thought, standing there still and gazing at Hansen with a trace of mockery. Damn, that sacred blood Fox King is kind of evil, Gambler cried when he saw the look of the Fox King. Hansen's hands were steady. The arrow suddenly turned into a black shadow flying across the sky toward the insolent Fox King. The sacred blood Fox King was too intelligent to believe the arrow could actually hurt it, and did not mean to dodge. If his arrow had that kind of power, then he should have used it before the Fox King led Wang Mingmeng into the ambush. Whoosh! But soon the Fox King panicked as it discovered that the speed of the arrow got even higher when approaching itself. When the Fox King eventually lost its grace and wanted to run, it was a bit late. Although it leaped as high as it could, trying to dodge the arrow still dug into the muscles of its foreleg like a snake. Blood splashed and its scream rang. The arrogant and sly Fox King was knocked out by the arrow and tumbled down the dune. Hearing the scream of their king, the skulk of foxes paused their attack and looked to the dune where the king was standing. Of course, they did not see it because it had fallen. The skulk was suddenly in a chaos and did not know what to do. Hurry, commanded Hansen and dashed. When the angry sacred blood fox king limped back to the top of the dune, the team had dashed out of the skulk, almost without any hesitation. Hansen roared at Wang Mingmeng, "Summon your mount." Wang Mingmeng quickly summoned the big white bear. Hansen leapt on the bear and Wang urged the bear on at full speed. The skulk of foxes was snapping at their heels, but only the few mutant horned sand foxes could catch up with the team's mutant mounts. Hansen thought that the skulk would give up the chase soon, since their king was injured and could not catch up with them. However, they soon heard a strange howl and what they saw was shocking. The Fox King was standing on top of the head of a golden rockworm and, gazing at Hansen, bristled. F-K. This Fox King is abnormal. How could he command the rockworm? Is the rockworm also a sacred blood creature? Cried Suzai Okiao. The team saw the golden rockworm approach them at a high speed and was horror-struck. You go east, I will go west. Hansen then asked Wang Mingmeng to control her bear to go west. Thou Wang Mingmeng almost trusted Hansen blindly and did not even think about it before doing what he said. You have to be careful. Gambler had already understood Hansen's plan and led the rest to the east. The Fox King ordered the rockworm and mutant foxes to chase Han and Wang immediately. A fox never forgets. It would never give up until it tore Hansen apart. Hansen had already taken the fairy queen back to save his strength. He had also untied the rope and sat Wang in front of him so she could better control the bear. Fox King, come if you want to eat me, Hansen said and suddenly shot an arrow, killing a mutant fox in the blink of an eye. The Fox King was stamping with rage, roaring on top of the golden rockworm's head. The worm moved faster. The mutant foxes were also trying to catch up with the bear. Hansen glanced at the Fox King and shot another mutant fox dead. Watching the Fox King losing its temper, Hansen laughed. Fox King, come at me if you will, and watch me kill your buddies. Hansen's hands never stopped, his black stinger arrow killing one mutant fox after another. Mutant horned sand fox killed. Beast soul of mutant horned sand fox gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Suddenly a different voice sounded in Hansen's mind. He gained a mutant horned sand fox beast soul. With great joy, Hansen was shooting with great strength. The Fox King was about to explode. The white bear was a sacred blood mount, so the golden rockworm could not catch up with them anytime soon. Finally, at a howl of the Fox King, all the mutant foxes stopped chasing. Only the Fox King continued with the rockworm as its mount. There were no more mutant foxes for him to kill, so Hansen made the Fox King his target. This time the Fox King was prepared and dodged. Although the distance was short, the arrow ended up hitting the golden rockworm. Plank. It sounded like the worm had a shell harder than metal. The mutant black stinger arrow only left a white mark that was barely visible on it. Hansen was taken aback with a surprise. Sure enough, the golden rockworm is also a sacred blood creature. Brother Han, now what should we do? The white bear is slower than the golden rockworm. They will catch up eventually, asked Wang Mingmen, riding the bear. She did not sound scared or worried, as for some reason, she believed Hansen could always take care of things. In such a dangerous escape, she did not even have any sense of crisis. Although there were occasionally some creatures in front of them, they would scatter at the sight of the golden rockworm. Hence they did not encounter any obstacles on the way. The rockworms are only fast in the desert. If we can get out of here, we should be able to get rid of it. Hansen pondered and said, it's full of sand and rocks here. I do not see any other color. Wang Mingmeng looked around said disappointedly. Just dunes and stony hills. Hansen's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing in one direction, he said, go over there. Wang Mingmeng followed his order and urged the bear on. Soon she found they were on a cliff facing a deep valley. The path ended and the valley was at least 100 feet wide. Brother Han, we have nowhere to go, exclaimed Wang Mingmeng. Go over, Hansen said with no expression. No, the white bear cannot jump so far, Wang Mingmeng quickly said, seeing the big white bear approaching the edge. Trust me. Go over, said Hansen firmly, while pointing an arrow at the Fox King. Knowing their despair, the Fox King looked cruel and pleased. Well, Brother Han, I believe you. Going over, Wang Mingmeng commanded her bear to rush off the edge at full speed. With her blind trust in Hansen, Wang Mingmeng was trying to make the impossible happen. Behind them the golden rockworm was getting closer and closer. The Fox King watched the two humans viciously. Pointing the arrow at the Fox King, Hansen did not shoot. Brother Han, Wang Mingmeng screamed and closed her eyes as the white bear ran off the edge. Hansen finally shot the arrow, put an arm around her waist, and covered her eyes with his other hand. Take your white bear back, he said quietly. Wang Mingmeng was held in Hansen's arms and took back the bear. She felt she was falling with him. With a sudden jerk, she felt ground under her feet. The impact was not that strong though. It was as if they had jumped from somewhere 3 or 4 feet above the ground. Wang Mingmeng opened her eyes in surprise to find they were under a cliff more than 300 feet high. But nothing had happened to Hansen and her. When she was feeling incredible, the golden rock worm fell on the ground next to them like a bomb. With a boom, its stone-hard shell was broken in pieces. Worm juice, meat and inner parts were splashing everywhere, staining the cliff wall. Sacred blood golden rock worm king killed. Beast soul of golden rock worm king gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. A wonderful voice rang in his mind, almost making Hansen laugh out loud. The Fox King was still lingering on the cliff, gazing at him full of resentment. Let's go. Hansen summoned his mutant three-eyed beast mount and carried Wang to its back, and went in the opposite direction of the Fox King. Should we take some of the worm meat with us? Wang Mingmeng asked. For such a big worm, there are only 10 geno points in its meat. Even if we eat for a month, we might still end up with no geno points. Also, it is hot in here and the meat will go bad in less than 2 days. Just forget it, Hansen said with a smile. A creature too big in size was hard to consume, which was just the fact. But he had gained another sacred blood beast soul and a mutant horned sand fox beast soul, so the voyage was fruitful enough. The only pity was that although he had killed many mutant horned sand foxes and a sacred blood creature, he did not even get to eat a mouthful of meat. Hansen took a look at the 2 beast souls he just gained and felt a bit bitter. The beast soul of mutant horned sand fox was a mount, which was fine. Even if he had no use of it, he could still exchange it for something else or just sell it. The disturbing part was the beast soul of the golden rock worm king. It turned out to be a sacred blood beast soul pet. Hansen had been feeding the elf for quite some time now, but it never transformed. This was a sacred blood pet, and God knows how much meat it would take for it to transform. And a sacred blood pet must be fed with a sacred blood meat, or else it would take even longer. Hansen was rendered speechless. He did not even have enough sacred blood meat for himself. Just where could he find food for this guy? Brother Han, why were we safe after jumping from the high cliff? Wang Mingmeng had been puzzled. When they jumped off the cliff, she was too scared to open her eyes and did not see how they landed. In fact, even if she did not close her eyes, Hansen was covering them anyway. He did it so that he could use the wings of the purple-winged dragon beast soul, or it could never have been done. Because I know a special martial art. Hansen smiled. What kind of martial art? Can you teach me? Wang Mingmeng looked at him with worship. It only runs in the family and only sons can be taught, so I can't even teach my wife and daughter, let alone you. Hansen laughed. Hansen did not go back and try to kill the sacred blood fox king. It was a sly creature. In the end, it did not escape but stood on the cliff. Hansen knew from its look that it was trying to lure Hansen back to kill it. If he was alone, he could give it a try. But since Wang Mingmeng was here, he gave up the idea of adventure. That Fox King was the most cunning of creature he had ever seen. Sen, are you going for it? She looked at Hansen with hidden excitement. He felt even Hansen's opponent was Lai Yufeng. Han would still win, although she had never seen Lai Yufeng play. He believed so. Hansen's performance so far made him think that Han must be almost invincible in this game. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were also looking at Hansen, awaiting his decision. Of course I will, Hansen said casually. Jai Yanran was the girlfriend he won with a bet. Although he was too busy to look for her, he would not allow other guys to use himself to impress her. In the Hansen's view, it was fine if Lai tried to show off in front of Jai Yanran. But there was no way Hansen would allow himself to be used in the process. Hearing Hansen's answer, she and Lu were both thrilled. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together and said, now that's it. Young people should be motivated, and we all support you to defeat Lai Yufeng and make Jai Yanran your girlfriend for real, right? If you really have such a gorgeous girlfriend, the entire room 304 would all feel honored, said she excitedly. People thought Jai Yanran's boyfriend was too scared to reply. But today, seeing his reply and the ID name, a student was in shock. Having rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times, he started to spread the news. Haha. Jai Yanran's boyfriend replied directly with the time of the duel. We have something to watch. I think Jai Yanran's boyfriend is definitely stronger. That is hard to say. After all, Lai Yufeng is a professional player, and the best on campus. He also had good performance in the contest across the alliance. How do you know that Jai Yanran's boyfriend is not professional? That makes sense. No one knows who Jai Yanran's boyfriend is, so he could be a professional player as well. Yanran, your boyfriend appeared. Jai Yanran paused and bristled. I said a million times that he is not my boyfriend, so do not call him that. Yanran, I envy you that there are two great guys fighting for you, making you quite the princess. Lily said admiringly. You can have them both if you want, Jai Yanran said sullenly. She did not really like Lai Yifeng, but Lai had been chasing after her for 2 years. She was quite upset by his pursuit. As for my girlfriend is Jai Yanran. He was using such a devious means that Jai Yanran had even less interest in him. But Jai Yanran was still a little curious and wanted to find out who that person was. As soon as she watched that person play, she should be able to tell who he was from his style. Unless he was not one of the players on campus, she would have an idea. At 10:30 at night, the BattleNet had a historical number of students online. Many of those who did not play this game even registered new accounts to watch this duel. Jai Yanran was also watching. When she saw Lai Yifeng had a game room set up, she entered the room. In fact, 80% of those online were in this game room to wait for them to start. At 10:30, everyone suddenly saw a notification. My girlfriend is Jai Yanran entered the room. Haha, finally. The crowd was overjoyed. Jai Yanran threw an angry gaze at the ID and vowed to find him. Zhang Yang, Lu Meng and she were not online, but standing next to Hansen, watching his holographic image directly, which was more interesting than viewing it online. Seeing that ID, coldness flashed in Lai's eyes. He simply sent an invite and texted, "After you lose, I want you to get rid of this ID immediately," and apologized to Jai Yanran. Everyone was staring at the screen, wondering what my girlfriend is Jai Yanran would say to that. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. Seeing this line from my girlfriend is Jai Yanran. The screen was full in an instant. It begins. Seeing the countdown end, the light spots lit up on both sides. Lai Yifeng's fingers danced like a snake and almost hit a spot the moment it lit up. Because he did not really know his opponent's style. And this guy had won Lai Z by 20 points. Lai Yifeng played safe and chose to clear up his own side and gain points as fast as he could, so as to beat his opponent in a dignified way. Lai Yifeng was playing very well and he was quite satisfied with how he performed. With a glance, he saw his opponent also hitting a spot at a speed no lower than his, which made him pause. In the momentary pause, his opponent went for another spot. Lai Yifeng quickly calmed himself down and hit his second spot as fast as he could. Knowing his opponent's speed, Lai Yifeng did not dare to be distracted again and played with his best speed and skills. The two players' hands were like two butterflies dancing away, hitting all the light spots around them at an amazing speed. The game room was silent. In a room where more than 10,000 people were watching, none typed anything. Everyone was staring at their screen. It was not because the duel was so wonderful, but because it was not at all. A person's speed had been completely overwhelmed by the other person. Lai Yifeng's hand had a speed and flexibility that were amazing to begin with. But in front of the other hand, Lai Yifeng's hand suddenly looked a bit clumsy. And this feeling was just incredible. Because this was Lai Yifeng, the best player on campus. Slender but strong, this was an attractive hand. In addition to that, people could not tell anything else from the image. How they wanted to see the owner of the hand. But in Hand of God, all they could see was the hand and wrist. There was no way they could tell who he was. Total silence. Although the result was clear, many refused to believe that Lai Yifeng would be beaten like this. That was Lai Yifeng. Lai Yifeng concentrated on his hand and raised its speed to his limit, constantly hitting the spots. At least I will beat him by 5 points, Lai Yifeng thought proudly. He knew Jai Yanran was certainly watching this game. Lai Yifeng was hitting the spots with all he had, thinking that if he went faster and raised the difference to 6 or 7 points, then the effect might be even better. But when Lai Yifeng was reaching for a spot again, all spots suddenly disappeared. He turned his eyes and looked at his opponent's score. 100 points. Lai Yifeng could not move. He could not believe that he had been beaten by 20 points. He could not believe this, nor could anyone who knew Lai Yifeng and his skills at this game. Everyone looked blankly at that score, and no one made a sound. What Hansen said just now was interesting when they were thinking back. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. At that time, they all felt it was pure insolence. But now thinking back, it was just honesty. Another 20, Lai Zi snapped to attention and said with a wry smile. His remark reminded Liu Qi and Wang Long, making their shocking expression even more twisted. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit a big duck egg. This number was so familiar, and what it represented was even more shocking. Yanran, your boyfriend is so fierce. Lily just recovered from surprise and said to Jai Yanran, who was still staring at the score. Who is this person? Jai Yanran had now forgotten about her anger and shame, and simply wanted to find out who he was. 20 points. Whoever could beat Lai Yifeng by 20 was absolutely top 10 in the alliance. After logging out of the game, she had contacted a lot of friends, wanting to find out who that person was. However, almost everyone she called would tell her with a trace of gloating, "You have to ask yourself who your boyfriend is." "How do I know who my boyfriend is?" Jian blurted out after hearing the reply a lot of times, feeling she was out of her mind after she realized what she had said. Before went to the nearest cafeteria, ordered a few dishes and chatted over drinks. While eating, she suddenly lowered his voice and said to the rest, glancing in one direction, "There is a babe over there, the innocent kind. So pretty, and the other two with her are not bad either. We don't trust your taste." Lu Meng laughed. Hansen and Zhang Yang also laughed. They had all witnessed his judgment. A tough lady 6 feet tall was a little beauty in his eyes. But you could not blame him either, as he was too tall himself indeed. Really, though, the babe looked at me and smiled at me. "Here she comes." She flushed. His roommates then felt a bit surprised. It looked like someone really was approaching them. They turned to look and saw an innocent, sweet girl with a great body walking toward them. It looked like she was a freshman like themselves. "Brother Han." Under the excited gaze of she walked to Hansen and called in a sweet voice, making she want to kill Hansen. "Mingmen, why are you here?" Hansen recognized Wang Mingmen. "I came to eat with my classmates and did not expect to meet you here. Let me introduce them. These are my classmates and roommates, Lai Zhenjin and Wang Chun." Wang Mingmen introduced the two girls following her to Hansen. "Hello." Hansen shook hands with the two girls and introduced his three roommates. "Since we are all friends now, shall we sit together?" She pulled the chairs and invited the girls. "Well, we happen to have something to ask." Wang Mingmeng blushed and said, "What's the matter?" "We will do anything for you," promised Chi. Wang Chun looked at Chi and seemed very happy. "It would be great if you could help. We are looking for people to join our society. Have you already registered? If not, can you join us?" "Well, we did not register yet, so you have come to the right people. With us, your society will do so well, right?" "Which society are you talking about?" she quickly said, making faces to his roommates to ask them to play along. Judging from the three girls' looks, it was easy to tell that the society they were in must have lots of babes. "We are with Heavy Warframe Society," said Wang Chun. He almost choked on the water he just drank. Warframe Society was considered a temple of monks, where members were almost all guys. And Heavy Warframe Society would be Shaolin Temple among all temples, where girls were probably nowhere to be seen. The guys had not expected the girls to be members of Heavy Warframe Society. The reason why Heavy Warframe Society was independent from Warframe Society was that heavy warframes were much bigger in size than average warframes and were much harder to operate. Ordinary soldiers did not need to use heavy warframes, and 99.99% of those who operated heavy warframes were male. She was dumbfounded, but he could not take back his words, so they all had to go. The next morning, Wang Mingmeng sent a text to invite the four of them to fill in the application form at Heavy Warframe Society. Fortunately, there were three beautiful girls, Wang Mingmeng, Wang Chun and Lai Zhenjin. Therefore they thought Heavy Warframe Society would not be so unbearable. But when they arrived at Heavy Warframe Society, they found out that it was even worse than they thought. In addition to Wang Mingmeng, Wang Chun and Lai Zhenjin, the Heavy Warframe Society had only two returning students, a fat guy and a skinny guy. There were barely any guys, let alone girls. The fat guy was the president of Heavy Warframe Society, and the skinny guy was the only returning member. Hansen and his roommates failed to memorize their names because the girls only referred to them by their nickname, Fatty and Skinny. Fatty was smiling ear to ear when he saw Wang Mingmeng taking 4 new members to register. But his face collapsed when he found out they were from Department of Archery. Since there was a special enrollment program for archery students, the requirement of fitness index was lowered for them. Normally speaking, one would have to reach 11 in fitness index to be admitted, but archery students only needed to reach 10 as long as they passed their archery tests. The difference of 1 point was a big gap, so archery students might be the weakest in the history of Blackhawk. The operation of heavy warframes required one to have great physique, so Fatty and Skinny were very disappointed when they learned that all 4 were from Department of Archery. Wang Mingmen was very happy to show Hansen around. "Mingmen, this is not right. Why do you call us by names, but call Sen brother? We are all freshmen and he is 3rd oldest among us, only a dozen days older than Lu Meng," she said sullenly. Wang Mingmeng thought about it seriously, tilted her head and said, "I think only Brother Han looks like a brother to me. How come we don't?" Shu was not convinced, squared his shoulder, made a pose like a bodybuilding model. "It does not depend on age or body size." Wang Mingmeng did not care about Shu's muscles. She was speechless, but he had to accept the fact that she would only call Hansen brother. Lai Zhenjin and Wang Chun soon followed suit. When they came to the training field, the four guys were all shocked. They thought that Heavy Warframe Society had so few members that their training field must be small and shabby, and did not expect there to be any heavy warframes. Instead, they had expected to train on a holographic simulator. But their training field turned out to be a large warehouse, with huge space and 3 real heavy warframes, each over 10 meters tall and looking domineering. How about these? Mainman has negotiated for these, Wang Chun said proudly. Hansen suddenly realized why a society with few members could have such a training field. It was because of Wang Mingman, but it made Hansen very excited, as he had been studying Warframe operation. But the performance of the Warframe for practice was wanting and people had to take turns to use it. Although these are heavy warframes, they were warframes nonetheless. He did not have to wait to practice on a warframe in the future. Room 304 happily joined the Heavy Warframe Society, while everyone else in the school was looking for Jai Yanman's boyfriend madly, especially Zhao Lianhua, who was pressured by Liu Jiangguo to find him. However, no one knew who Jai Yanman's boyfriend was, not to mention where he was. In Principal's office, Liu Zhang looked at Principal Y and complained, "This is nonsense. How could you give the 7th warehouse to Heavy Warframe Society as their training ground? And the 3 heavy warframes are totally beyond the abilities of those students. What if there is an accident? Liu, you have to look at the specific circumstances. Those are good students and that's why I gave them a relaxed training environment," Y said slowly. "More like rich and powerful students," Liu Zhang said with some disdain. "You should know that the school has its own difficulties." "Liu, you need to get rid of this temper of yours," said Y earnestly. Liu Zhang's face was still gloomy. He said, "I do not care what privileges they have. I can give them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy warframes can't be wasted like this. I must get them back." Liu left, disregarding Principal Y's calling him. Y shook his head and sighed. A nasty temper indeed. He thought about it and let it go. That young lady would not touch those heavy warframes anyway, so there should be no problem that Liu were to take them away. When Liu Zhang came to the 7th warehouse, he saw Builder was driven by someone, doing a lot of strange moves on the training ground. The reason that the moves seemed strange was that Builder was holding a thick and long alloy tube in each of its 4 hands, wielding the tubes as swords like a human. Because Builder itself was too cumbersome and had 4 arms, its actions looked very odd. Liu Zhang looked at it and was slightly surprised. Anyone able to drive Builder like this must have reached the level of an evolver. Which teacher or coach in the school is driving Builder? Liu Zhang could not think of any student, as an unevolved person could hardly achieve this speed. After watching for a while, Liu Zhang started to have a craving. He used to be a heavy warframe soldier and operate heavy warframes as combat warframes for fun. After he entered the school, he did not have heavy warframes to play with and few knew how to operate heavy warframes, so he had no one to spar with either. When he saw someone using a heavy warframe to mimic a combat warframe, his craving was evoked. Seeing Porter RS parked on the other side, Liu Zhang went directly into its cockpit and activated it using his coach authorization. Hansen was practicing driving Builder because it was the closest to an ordinary combat warframe. Suddenly, Hansen saw a shadow coming toward him from the holographic image. With his strong reflexes, he immediately operated Builder to raise one of the tubes it was grabbing to block that shadow. Clank! A loud clanking of metals rang and Hansen saw that it was Porter RS that had attacked him using its 30 feet long multi-function wrench. And on Porter RS's other arm, the cutter was turned on and waved toward him. Hansen did not have any time to consider who was driving Porter's RS, but had to block it with another tube in Builder's hand. The alloy tube was cut off by the cutter instantly, and the fearsome blade spinning at a high speed was approaching Builder. Shocked, Hansen pushed the speed of his hands to the limit, manipulating Builder to step back and avoided the swing from Porter RS. "Good," Liu Zhang exclaimed in excitement, controlling the Porter RS to launch crazy attacks against Builder. The giant wrench, cutter, drill bits, hooks and other tools all became terrifying weapons with his control. Liu Zhang took his opponent for a veteran, because he believed no one could use Builder like this otherwise. An unevolved person could never achieve this level. Hansen was a bit dumbfounded and did not know who was driving Porter RS. This person had better operation and speed than Hansen as well. Even when Hansen was trying with all he had, he still could not make any progress, and was about to be defeated. Hansen did not want to accept this failure, and used what he learned from Hand of God, raising the speed of his hand to level Evolve 4. Suddenly he became the incarnation of the Thousand-Hand Buddha, completing various complex operations at dazzling speed. Luo Xiangyang felt his opponent was a bit weaker in the beginning, and thought maybe this guy was probably just a low-level heavy warframe soldier. Also, it seemed this guy had not operated a heavy warframe in a long time and was obviously a bit rusty. But soon, Luo Xiangyang found the guy became so much better that it was like Builder had become alive. Flexible and swift, it was more like a combat warframe and a heavy one. Luo Xiangyang was ecstatic. It was so rare that he encountered such an opponent. Using all he had, he was on the same level as his opponent. Then Luo Xiangyang found that this guy was also rapidly improving. When fighting with Luo, this guy's operation was more and more accurate, which again convinced Luo that this was a retired heavy warframe soldier like himself. Awesome, Luo Xiangyang had not been so happy in a long time. If he had to describe, he would have said the ordinary combat warframes were like women, and heavy warframes were like men. The domineering feeling, the clanking of the wrench and alloy tubes, and the pressure his body was under, all brought Luo's blood to a boil, reminding him of the days when he was in the army. The two large-scale heavy warframes were constantly colliding into each other and the sounds kept echoing in the warehouse. Hansen did not know who he was fighting, but felt much pressure. Even when he was using all he got, he was still completely overwhelmed. His opponent was so much better than him in technique and Hansen had learned a lot. Hansen did not expect that the person he was fighting would be the coach of Warframe Society, and a veteran in heavy warframe operation. Hansen had no hard feelings, but was quite excited about a fight like this, because he could learn so much more from it than when he practiced alone. Having been fighting for an hour, Hansen was unable to handle the physical stress brought by the fight and came out of the warframe. He was soaked in his own sweat. Operating a heavy warframe like Builder could stress one out easily, and it was impressive that Hansen had been operating it for such a long time. Luo Xiangyang felt a bit unsatisfied, but did not insist when seeing his opponent had stopped. He came out of the cockpit and wanted to meet this person. Since they were both veterans, they could communicate and fight again later. But he was stunned when he saw the man coming out of Builder. He always thought that this guy must be a veteran, but the person coming out of Builder was a fair-skinned young man of no more than 17 years of age. "You are a student?" Luo Xiangyang asked. "Hello, I am Hansen. I have just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. Are you also in our society? I have never met you. Your skills are amazing. Could you teach me when you have time?" Hansen said with a smile. "You just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. You are a freshman." Luo Xiangyang could not believe that he was just sparring with a freshman. "Yes, I joined our society 7 or 8 days ago," replied Hansen. "Have you ever driven a heavy warframe before?" "No. Before I was using the training warframes at school to practice and only had the opportunity to use a heavy warframe after I joined the society. It is much harder than using a training warframe and I have not made much progress. You on the other hand are so much better. I had to shapeshift using a beast soul to hang in there," explained Hansen. "What is your department? How did you join the Heavy Warframe Society?" Luo Xiangyang believed if he could poach this guy and get him to join Warframe Society instead, then Warframe Society could probably be in the top 10. No, top 5 in the Alliance. "I am in the Department of Archery and a friend introduced me to join our society," Hansen said. "Archery department." Luo Xiangyang regretted so much that he had never looked into that department full of specially enrolled students. Had he looked, he would have never let a talent go somewhere like Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang was thinking about how to persuade Hansen to quit Heavy Warframe Society and join Warframe Society, Hans' comlink rang. Hansen only thought Luo Xiangyang was a senior, so he answered the call. "Brother, I need to run now. Let's have another go next time." Hansen hung up and said, waving to Luo, not having had the time to start his persuasion before Hansen took off. Luo thought to himself, "Anyway, now that I know who he is, I can always come back later." Looking at the 3 heavy warframes, Luo Xiangyang did not intend to move them away anymore. Since Hansen was still here, he will let Han use them and move these warframes when Han transferred to Warframe Society. His roommates asked him to bring them some snacks and Hansen was also hungry himself after his warframe fight. When he arrived at the place, he was surprised to see there was only 1 bottle of juice left and quickly swiped to pay for it. But when he finished the payment and was reaching for the bottle of juice, another hand grabbed the bottle. Hansen quickly looked up and saw that person looking back at him. "You!" The two called out almost at the same time. Hansen saw the sweet face in front of him and was slightly surprised, not expecting to see Jai Yanran here. Apparently, Jai Yanran was also surprised to see him. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "I am a Blackhawk student, and have, of course, come here to eat," Hansen replied. "Didn't think you would be admitted." Jai Yanran curled her lips and looked at Hansen's hand on the bottle. Let go. You are the one who should let go. I paid first, said Hansen. Jai Yanran gave him a glance full of disdain. Your pickup line is too old. Let go, or I will yell. What do you mean by pickup line? Why do I need that? Have you seen anyone using a pickup line on his girlfriend? I did not expect that a cheater could actually be admitted to Blackhawk. Has the school lowered its standards? Jai Yanran thought as she walked and made no connection between Hansen and my girlfriend as Jai Yanran. In her mind, Hansen was a cheater and nowhere near a master. If you really have what it takes, we could have a match on the professional holographic training machine tomorrow, Jai Yanran said confidently. Well, give me your comlink number. I'll contact you tomorrow. Hansen smiled and said. Jai Yanran rolled her eyes. Don't try to get my number. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. I will wait for you in building E16 room 138. Well, I will go. Wait to become my girlfriend. Hansen laughed. Jai Yanran did not talk to him again and walked away. The next afternoon, when Hansen was ready to go, King Xuan suddenly gave him an order to go back to Steel Armor Shelter for an important task. Although he would like to inform Jai Yanran, she did not tell him her number, so he had no way to do it. Jai Yanran went there at 3 o'clock and waited, but saw no one there. She was even more convinced that he was a cheater. Hansen came back after 2 days, and there was still no way to contact Jai Yanran. He did not worry about it too much and continued to study according to his own plan. Everyone, I have something to say. Fatty cleared his throat and said, holding a stack of paper in his hand. President, we can hear you, replied she as he was training on a holographic machine. Other people were also doing their own thing. Feeling helpless, Fatty said, in a few days, Starry Cup will begin and as a society of Warframe. We must register for some Warframe items. Let's see which ones we should go for. You are the president. You decide. Liu Meng had nothing to contribute. What is in it for the champion? Hansen pondered and asked. Skinny quickly said, of course. The prize depends on the item and all top 3 will get something. Of course, the champion's prize is the best. Let's register for all then. Hansen heard there were so many awards paid by Starry Group and decided to try. Will this work? Our society has so few people, and almost all of us are freshmen. Would it look too bad if we lost in everything? Lai Zhenjin said with some concern. It does not matter. With Brother Han here, we will not lose. Wang Mingbang had blind trust in Hansen. When Luo Xianyan arrived at the Heavy Warframe Society, the society members just decided on their application in the upcoming Starry Cup. Hansen, Luo Xianyan walked into the 7th warehouse and called. Brother, you just came. Hansen got up and greeted Luo. Who is this man? Lai Zhenjin felt puzzled and asked. Other people also looked at Hansen. Apparently, they did not know who he was either. However, Fatty and Skinny were surprised because they knew who Luo Xianyan was, the coach of Warframe Society. But they did not understand why Hansen called him brother. Isn't he a member here? Hansen hesitated. He never asked anyone about this and assumed that Luo was a member student. Hearing the words of Hansen, Fatty and Skinny almost choked. Luo was a coach at Warframe Society. How could he be a student? Luo Xingyang smiled and patted Hansen on the shoulder. Hansen, your Warframe operations skills are great. Are you interested in joining the Warframe Society? Oh, I forgot to tell you that I am the coach at Warframe Society, and I promise you will be able to get the best training. Use the best training equipment in school, and get the best guidance. Luo Xiangyang's words shocked everyone but Wang Mingneng. They could not imagine that a coach of Warframe Society would personally invite Hansen to join them. Warframe Society and Martial Arts Society were the 2 most popular societies. Many talented students took the initiative to join them each year, and these 2 societies never needed to recruit any members. Fatty and Skinny had their mouths wide open but could not make a sound. They were familiar with Luo, because the only reason they were here was that they had failed to enter the Warframe Society in the first place. I am sorry, Coach Luo, but I have joined the Heavy Warframe Society already, Hansen declined. The reason Hansen had promised to join Heavy Warframe Society was twofold. First, he did it for Wang Mingmeng. Second, he valued the freedom here. He could come and go as he wanted and did not need to worry about anything. This way he could take tasks as he wanted any time or go to God's sanctuary to hunt. He would not quite like it if he had to practice on a Warframe every single day. Luo Xiangyang did not give up and continued to persuade him. With your talent and ability, it would be a waste if you stayed here. Give me 2 or 3 years and I can get you into the top 3 in the entire alliance. The championship is not impossible either, which is exactly my goal. The rest were dumbfounded and regarded Hansen, since they had never seen anything special about him that deserved these words from Luo. Sorry, Coach Lilo. I cannot take your offer. Hansen once again refused. Do not rush to refuse. Think about it. If you become a champion in the Warframe contest in the Alliance during your study, your final rating will be a lot higher. Luo Xianyang added, I will also try my best to give you the best rating possible. When you figure it out, you can come to me at Warframe Society. I will always welcome you to join. After Luo Xianyang left, the rest were still staring at Hansen. Coach Luo offered you such conditions, and you actually refused him. His roommates were not too surprised. With Hansen's skill at Hand of God, he could beat Lai Yufeng by 20 points. Had he joined Hand of God Society, he could have gotten the extra points a long time ago. Why would he wait for Luo Xianyang to invite him? I said that we would be great in the contest with Brother Hand here. Now do you believe me? Wang Mingming said proudly. Fatty thought of Starry Cup and became thrilled. With Hansen, who Luo Xianyang had invited personally in their society, maybe Heavy Warframe Society could get somewhere this time. Jai Yanran had been preparing for Starry Cup recently as well and had spent long hours practicing every day. She did not expect to see Hansen here again. She saw Hansen and said nothing. Since he did not show up, it meant he had admitted he was not good enough and she did not want to rub it in. Hansen sat across her and said, last time I was delayed by something else. Without your number, I was not able to inform you, and I am so sorry about it. Why do men always have so many excuses? Jai Yanran said. Hansen opened his mouth and felt it was hard to explain. He had failed to show up indeed, so no explanation seemed good enough. Shall we have a match tomorrow? Hansen thought for a moment and decided he could only prove himself with his ability. Forget it, I do not want to be played again. Jai Yanran had clearly identified Hansen as a cheater and did not intend to indulge him. When Hansen wanted to explain, a few students came to them. One of them saw Hansen and asked Jai Yanran, Yanran, who is he? A freshman, I don't know his name. Jai Yanran did not tell Lai Yufeng about Hansen, afraid that Lai might look for trouble. Lai Yufeng nodded and asked Hansen, which department are you in? Archery, replied Hansen casually. A thin man sat next to Hansen, threw one arm around Han's shoulder and said while squinting, brother, if you want to get yourself a girl, you need to be smarter. Now this is our president. How dare you? Anyone could chase after a pretty girl. Why can't I? Hansen seemed very naive. The thin man grinned, put a spitball on the table, and took a cup to cover the spitball. Taking 2 extra cups, he put them upside down and began to move the 3 cups around so swiftly that it was bedazzling. After a while, the thin man smiled and said to Hansen, if you can tell under which cup the spitball is, you can go out with anyone you choose. If not, get lost and do not show your face in front of our president again. Jai Yanran did not stop the thin man, because she was interested to know Hansen's reply. The thin man had a speed that was among the top 3 in the Hand of God Society. It was not that easy to tell. Hansen looked at the thin man and put his hand on a cup with a smile. The thin man was overjoyed, but Hansen smiled and said, there's nothing under this cup. Then Hansen lifted the cup and there was nothing underneath. Hansen put his hand on the next cup, stroked it and said, not under this one either. The cup was again lifted by Hansen, and there was nothing on the table. Hansen placed a finger on the last cup and said with a smile, no need to tell you about this one. The thin man and the rest were embarrassed and even Jai Yanran regarded Hansen curiously, not expecting him to be so good. You are lucky today. Do not let me see you again, snapped the thin man. You think this is finished? Hansen looked at the thin man, smiling. He was not someone who would not fight back after being bullied. What do you want? The thin man stared at Hansen. Without a word, Hansen put the 3 cups upside down in front of him and covered the spitball with 1 cup like the thin man, then quickly moved the 3 cups around. Jai Yanran, Lai Yufeng and the thin man all knew what Han was trying to do, but felt he was trying to teach fish how to swim. His speed was much lower than that of the thin man, so the latter even snorted. Hansen acted as if he had not heard it and continued to exchange the cups. Then he sat up and looked at the group of people. As he said, if you could guess right, I don't care what you do. If not, then F#K off and stay away from Jai Yanran. The thin man sneered, reached out and was about to lift one of the cups. You just don't understand your limit, do you? Hansen blocked the thin man's hand, and the latter stared at Han angrily. What are you doing, boy? I will now show you who the real master is. It's under this cup. The thin man lifted the cup in the middle up, full of self-confidence. But after the cup was lifted, all were stunned, and the thin man looked dreadful. There was nothing under that cup. Impossible, this is impossible. The thin man widened his eyes and looked into the cup he was holding. There was nothing. Jai Yanran was also puzzled, as she thought that the spitball should be under the middle cup. Jai Yanran looked at Hansen in surprise and did not know how he could have done that. Hansen had intended to practice operating warframes before Starry Cup began. However, Lin Beifeng told him excitedly that he had discovered a nest full of mutant creatures, which Lin could not take care of alone, and asked Hansen to hunt with him. Lin Beifeng did not dare to go alone and was reluctant to cooperate with any of the gangs. If he did that, he might not even be able to get 30%. After all, he only provided a location, and in accordance with the rules, if he did not contribute anything else, all he could have was 30%. How long does it take? Hansen hesitated. The Starry Cup will begin in a few days. He had promised Fatty that he would go. It was also his idea to apply for all the items, so it would not make sense if he missed it. Hansen was very interested as he only had 52 mutant geno points and wished to gain more. When Lin Beifeng arrived at a crevice of the mountain, Hansen was shocked. The crevice was cracked into the mountain for either an earthquake or other reasons. Many giant blue ants the size of mice were going in and out of the crevice. From afar, they could only see an ocean of blue lights, so there should be at least 100 or 200 of them. Sen, these are the creatures. Their bodies are very hard, and there are too many of them. When I just found them, I tried to wield my mutant beast soul knife at one of them and was only able to leave a white mark on its shell. Lin paused and then said, although they are small in size, they are very fast. In shorter distances, their speed was about the same as our mutant beast soul mounts. They couldn't keep that speed up though. After running for 100 feet, they will become slow, and each of them can lift a stone of 300 pounds easily. When Lin Beifeng was explaining, Hansen examined the giant ants that looked like they were made of blue crystal, and found that they were biting at the rocks and making the crevice wider and wider. The rocks were like chocolate in their mouth, and it was hard to tell the rocks were hard just by watching. There are so many of them that the two of us would die there if we went inside, Hansen said quietly. Hansen looked around to find a suitable location, and summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow. He then tied a high-tech load-bearing thread on the nock of his arrow. Although the thread was as thin as a hair, it could withstand the weight of 100 pounds. A big out would be easy. Sen, is it too far from here? These creatures' shells are very hard and even mutant beast soul weapons could hardly hurt them. Lin Beifeng said and saw the arrow had left the string. Whiz, half a mile away. The arrow flew as fast as electricity and went deep into the gap of a giant ant's shell. That blue ant was killed almost instantly, which amazed Lin. Mutant phantom ant killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. With the voice in Hansen's mind, he saw the phantom ants nearby were all alarmed and looking around for traces of their enemy. But after they covered the ground nearby, they found nothing and went back to the crevice and started to consume the rocks. Soon he made another shot and killed another ant. Lin Beifeng admired Hansen very much. From such a distance, Lin could not even tell what the ants looked like, and yet Hansen could hit the small gaps in their shells each time. It was almost magical. When Hansen was hunting the ants, Lin Beifeng was treating their bodies. The ants looked big, but the edible part was only a piece of jelly-like meat the size of an egg. Lin Beifeng ate several and enjoyed the fun of mutant geno point growth. But like any other creature, only the first few of the same kind worked. Lin Beifeng had stopped after eating 5 ants. According to people's general experience, 5 was the limit. If one continued to eat the same type of meat after the 5th creature, it might take a dozen creatures for one to gain another geno point. Hansen's mutant geno points also rose from 52 points to 64 points. He had a relatively high number of mutant geno points, so in the future, even when he ate new meat, the effect would not be as good. Hansen summoned the golden rock worm king. The small worm almost devoured a phantom ant instantaneously, and even the shell of the ant was crunched down by the worm. The Worm King was not even as big as the ant, so Hansen had no idea how it ate the ant up. Having consumed a dozen phantom ants, the Worm King's body swelled up and became as big as a fist. Hansen told Lin not to treat the meat anymore and threw the ants' bodies directly at the Worm King, which was still able to continue eating. After eating 3 dozen ants, the Worm King grew as big as the phantom ant, and had no other change. A sacred blood pet is indeed impressive. It at least has an Olympic-size appetite. But Hansen was not about to give it all the meat, as he needed to save some for Meowth. In front of Lin Beifeng, Hansen could not summon Meowth. It was a beast soul pet that Kim Chuan gave $, so if he were to summon it, the secret might get out. Hansen suddenly heard a different voice when he killed another phantom ant. Mutant phantom ant killed. Beast soul of mutant phantom ant gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Sen, would you use this beast soul? If not, I can double, no, triple the price of an ordinary mutant beast soul armor to buy it, asked Flynn, obsessed with the look of this suit of armor. I don't need money now, but I would trade it for an S-class license. My brother, I really do not have any S-class license. The military control is strict. A class is fine, but S-class is really hard to get, Lin said bitterly. Isn't this beast so hard to get? Hansen grinned and asked. Of course. Lin Beifeng frowned and thought for a moment, then said to Hansen, I don't have S-class licenses, but do have one thing that you might like. When we are back, I will show you, and if you are interested, we could trade. A super biological warframe, Lin replied. I know about biological warframes, but why super? Hansen asked. Lin Beifeng said, the ones we usually see are semi-biological, semi-mechanical. Although their appearance is almost like a creature, and they can complete many difficult actions like human bodies. After all, there are many limitations to them. Super biological warframe is the product of the latest technology in the warframe industry, and it has not been sold in the Alliance yet. Now, only a few military labs have several prototypes. Because the military needs the rare metal our company produce, we have established a connection with the military, and this super biological warframe was a prototype I managed to get from them. It is super cool. What is the difference? An ordinary warframe must be at least 12 to 18 feet tall, not to mention the heavy warframes. Hence you could not bring them with you. A super biological warframe is different. It has adopted a particle restructure technology. I don't know for sure, but it can fit in a suitcase, and once it's open, countless small particles of intelligence will wrap your body up to form a super biological warframe. Mine is a prototype and does not have a weapon system. It is a little more than 12 feet tall and very powerful, much better than the King series of Starry Group. Lin Beifeng said passionately. It can fit into a suitcase. Hansen gestured the size and was very tempted. You can have a look later. I am sure you will like it, said Lin. Okay, we will see, said Hansen. Lin Beifeng was filled with joy. He could always have another warframe, but had never seen a beast soul like this ever since he entered God's sanctuary. Hansen felt something wrong when he was thinking about his pets. With a glance, he saw a phantom ant the size of a pony climbing out of the crevice. But the crevice was a bit narrow, and its body was stuck there. Using its sharp claws to break the rocks and gnawing at the rocks as if they were tofu, the ant was about to be able to come out. Hansen suddenly understood why the mutant phantom ants had been eating the rocks. It was not because they enjoyed the taste, but because they were trying to widen the crevice to allow this giant ant to pass. *T. It can't be a sacred blood phantom ant, can it? Lin Beifeng also saw it and exclaimed with his eyes wide. Hansen drew the string of the horn bow to the fullest and aimed his black stinger arrow at the giant phantom ant. He paused for a second before shooting the arrow. Plank! The black stinger arrow hit the ant in the head and fell, leaving nothing on its shell. *T. So hard. It's absolutely a sacred blood creature, shouted Lin Beifeng. In the blink of an eye, the giant phantom ant had come out of the crevice and rushed toward Hansen and Lin Beifeng faster than a cheetah. Hansen took back the black stinger arrow, drew the string one more time and shot the arrow at the giant phantom ant. Clank! The arrow once again ended up hitting its head and did nothing, while the ant had rushed forward more than 600 feet in that moment. You go first. Hansen once again summoned the black stinger arrow and shot it at the ant. Let's go together. The gap on its shell is so narrow that no arrow could fit in there. Lin cried. I know what I'm doing. Go. When Hansen once again pulled the string, the formidable merely half a mile from them, Lin Beifeng saw that Hansen did not want to leave and had to go first. Lin knew his limit. He could not even withstand one blow from this giant ant, and would become a burden of Hansen's if he stayed. Lin was constantly looking back as he ran, worried about Hansen's safety. Hansen soon shot 2 more arrows, which were equally useless, while the giant phantom ant was only less than 600 feet from him. Lin Beifeng's heart was in his throat. Hansen was as stable as a rock. Suddenly, he had a suit of fiery red armor on his body, and a ruby crown on his head. Even his hair turned blonde. His scarlet eyes staring at the giant phantom ant, Hansen paused. Almost instantaneously, that giant phantom ant was less than 9 feet from him. Throwing itself at Hansen, the giant phantom ant waved its saw-like claws at his body. Lin Beifeng's heart raced. He saw Hansen suddenly took a step, which was incredibly fast. Han moved forward instead of backward and stayed very close to the giant phantom ant. He finally shot the arrow. Snap! The distance between them was so short and Hansen's arrow directly went into the giant phantom ant's mouth. The entire arrow disappeared there and the giant phantom ant made a painful hissing sound. Hansen took another step away from the giant phantom ant that was going on a rampage. The giant phantom ant went after him at an incredible speed, making it impossible for Hansen to pull away from it. When it was about to get him, Hansen again stepped aside and perfectly dodged its deadly blow. Lin Beifeng felt Hansen's movements were odd after he looked for a while. Although Han was not as fast as the giant phantom ant, he could always avoid its fatal blows. The steps he made in those critical moments were incredibly fast. Obviously, it was not luck, but a certain footwork Hansen was practicing. Snap! Another arrow disappeared in its mouth, making the giant phantom ant roll around on the ground in pain. Lin Beifeng, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen an archer like him. Hansen was shooting the arrow from all kinds of weird angles without so much as a pause, and all his arrows hit the target. The giant phantom ant slowed down after taking 6 hits. Hansen knew the toxins from his arrow were working. Sacred blood phantom ant killed. Beast soul of sacred blood phantom ant gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Lin stared at Hansen and said, I don't want anything else. But if you want to sell that sacred blood phantom ant armor, you must come to me first. Lin Beifeng had considered this thoroughly. Hansen would enter Second God's Sanctuary soon, and by that time, he still had the opportunity to get the sacred blood phantom ant armor. Okay, this I promise you. If I want to sell it, I will ask you first, agreed Hansen readily. It's a deal. Lin reached out his hand and wanted to pinky swear. This is too childish, right? Hansen was embarrassed. I do not care. Lin entwined his little finger with Han's, while murmuring, whoever breaks the promise will have 10 wives and no penis. That is devious. Hansen quickly got rid of Lin's finger. That's what it takes. Lin laughed. Then the two cleaned up the rest of the mutant phantom ants, which were about 500 in total. Most of them ended up in the Worm King's belly, which was probably bottomless. To comfort Lin Beifeng, Hansen gave him the mutant phantom ant armor first. So as soon as Lin was back in steel armor shelter, he immediately brought the warframe he was talking about to Hansen. Sure enough, it was just a silver alloy box the size of a suitcase. Although heavy, it was still hard for one to imagine that it contained a warframe more than 12 feet tall. In God's Sanctuary, there was no way to test this warframe, but Hansen believed that Lin Beifeng would not deceive him for a mutant beast soul. Hence, he left God's Sanctuary with the case. It was night when Hansen teleported back to school. He paused and went to the 7th warehouse with the super biological warframe. The warehouse was empty. Hansen opened the case the way Lin Beifeng taught him. A light beam was projected from the case and scanned Hansen's body. Scan completed. Analysis completed. Super biological warframe Silver Killer unlocked. The moment the case was opened, liquid like mercury mixed with colorful particles flowed out of the case. The entire case then became part of the liquid and flowed toward Hansen. Soon, he was covered in that liquid. That feeling was hard to describe. It was like the Iron Man putting his armor on, but a bit different in that all the parts were constructed by the particles. Soon a silver humanoid warframe more than 12 feet tall appeared where Hansen was standing, and Hansen was sitting in a tight cockpit. Hansen could only praise the great power of science and technology. A small case of less than 100 pounds could become such a huge warframe, and its weight was also matching the tonnage of a regular warframe. Unfortunately, human science and technology are completely useless in God's Sanctuary, or else human would have dominated God's Sanctuary already, and all the creatures would have been wiped out. Hansen sighed. In fact, the reason why Hansen had this idea was that he was still in first God's Sanctuary. If he evolved and went to the higher phases, he would change his mind. Hansen tried to drive the Silver Killer, which was indeed powerful as Lin Beifeng said. Such a small warframe was actually more powerful than a heavy one like Builder, and of course much more flexible. As long as the operational level was there, Silver Killer could perform all the movements a person could. Like Lin Beifeng had said, except for the lack of weapon system, Silver Killer was perfect. Of course, the more difficult the operation, the greater the burden on one's body. Most people would have a hard time controlling their own bodies on a roller coaster. So, to operate a warframe at a high speed was not something anyone could do. After all, it was only a prototype from the military laboratory, so it was impossible to equip it with a weapon system, or else they would not give it to Lin. Hansen was content. Although there was no weapons system, Hansen could install some individual weapons himself, such as laser sword, laser gun, and particle gun. In short, Hansen was more than satisfied with Silver Killer. If it was not for Lin Beifeng, he could never have a warframe like this for a mutant beast soul. Perhaps it was arranged by fate. Huaxing Station had designated Fang Mingwen to host the live broadcast of Starry Cup in Black Hawk Division. Contest Center was, after all, only a temporary show and went off the air soon after the contest. It will resume until the contest next year. Since Fang Mingwen had no shows to host at this point, he chose to host the live broadcast of Starry Cup in Black Hawk Division when asked to choose his next show. Fang Mingwen and Hansen seem to have been brought together by fate once again. But Fang Mingquan did not know that Dollar was a student at Blackhawk. Liu, what were the traditionally strong items of Blackhawk? Blackhawk's strongest item is men's singles and martial arts. In last year's Starry Cup, they got the third place in the final of the entire alliance. The student who won is still studying here. His name is Aoyang Xiaosum, and he has also signed up this year. Any other strong item? Fang Mingquan asked. Not much. Their Warframe Society and Hand of God Society had good performance, which was not that outstanding across the alliance. They were both top 20 to top 10. Liu looked at the data and said with a smile, but it is interesting that with a terrible record in archery, Blackhawk had recruited lots of students specialized in archery this year. I believe they will do much better than in previous years. Archery, Fang Mingquan slightly frowned. Archery was, after all, an unpopular game. The popular ones in the alliance were mainly related to aircraft, warframe or combat. Archery was quite peripheral, because most people were even more willing to see a game of firearm. Anchor, the only highlight in Blackhawk will be martial arts. We should cover Aoyang Xiaosum's games and throw in some Warframe and Hand of God matches in between, suggested Liu. Still 2 days until the games start. We can decide after learning more about Blackhawk. Fang Mingquan looked at the time. It's late. Let's call it a day. We have been working all night. Some snacks now would be a good idea. Fang Mingquan and Liu left the room assigned to them by the school and went to a cafeteria. It was midnight. The cafeteria was almost empty and food was still being sold at the smart machines. Fang Mingquan looked inside the hall, and only one student was sitting in the corner, eating. Fang then took the food they just bought and sat opposite the student. Fellow, you are eating so late. Sitting opposite the student, Fang Mingquan said with a smile. Fang believed that the student would recognize himself, because judging from his age, the student must be in First God's Sanctuary and should have watched Contest Center, of which Fang was the host. Fang Mingquan was a little disappointed that Hansen did not recognize him, but soon let it go. He asked casually while eating, "What is your name? And which department are you from?" Hansen, Archery Department, Hansen answered simply. Archery Department. Fang Mingquan and Liu were surprised that they had met a specially enrolled student the first day they had arrived. Fang Mingquan looked Hansen up and down. So you are from the Department of Archery. Have you applied for Starry Cup? Which items in archery did you sign up for? None in archery. Hansen smiled. What did you sign up for then? Liu could not help but ask. Warframe, Hansen said. So you are in the Warframe Society? Liu asked. No, I'm in the Heavy Warframe Society. Hansen laughed. Sen, you must be great at that then. Which items did you sign up for? I have enrolled in all the items, with one exception due to a time conflict. Hansen thought about it and said. Liu was even more convinced that Hansen was a dawdler. Although there were many Warframe items, the differences between them were huge. Most people would focus on 1 to 2 items to strive for the best results possible. So, what kind of performance can we expect from you? Fang Mingquan asked with a smile. I will try to get championship in all the items I have signed up for, Hansen casually replied. Liu almost choked on his drink when hearing his reply. After coughing for a while, Liu cast an odd gaze at Han. Fellow, I think you should sign up for more items then, such as Hand of God. The more championships the better, right? Hand of God is boring. Hansen did not care about the irony in Liu's words. Why? Fang Mingquan was quite curious. Because all the opponents are too weak, said Hansen casually. Liu regarded Hansen, unable to believe what he had heard. Liu felt that students nowadays were so arrogant that they would say anything just to impress others. Liu had checked Blackhawk's record in Hand of God, which was quite impressive. And Liu Feng, among others, was in the top 50 in the alliance. However, he had never heard of Hansen. From the data he had collected, Hansen was not even in the Hand of God Society. Liu looked at Hansen and ridiculed. So, you must be much stronger than Liu Feng at Hand of God. Not much, but I could beat him by 20 points, Hansen said. Liu thought this student was not making any sense at all and gave up talking to him. Fang Mingquan, on the other hand, was intrigued by Hansen. He said with a smile, it's great that young people have confidence. When is your game? We will go cheer for you. I have not got the schedule yet, but I will be at almost all the Warframe matches. You could come at any time. Hansen left the cafeteria and walked toward his dormitory. By chance, he saw Jai Yanren, who was also walking back to her dormitory. Hey, Hansen walked up quickly to greet her, since she was his girlfriend, technically. Jai Yanren saw Hansen and glanced at him sharply. Then she suddenly had an idea and put on a smile. You always wanted to prove that you did not cheat. So, you must have signed up for Hand of God in Starry Cup. Hansen sighed. I was going to register for Hand of God, but the members of my society have all signed up for Warframe items. So it seems that there is no chance for me to prove myself. Save it. Jai Yanran despised Hansen, believing that he simply did not dare to participate in Hand of God games. You are my girlfriend, so do you want to come and see my games? Hansen smiled and asked her. Enough with the nonsense, Jai Yanran said. Which Warframe items did you sign up for? All of them, with one exception because of a time conflict. Why? You think this is like casting a net? The wider the better. Jai Yanran was slightly curious. For the prizes, there are nearly 10 items under the Warframe category, which was the biggest of all. I could get several first places and easily earn 10 million. Hansen told the truth. He entered purely to get the rewards. Several first places. I don't think you could even make top 10, let alone top 3. Jai Yanran questioned him. You are underestimating me again, Hansen said helplessly. That's fine. Since you think I cannot get any prize, then shall we make a bet? Proposed Hansen. You want to cheat again? Jai Yanran felt a bit uncertain when it came to Hansen, since she still had not figured out how he had beaten the Thin Man and Lai Yufeng in the cup game. Lai Yufeng was equally clueless when he thought about it afterwards. Missy, this is a school-wide game. What can I possibly do? Hansen really did not know why she had this stubborn impression of him being a cheater. For heaven's sake, he had never cheated in front of Jai Yanran. Jai Yanran suggested, okay, I'm down. You just said you will take several first places in Warframe items. I do not want to embarrass you, so if you can get 5 first places in those items, consider yourself winning the bet. What do I get if I win? Hansen grinned and asked. If you can be the champion in 5 items, then you will be able to prove yourself, and I will keep my promise to be your girlfriend. Jai Yanran said with a smile, not believing he could get a single championship. Not fair. Hansen shook his head again and again. How so? Jai Yanran was a bit annoyed. You are already my girlfriend, so the stake means nothing to me. You will have to kiss me if you lose, on the mouth, not cheeks. Hansen then added. It also must be completed within 1 day after the end of the game. The penalty for any delay is 1 kiss per extra day. Jai Yanran was about to lose her temper before she suddenly smiled. All right, but if you are not champion in 5 items, then I will have to punish you as well. Do you disagree? Any punishment you like. I will win anyway, said Hansen confidently. Do not be so arrogant yet. We have to sign a contract, in case you deny it afterwards. Jai Yanran did not have pen or paper, so she said, come with me. We will print the contract out and both sign. Jai Yanran led Hansen to a self-service terminal and printed out 2 copies of the contract. She showed them to Hansen. Check if you agree with everything stated here. If you do, then sign it please. Hansen picked up the contract and carefully read it. It was a legally binding document and he was afraid she might set him up. Fortunately, Jai Yanran did not think she would lose at all, so the contract was fair. If he lost, he just had to teach her how to do his trick in the cup game and make sure she can do it as well. Also, he would need to promise that he would never show up and talk to her without her permission. After reading the contract, Hansen hesitated because he was not sure if he could teach Sleeveblade to others, as it was from Gambler's family, and he could not leak it without his approval. Jai Yanran saw Hansen's hesitation and thought he got cold feet. She pouted and said, you are scared now. Where did your arrogance go? The next morning, Fang Mingquan and his team started to prepare for the live broadcast. The main game to cover was Aoyang Xiaosan's martial art game, followed by Warframe and Hand of God games. Fang Mingquan took some time to browse the Blackhawk online community, for he believed that it was the best way to know the school better. Soon Fang was attracted to one of the topics. Many people were discussing who Jai Yanran's boyfriend was. Liu, come and see this, called Fang Mingquan. Liu read the title with some doubts, wondering why Fang would show him campus gossip, which seemed to be of little use to their show. But after Liu read the entire discussion, he opened his mouth wide and said after a long while, that is impossible. Someone who could beat Lai Yifeng by 20 points would be in the top 10 of the whole alliance. How is it possible that we never knew of such a person? Liu, you remember what the name of that student we met last night was? Fang Mingquan suddenly asked. No. Why did you mention him? Liu was puzzled. Don't you remember what he had said? He said he could easily beat Lai Yifeng by 20 points, Fang Ming recalled. You think that student is Jai Yanran's boyfriend? That is unlikely. He is a freshman in the archery department and a member of Heavy Warframe Society. All he signed up for was Warframe items. How could he be Jai Yanran's boyfriend? If he is that good at Hand of God, why didn't he sign up for that? Liu could not believe that Hansen was Jai Yanran's boyfriend. That's what makes things interesting. Fang Mingquan smiled. Although he cannot be sure that Hansen was Jai Yanran's boyfriend, Fang felt Hansen was an interesting person. If he is not the strongest player, he will definitely be the most eye-catching one. Fang Mingwen preferred taking the risk to following the crowd. It could turn out to be great. If not, there would not be too much loss. Although Liu did not agree with Fang Mingwen's idea, and did not believe that Hansen could be Jai Yanren's boyfriend, he had to follow Fang Mingwen's instructions. Huaxing Station had finally installed all their equipment at the site of the Warframe games. They had to work overtime for that. Although there were a lot of equipment in the Warframe games site, they were mostly just backups of other media in case they wanted to say something about the Warframe items during the breaks of Ayang's game. Huaxing Station was the only one that had their full set of equipment at the Warframe games site, since martial arts were Blackhawk's strong suit. On the day of the game, Hansen drove Silver Killer out of the 7th warehouse because it was allowed to use one's own Warframe in the Warframe items. Sen, I did not know you are rich. This Warframe is gorgeous. She stared at Silver Killer. Among the heavy Warframe Society members, Fatty, Skinny, Lu Meng and Wang Mingmeng all had their own Warframes in addition to Hansen. Wang Mingmeng's was the most high-end one. Lu Meng's also looked quite expensive. But when it came to the appearance, Silver Killer was the winner. The streamlined shape and exquisite craftsmanship was simply beyond any mass-produced products. It was a true limited edition, and the only one in the laboratory. All prototypes would be different as the design concept and technology changed, and Silver Killer was especially unique. More and more people were noticing the Warframe Wang Mingmeng was driving. Destroyer had been discontinued a few years ago. As a classic luxury model, many Warframe lovers took pride in owning a Destroyer, and it was so incredible to see it in the school-wide match. Although the performance of Destroyer was just as good as the current ones, its value as a collective was over 100 million. Who would drive it to a match? Many loyal fans had been waiting in front of their screens already. Most of them did not care too much about the content, but who the host was. With Fang's reputation, the live started with several 100,000 viewers. Wow, Destroyer. Starry Cup has some class. Many people could not help but praise when recognizing the Destroyer in the holographic image. Fang is so creative with his live show. Love you, Fang Mingwen. Both the believers and non-believers gazed at the Destroyer. I will tell you something about this player briefly. He is a freshman in Blackhawk and majors in archery. As a member of the school's heavy Warframe Society, his introduction left the audience confused. Freshman, archery and heavy Warframe Society seemed to have nothing to do with the most valuable player. Fang Mingwen must be crazy, thought Wang Changqing, who was also watching this live show. In Blackhawk Military Academy, many students were also watching the live show hosted by Fang Mingwen. No one could be in all the match venues at the same time, so some students in other venues were watching Warframe games through Fang's program. Fang Mingwen is so dramatic. A star. Our school does not have anyone like that, Lily protested. Jai Yanren smiled. Journalists are all like that, and Fang Mingwen is no exception. Jai Yanren then started to search Hansen's figure in the frame. But Fang Mingwen's introduction caught her attention. Freshman, archery, heavy Warframe Society. These all seemed to fit that cheating guy. Fang couldn't be talking about him. Jai Yanren felt a little uneasy, but she did not find Hansen in the image since she did not know which Warframe Hansen was in. All the Warframes were at the starting point, awaiting the order to start. Everyone thought Fang Mingwen's introduction was about the driver of the Destroyer. Jai Yanren also watched the Destroyer with her heart racing. A whistle sounded, and under the crowd's watch, the Destroyer took the first step with the rest, and all were waiting to see its performance. But in the next moment, the Destroyer, which was only one step away from the starting point, fell to the ground with a thump. A strange silence fell on the venue. This is what Fang Mingwen calls MVP. Is this supposed to be funny? Haha, hilarious. Fang Mingwen, you should do stand-up comedy instead. It was a Destroyer. Jai Yanren could hardly believe her eyes. She had seen bad players, but not this bad. Tripping at the start point in a race. It was difficult to imagine that someone like this would dare to come to the competition. Haha, this is what Fang Mingwen called a star. A star indeed, but a comedy star. Lily laughed herself into a state of helplessness. But suddenly they heard the smart machine announcing the results. Warframe ring race. First place, number 69, Hansen from Archery Department in Heavy Warframe Society. Second place. Everyone was shocked and found a gorgeous silver Warframe standing on the finish line. When they were laughing at the funny Destroyer driver, the game had ended, and the champion was someone fitted Fang Mingwen's description. Jai Yanren was also a little dumbfounded. She had clearly heard Hansen was the champion of the Warframe ring race. The Starry Cup covered a wide range of schools, and within the Blackhawk division, the games were rather straightforward. The ring race, for example, did not involve any pre-finals. That's hash T. So the driver of that silver warframe was whom Fang was talking about. I know that Fang would not joke like that. How did he win just now? I didn't even look. I do not know. I was just laughing too hard. Haha, they are both in heavy warframe society and are so different. This live is so interesting. Fang makes much better shows than others. Fang is the best host. Who is the driver of the silver warframe? Fang Minquin clenched his fist and was so excited that he almost called out. Hansen was even better than he had thought. It seemed that he had made the right bet again. Everyone watched the silver warframe walking on the podium and raising the trophy and prize for the ring race champion. The advanced players from the Warframe Society were rather mad. They thought that the only reason Hansen could beat them was the performance of his warframe. Looking at the heavy Warframe Society cheering, some members in the Warframe Society sneered. Lying back on his warframe isn't worth bragging about. We will see how he does in the items that test operational skills. Yes, the next one is hurdle race, and we will kill it. Exactly. Luo Xianyang gazed at his students in silence. He did not mention Hansen to them on purpose, to humble them so that they would focus more on improving their skills than bragging about themselves. Soon the hurdle race began, which took place on the same ring, only with many obstacles. The players had to keep the speed while avoid the obstacles, which called for more than a strong engine. When Silver Killer stood on the starting point again, all eyes were focused on it, and Fang Minquin's live was gaining popularity. More and more people had heard about Fang Minquin's prediction and wanted to see for themselves the person Fang Ming had called a star in the alliance. Jai Yanran was gazing nervously at the Silver Killer in the holographic image. She was a little scared because she could not imagine what she should do if Hansen really got 5 championships. The players from the Warframe Society vowed to show Hansen their strength this time. As the whistle sounded, all the warframes took off like arrows leaving the string, and that silver figure was obviously faster than the others by a body length, pulling away from them. So fast, Lily could not help exclaiming. At this speed, he had no time to avoid the first obstacle wall. Jai Yanran slightly frowned. Hansen's silver warframe was too powerful that it was now within 30 feet from the first obstacle wall. He had no time to run around the wall with such speed and distance. What a fool. Doesn't matter if his warframe is good, thought the Warframe Society members contemptuously. Boom, the silver warframe in leading position knocked out the obstacle wall, and kept rushing forward at the same speed. Boom, boom, boom. One wall after another was crushed by Silver Killer. Foot-thick concrete walls were like bubbles under the impact created by the silver warframe. The viewers of the live show were in an uproar. That's hash T. Is this a foul? Can you do it this way? There is no provision that prohibits this either. That Warframe's performance was so incredible that it could withstand such collisions and maintain the speed at the same time. Haha, this is a man's way of driving. Awesome. This is not even a fair game. It's more like a test of Warframe performance. Other players are almost bursting into tears. It is even faster than others after knocking out a wall. I don't recognize this Warframe. Whose product is it? What kind of warframe is that? I want one. Boring. You think you can bully people if you are rich. This game does not make any sense. It's only fair if they all use the same type of warframe. I did not see a star, only a rich bastard. Fang Minquin actually supports such a person. Is he the same Fang Minquin I used to know? What are you talking about? Winning is winning. The warframe performance is a part of a warframe game. What is your problem, right? When you fight the Shuras, would you go off your warframes if they don't use any? Hansen's approach caused a lot of controversy, while Jai Yanran was even more upset by his crushing wall after wall. He is a cheater indeed. With such a warframe, it is highly likely that he will win 5 championships. Jai Yanran regretted so much that she had signed a contract with this guy. She could not believe that this guy had a way to cheat in an official match. In the end, Silver Killer was the first to cross the finish line again and became the champion at the hurdle race. The Warframe Society members were shooting fiery gazes at him due to Hansen's highly controversial win. Many students who were watching other games came to the Warframe match venue. Even the most popular martial arts games started to lose audience to the Warframe matches. People at the news stations were confused to see students abandoning even Ayong Xiaoson's match. When they learned from a few students what had happened, it was too late to move their equipment around. They had to use simple equipment to do the report of the Warframe game, which was not comparable to Fang Minquin's show. On the Skynet, more and more people were watching Fang's live show. The number of the viewers had reached 1 million and continued to grow. Although 1 million people were nothing compared to the entire alliance. For the game in one division, this number was quite impressive. After all, most people interested in Starry Cup would rather focus their attention on the schools that were potential champions. Despite the fact that Blackhawk was a famous school, it did not have one item that was outstanding. Therefore, not many people would choose to watch this division. Many people watched because it was Fang Minquin who was doing the live show. Other stations that focused on Blackhawk division had even less viewers, 10,000 tops. Fang Minquin's live show was also quickly gaining momentum. The viewers came for Fang's fan, but became more and more interested in Hansen and Silver Killer later. Hansen beat all his opponents in one item after another, relying on the excellent performance of Silver Killer. When people believed that it was only because of the Warframe that he won, they had ignored the importance of his operation. Even in Warframe shooting, Hansen was using a mounted manual weapon system and achieved high accuracy, which was also considered to be one of the virtues of Silver Killer. Everyone thought it was the performance of Silver Killer that led to Hansen's success and started to discuss which company had produced it. Other discussions were focused on whether such a victory was meaningless. Most people ignored the driver of Silver Killer. Jai Yanran's face darkened when seeing Hansen winning again and again. Each time he won, she felt as if she was punched in the chest. When Hansen won his 5th championship, she was about to cry. The thought of having to kiss that brat, which would also be her first kiss, made Jai Yanran feel hopeless. "What's the matter? You look pale," asked Lily, concerned. "I am fine." Jai Yanran continued to watch the game, absent-minded. Hansen kept winning, which made Jai more and more upset. She was distracted when it was her turn to compete in Hand of God and only got the 13th place in the end, worse than her performance last year. The thought of kissing that bastard made her uneasy. Hansen's winning streak was unstoppable. He had won all the games he was in, counting 8 championships out of 9 now. The Warframe Society won the only item he did not participate in. There were now only 2 items left. One was single Warframe combat, and the other was group Warframe combat. The Warframe Society members could not wait to hit Hansen hard in these 2 items, because they needed to vent after being sullen from the previous matches. Different from other Warframe games, single Warframe combat and group Warframe combat were both realized via the virtual simulation to avoid casualties and Warframe damages. After all, it was not a real war, and the players were only military school students, so they would not be asked to fight like real soldiers. In a virtual combat, the data of their Warframes would be scanned and virtual Warframes would be generated. The operation was also the same as that in reality. As the sponsor of the game, Starry Group suddenly changed the game rules. Luo Xianyang put both hands on the table in anger, stared at Zhao Nangshan, director of Starry Cup, and asked, "Why did you change the rules of single Warframe combat? This is not fair for most of the players." Zhao Nangshan looked calm and sipped from a cup of hot tea before he put on a fake smile. "The change itself is to maintain fairness. Coach Luo, you think it is fair for other players to compete with a Warframe of such performance? There is nothing unfair here. The weak will get beaten. It is the same everywhere. Since it is a single Warframe combat, it is supposed to be one-on-one. How can you change the rules so wantonly?" Luo Xianyang said angrily. "Coach Luo, this is not a random change, but a responsible one. No need to speak further. As the sponsor, we have the right to make the most reasonable changes to the rules of the game. In addition, such a change would actually benefit your society," Zhao Nangshan said impatiently. "The Warframe Society does not need such an unfair advantage. We want to win using our own strength." Luo Xianyang gritted his teeth and said, "Does not matter. The rules are set, and if you are not satisfied with the rules, you can quit," Zhao said coldly. Luo Xianyang was mad, but helpless at the same time. He could not ask his society to step down just because of his anger. And technically speaking, Starry Group's change would benefit the Warframe Society indeed. The single Warframe combat was changed to a melee. All players would be sent to the same scene, and whoever survived in the end would become the champion. Luo Xianyang knew well that all the players had a problem with the Silver Killer driven by Hansen. This rule was basically allowing all the players to gang up on Hansen and the heavy Warframe Society members. Even if Hansen was outstanding, he would not be able to withstand the attack from hundreds of Warframes. He was doomed. Starry Group did not do that to help the Warframe Society, but because of Hansen and Silver Killer's excellence in Starry Cup. After all, Silver Killer was not one of their products. Before knowing which company made Silver Killer, Starry Group would not tolerate a Warframe that was not one of their own products to appear. and stand out in the finals. That was why Starry Group had changed the rules to eliminate Hansen and Silver Killer. Luo Xianyang was extremely angry about this. He wanted his students to beat Hansen, but not in such a way. This would bring his society shame instead of glory. People would probably even speculate that they were behind this change and consider them sore losers. When the changed rules were announced, there was suddenly an uproar. Not only the Blackhawk students, but also viewers on the Skynet were debating. This rule is clear, targeting Silver Killer's driver. Can they change the rules just like this? Haha, it should have been done a long time ago. He is a bully with a good warframe. Now it's time for others to revenge. Starry Group is really shameless. They even changed the rules. So shameless and petty. My condolences to the driver of Silver Killer. The students and viewers originally displeased by Hansen's dependence on a high-performance warframe suddenly adopted a sympathetic attitude. Only a few were gloating. After all, most people were kind and sympathized with the weak, and Starry Group had really gone too far. The map turned out to be a large fighting ring, a huge circular space without any shelters. In other words, Hansen and Silver Killer would be exposed to attacks from the very beginning and did not even have any room to dodge or hide. Damn, Starry Group were a bunch of mother-hashkers. They are not leaving these guys any chances to survive. Curses of the unfair treatment filled the comments of the live show, as most people were very sympathetic to Hansen. They will tear us apart. Feeling the wolfish gazes from other players, Shijikin felt upset. He was sure that they would be besieged, because those guys simply hated Hansen and Silver Killer too much to let go of such a good opportunity. What is there to be afraid of? We will show Starry Group the power of room 304. Zhang Yong exclaimed in excitement. Not room 304, but Heavy Warframe Society. Lai Zhenjin corrected him. But we are so few. How could we survive the attacks from all the other players on campus? Fatty looked rather sad. It was rare that the Heavy Warframe Society had a chance to shine, which would end very soon. One society against the entire school. Even if we lose, we should still feel honored, Wang Mingmeng said seriously. Yes, even if we lose, we will give them a hard time, Skinny also said excitedly. Blindness cannot solve any problems, Lu Meng calmly said. Starry Group was stupid to have chosen this map. They think that now Sen could not dodge or hide, but they have forgotten that we are against students instead of an army. Maybe the Warframe Society members have better disciplines, but the rest of them have no experience in group fight. In such a narrow space, we have more opportunities. Great, let's do this and kill those sons of bitches out there, Skinny cried after looking at Lu Meng's diagram. No problem, this is our chance to shine. We will go as far as possible and none would dare to look down on Heavy Warframe Society. At the start of the fight, in the virtual scene, all players were sent from the surrounding channels, and the sponsor, Starry Group, did what Lu Meng said they would do, sending the Heavy Warframe Society members in the same spot in order for the rest to besiege them. The moment they appeared in the ring, Hansen, Lu Meng, Zhang Yang, Fatty and Skinny drove their warframes at full speed and rushed to the crowd. Wang Mingmeng, Wang Chun and Lai Zhenjin were firing at them at the same time to cover the 5 warframes leading the team. What Lu Meng said was right. The opponents were not a well-trained army after all. Seeing the 5 coming over, everyone's first reaction was to fire at them, which made a complete mess. Because the venue is a ring with limited space, crossfire would easily cause accidental injuries. Hansen and his people spread out, firing while approaching the other warframes, which was not easy to achieve under such intense assault. Hansen's eyes were burning. Sitting in the holographic simulation machine, he summoned Fairy Queen and shapeshifted. Immediately, the holographic images seemed to have slowed down. Everything can be calculated now. Hansen quickly made dazzling movements with his hands, making Silver Killer move like a ghost. Holding one particle submachine gun in each hand and carrying 2 laser swords on his back, Hansen marched forward without pauses while shooting rapidly. At Blackhawk, most of the teachers and students were watching this game, and Fang Mingquan now had over 10 million viewers and was getting more. Haha, Heavy Warframe Society took the initiative to attack. It seems they have not given up. Come on, annihilate the rest. It's so exciting. Fang Mingquan was constantly adjusting all the lens to present the viewers with the best angles. They want to go inside the crowd, which is a very smart approach. Because their opponents are not professional soldiers, they can use the melee to their advantage. Those who knew tactics understood what the Heavy Warframe Society was trying to accomplish. Please let them go deep. Some people were praying for the Heavy Warframe Society. Go. More people were simply excited. No matter who won, all they wanted to see was a good fight. In the monitoring room of the sponsor, Zhao Nangshan sneered. With so few people, they could never beat hundreds of warframes. Director, you are so wise. That guy is dead. His secretary Zhang said with a flattering smile. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosion were ringing on the site and it was a total chaos. Wang Mingmeng made Destroyer stand still and fired away toward the direction of Silver Killer. #T. That destroyer must be operated by a spy. It will kill Silver Killer first before anything else. Haha, we have a traitor here. The destroyer is such a clown. When the viewers were amused by the performance of the destroyer, their faces suddenly froze. Silver Killer was moving like a phantom, as if it had eyes on its back as well. It managed to dodge all the attacks from the destroyer like it was rehearsed beforehand. Since the opponent's vision was first blocked by Silver Killer, they had failed to see the destroyer's attacks. When they saw, it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. As Silver Killer moved past them, several warframes exploded under the fierce assault, leaving all the viewers stunned. The gorgeous killing feast had just begun. Silver Killer was moving quickly with the powerful destroyer behind it. The crazy killing made one warframe after another explode. People were almost trembling watching the fragments of warframes sent in the air by gunfire. Scattered attacks were aiming at Silver Killer, which seemed to be able to predict and avoid all the trajectory of the gunfire. It not only avoided all the attacks, but was also rapidly approaching the warframe crowd. Fire, do not let him approach. Damn, do not fire. Are you all stupid? Everyone, follow my command. Kill that bastard. Didn't you hear me say follow my command? Using the Fairy Queen, Hansen could see all the warframes and the movements of their guns. With the strong horsepower of Silver Killer and Hansen's excellent operation, he managed to avoid all the attacks. No, rather, Hansen was deliberately leading the opponents to attack where he wanted. If the opponents was a real army and there was a real commander, Hansen and Silver Killer would have been killed a million times. But luckily, they were but a group of students who had no real experience at war. In addition, they did not come from the same society, and many never even worked together before. Bang! Destroyer was finally finished off. Wang Mingmeng's level of operation was really bad. All she could do was to stand the destroyer still and use its automatic firing system. But that was enough for Hansen. When the destroyer was wrecked, Hansen was already less than 30 feet away from his opponents. Bang! The particle submachine gun ejected bullets, which penetrated and disabled a warframe. Then Silver Killer waltzed away from the intense gunfire and accelerated into the crowd. The real killing officially started. Silver Killer was like an excellent hunter in the forest, hunting the other warframes as it wished. Bang! With each of the guns shot, one warframe would be disabled or hit in the engine. Like a devil, Silver Killer was harvesting the lives of the warframes. Do not let him run. Damn, who hit me? Do not shoot if you don't know how. Are you all idiots? Move her over. You are the idiot. Are you blind? I asked you to follow my command. The stadium was quiet, as they were shocked how incredible Silver Killer was acting. It was a killing machine in its true sense. Each of its bullets could hit the vital part with unbelievable accuracy. It was breathtaking to see someone capable of destroying one warframe with each shot while backing off and avoiding all the gunfire. The Skynet viewers were also silent. There were few comments. Only Fang Mingquen's voice was non-stop. Beautiful shooting. Beautiful movement. Impeccable. Impeccable operation and tactics. This is the star in the Alliance. I don't have words for his gorgeous operation. A star in the Military Academy lead game. Wow. Is it a Warframe veteran playing actually? No way. The players are all sitting inside the holographic simulation machine. Really cool. I want to see the sponsor's expressions. Silver Killer is a very high-end warframe. Ordinary warframes could not go like that. Their power and flexibility could not reach this level. I also want to know where to buy Silver Killer. The Skynet was exploding. Fang Mingquen's live was being watched by more than 30 million people. Many people who were watching other divisions games also switched to this show after hearing about this match. Wow, you are sure this is not an official commercial of that warframe? So hot. That is the Silver Killer. Awesome. At this time, in the monitoring room, Zhao Nangshan was sizzling with anger. His fingers were squeezing his teacup so hard that they became pale. Bastard. Useless crap. Zhao Nangshan smashed the cup in wrath, his body shaking. Jai Yanran looked blankly at the silver figure in the holographic image, unable to link it to that smiling guy. Is it really him who is driving Silver Killer? Jai Yanran was reluctant to accept this fact. How could that guy who joked around all day with her have such incredible operational skills at Warframe? Judging from his performance now, his hands must be very fast. So, when we were in that spaceship, he did not cheat. That was what he could actually achieve. Jai Yanran suddenly thought of it, her body slightly shaking. Then her face was flushed on the thought of another matter. She could not help but thought, if he really has the skills, that my girlfriend is Jai Yanran would be him. Jai Yanran was more and more convinced of her guess. With that kind of speed and ID name, who else could it be? That bastard, how dare him lie to me? Jai Yanran felt embarrassed. A second thought. She suddenly found that she was the one who took him for a cheater, while he was always trying to explain. Hansen had never lied to her. He even told her who he was via the ID name. My girlfriend is Jai Yanran. This ID is not already told Jai Yanran who is he. But Jai Yanran had never made that connect. Thinking of Hansen and that ID, Jai Yanran blushed a little more. On the thought of the bet they made, her face was burning. Bad, bad, bad. Jai Yanran covered her face with both hands and cried in a meek voice. Sweetie, are you okay? Lily was stunned by Jai, because she had never seen this girl acting this way. People next to them were also shocked by Jai Yanran's bashful look. Jai Yanran then realized she was still at the venue of the Hand of God Games, surrounded by the members of Hand of God Society. She was mortified and wished that she could become invisible. It's a great victory. Let's remember these two names, Silver Killer and its driver Hansen. Maybe we're witnessing the rise of another king in the Military Academy League. He is creating history. Fang Mingquan's passionate voice marked the end of an extraordinary single Warframe combat. Which company made this? I want one so much. Same here. I need this Warframe in my life. I want to buy 10 of this. Do not just look at the Warframe. The driver is the key. He is definitely beyond the unevolved level. I bet that you can count the top players like him in the whole Military Academy League with one hand. Haha, and he is in the archery department in Heavy Warframe Society. The Warframe Society must feel humiliated. Funny to think that an archery student is the champion of a Warframe game. I heard that the archery department of Blackhawk was on the bottom of Military Academy League in the previous year. I wonder how his archery skills are. Of course he is good at archery. He is in the archery department. He has way too nice skin to drive in such a brutal style. I barely saw him miss. He is an archery student. How is his accuracy even worth discussing? The video went viral all over the Alliance quickly. Students from all military schools had seen the video and made a variety of analyses of it. Most of their conclusion was that Silver Killer and its driver had gone beyond the level of ordinary military school students. Many people had guessed that it was custom-made, but still have no idea which company had produced it, as there was no imprint on Silver Killer. At the same time, in a military factory, Liu Changming said to Professor Tang, "Come and look at this." Tang Mingxiu was an authoritative figure in the Warframe industry and specialized in biological Warframe. The super biological Warframes that they were preparing to launch was a product developed by Tang's team. After Tang Mingxiu sat down, Liu Changming played a video showing Hansen and Silver Killer's game, the version edited by Fang Mingquan. Tang Mingxiu was slightly surprised and said, "This is the T9 prototype from our lab. Its driver must be an Evolver player." "Good eye, Professor Tang. It is the T9 prototype, but its driver is a freshman at Blackhawk, 17 years old and unevolved," Liu Changming said with a smile. A military school freshman. Tang Mingxiu was stunned and carefully looked at the video again. He could not believe an unevolved person can reach this level. "Professor Tang, the video you see right now is a single Warframe combat, which had aroused great attention among all major military schools. Now almost all the military school students know about Silver Killer, which is our T9 prototype," Liu Changming said with a smile. "You want to take advantage of this opportunity to launch T10. Tang Mingxiu immediately understood what Liu Changming was going for. "I think this student is fit to be T10's spokesperson to help us promote T10, and T10's appearance needs some changes to imitate T9. Professor Tang, what do you think of this idea?" Liu Changming explained his proposal. "I'm okay with it, but he is just a military school student. Can he really be the spokesperson of T10? Tang Mingxiu wondered. Liu Changming laughed. "I have done a detailed investigation of him, and it chances that he is a member of the Special Squad." "He is a Special Squad member?" Tang Mingxiu was surprised again, because it was very rare that someone Hansen's age could join the Special Squad. "Yes, you remember Qin Xuan from House Qin. She was the one who recommended Hansen." Liu Changming smiled. "That girl, she is still in First God's Sanctuary." Tang Mingxiu nodded. He had a great impression of Qin Xuan. "She should evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary very soon," Liu Changming replied. Tang Mingxiu nodded and said, "Since he is recommended by that girl, he should be able to endorse T10. Since you agree with me on this, then I will go ahead and execute the plan." Hansen did not know there was a good thing waiting to happen. At this moment, he was humming a little song on the way to a date. After celebrating the entire night with his roommates, Hansen texted Jai Yanran and got a reply from her unexpectedly. Jai asked him to meet at the cafeteria near their dorms, the one that had the fruit juice that they both enjoyed. Ready to be kissed by this beauty, Hansen felt full of energy and power walked to the cafeteria. Well done. You're keeping your promise this time. She blushed a little and remained quiet, biting her pink lip. She regarded Hansen with her charming eyes for as long as 10 minutes. As thick-skinned as Hansen, he was shy after being looked at for so long. He said, I know I am very handsome, but if you keep gazing at me like this, I might get the wrong idea. What wrong idea? Jai Yanran finally spoke. Wrong idea that you want to make a pass at me. Hansen blinked, looking abashed. Jai Yanran blushed more and stared at Hansen. You wish. I'm afraid you would wish that. Hansen looked scared. Jai Yanran snapped. Stop the nonsense, or I will leave. Do not go. You still owe me the kiss. Hansen shamelessly stuck his face in front of Jai Yanran and pouted. Here, on the lips. Jai Yanran was very shy and flicked him on the forehead. If you keep doing that, I will leave for real. Than just trying to claim what is mine. Hansen rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, I can kiss you, but you have to answer a few questions first. On the spaceship, did you or did you not cheat in the game? Jai Yanran stayed calm and asked, I've told you a lot of times. I have not cheated. Hansen spread out his hands. Did you have an account on the Battle.net? Jai asked again. Yes, replied Hansen. What is your ID? Jai Yanran hesitated and asked anxiously. My girlfriend is Jai Yanran. Hansen answered directly. Jai Yanran's face was burning. She cried. How can you use such an ID? I was just stating a fact. You are my girlfriend. Hansen looked at Jai Yanran, blinked and said, You cannot expect me to do this in public. Jai Yanran looked like she was drunk with her crimson cheeks. Hansen's heart suddenly raced. He widened his eyes and said, Do you want to get a room? Shut up. Jai Yanran was trying to say something when she saw a few students approach them. She quickly lowered her hood like a frightened little rabbit. Holding Hansen's arm tightly, she used it to cover her face. Although Jai Yanran hid herself well, the students still came over to greet Hansen. Hansen, are you Hansen? You are my idol. Your game was so great. Your skills are amazing. These freshmen talked excitedly to Hansen, who had become a celebrity at Blackhawk. This is your girlfriend. Soon they noticed that Hansen had a girl next to him, but did not recognize Jai Yanran since she was hiding her face. Jai Yanran now wanted to find a hole on the ground and escape. She could not leave and did not want to stay. Yes, my girlfriend. She is shy and does not like to speak, Hansen said with a smile. Quiet girls are great, commented the students, and Hansen was very happy to chat with them. At this time, Jai Yanran was tightly holding his arm, and he could feel the softness surrounding his arm, which he enjoyed very much. Hansen hoped he could prolong the conversation as much as possible, but the students were very polite and did not want to disturb them. Hansen had to let them go. It was the middle of the night. They did not run into anyone else before they reached Jai Yanran's dormitory building. Sister, you will not go back like this, right? The contract has not been fulfilled yet, Hansen bitterly said. Jai Yanran rolled her eyes at him and reached out a hand. Give me the contract. Hansen obediently gave her his contract. She took the contract back, blushed and said, Close your eyes. Hansen followed her command. Jai Yanran took a deep breath and fought back her desire to escape. With her heart racing, she stood on her toes, pressed her pink and tender lips on his lightly, and quickly turned away. It was too late. Before her lips could leave his hand held her waist and his other hand slipped into her silky hair and hugged her beautiful neck. Jai Yanran was suddenly in Hansen's arms and her lips were pressed against his. Jai Yanran's body was stiff at first and then slowly softened, her hands helplessly clutching Hansen's shirt. She stepped back uncontrollably as her legs became weak. Hansen just had the best experience and would not let her off the hook. He kept up with her and pressed her body against a column of the building. The two just had the first taste of love and was lost in ecstasy. Jai Yanran did not dare to go back to her room right away. She hid in a restroom for a long while before she returned to her room. Chloe saw Jai Yanran was back and said, Sweetie, did you see that nasty couple downstairs? What nasty couple? Jai Yanran pretended to be making her bed, her face crimson. The couple that were making out in front of our building. OMG, are they horny? And the guy is so shameless, he even said, Forget it, I can't even repeat that. And the girl must be such a slut. Chloe said madly. Jai Yanran was so shy that she wished she could become invisible, but she had to act it like nothing had happened. In Hansen's room at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen was taken aback by the black tiger with a third eye on its forehead in front of him. The tiger's claws looked like they were made from black metal. Hansen could not believe it was Meowth that he was looking at. What was more surprising to him was the change in Meowth's data. Type of beast, soul of sacred blood, three-eyed cat, pet. The words were easy to understand, but shocking nonetheless. After eating some meat of mutant phantomians, Meowth started to transform as a mutant pet. But after the transformation was over, it became a sacred blood pet, which was something Hansen had never heard of before. Hansen repeatedly confirmed the word sacred blood, and decided to go back to the Alliance and look it up on the Skynet. How could this happen? I have read a lot about beast soul pets, but never knew a pet could evolve. After a lot of searching, he finally found a relevant post on the Polar Night forum. The poster was someone with the ID Pet Life, a fanatic about beast soul pets. Because beast soul pets were very rare and high maintenance, people would not bother to feed an average pet, since they would be useless even after transformation. But Pet Life had fed nearly 1,000 beast soul pets in a decade, all of which had transformed. Of course, what Pet Life had bought was mainly ordinary beast soul pets, some primitive beast soul pets, and just a few mutant beast soul pets. Among all Pet Life's pets, there was an ordinary Minidog that had evolved after transformation and became a primitive beast soul pet. The evolution of Meowth was great luck, which would not likely repeat itself. Although it was not quite possible, Hansen was still feeding the Rockworm King more vigorously. Looking at Meowth, which could switch back and forth between combat state and pet state as you wished, Hansen grinned. When Hansen entered Steel Armor Shelter again, his destination was Devil Desert. Taking Wang Mingmeng last time, he could not have hunted as he had wished. This time Hansen had made up his mind to make the Sacred Blood Fox King into a barbecue if he saw it again. Putting his Sacred Blood Black Beetle armor on in a secluded place, Hansen summoned Meowth and made it transform into the combat state. Meowth had fur like tungsten and was twice the size of a tiger. Hansen was riding it like a mount, and it was much faster than his mutant three-eyed beast. And whenever it encountered different creatures, Meowth would go ahead and kill them. Average creatures would simply avoid it when smelling its presence. Haha, feeding it for so long was totally worth it. This is so much better than a beast soul mount. A beast soul mount would not take the initiative to attack, and could only cause some damage when charging. However, a beast soul pet was simply a specialized killing machine. The only bad thing was that this guy was running too wild and did not provide a comfortable ride. The creatures that the Sacred Blood three-eyed cat killed were all fed to the Golden Rock Worm King. The Worm King was like a garbage disposal and could consume all that was fed to it. As a result, it grew bigger and bigger, but primitive creatures did not boost its size like the mutant ones did. Primitive Sand Snake killed. Beast Soul of Primitive Sand Snake gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 Geno points randomly. Hansen saw the Sacred Blood three-eyed cat tearing a sand snake of 12 feet long into parts and heard the voice in his mind. Haha, gorgeous. This is the best thing ever. Hansen grabbed the sand snake beast soul in the form of a spear and felt on top of the world. For the time he had spent in God's sanctuary, this had been the most fun hunting trip Hansen had ever taken. Meowth was responsible for killing, and Golden Rock Worm King was cleaning after it. All he needed to do was to watch. His only regret was that he had not seen a single horned sand fox after traveling for 2 days in Devil Desert, let alone the Fox King. Strange. Has someone else killed all the foxes? Hansen frowned. It seems that someone has really come here. Hansen became alert, took back Meowth, and went on walking alone. The number of the bodies of rockworms began to increase. Some died with only half of their bodies above the ground. Hansen wondered what kind of weapon had made such brutal blows. In the valley, Son of Heaven and his gang were hunting horned sand foxes. Hansen knew almost all of them, but one of them Hansen had never seen before. He was a bear of a man, as strong as Shijiking. Wearing half armor and wielding a black sledgehammer, he had a scary look. When he waved the sledgehammer, a rockworm would be crushed and a group of horned sand foxes would be wiped out. Crap, where did Son of Heaven find this guy? Wondered Hansen. If this guy was from Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen should have heard of him. Hansen saw the Sacred Blood Fox King at the end of the valley. The foxes were throwing themselves at the gang but could do nothing to stop the slaughter. The valley was a cul-de-sac and the foxes had nowhere to run, so they had to stay and fight. If it was not for the fact that I had killed the Golden Rock Worm King, the Fox King might still be able to fight them off. I probably did Son of Heaven a favor. Hansen quietly sneaked into the valley, unwilling to hand the favor to Son of Heaven. The guy using the sledgehammer was so fierce that the foxes could not resist his attacks at all. With countless casualties, the foxes had been forced into the end of the valley. That sacred blood fox king was also screeching desperately, looking miserable. Suddenly, Hansen saw a trace of inexplicable slyness from the eyes of the fox king and suddenly felt a chill. How could I forget how cunning the fox king is? If it really wanted to run, it would have never come to this place. There must be something wrong. The fox king suddenly disappeared in the hole, and all the mutant foxes surrounding it entered the hole one by one. Damn, this beast is treacherous. Follow it and do not let it run away, Son of Heaven commanded furiously. Hansen shook his head. Son of Heaven had let the sacred blood fox king get under his skin. If Hansen were Son of Heaven, he would have ordered retreat immediately. With such a small hole, only one person could squirm through like a snake at a time. There was no way to use weapons, and God knows what tricks the Fox King had set up. Apparently, Son of Heaven and his gang did not share his thoughts and wanted to go after the Fox King. But when only half of them had gone through the hole, the entire valley started to tremble. All the sand and stones were trembling in waves like the ocean. Indeed, its tricks are about to come. Hansen quickly retreated and watched this strange scene in the valley from afar. Hansen saw from where he was hiding that much golden liquid had welled from under the sand, as if the sand was bleeding, suddenly coloring the valley golden and flowing toward the gang. With his extraordinary eyesight, Hansen had seen that the liquid was formed by a sea of numerous bean-sized golden bugs. The golden bugs flowed over the bodies of rockworms and horned sand foxes, leaving nothing behind, not even a bone. When covered by these bugs, the huge rockworm's body disappeared in seconds, which made Hansen nervous. Now this is gonna be fun. Son of Heaven's gang might all die here. Well done, Fox King. Hansen thought delightedly. He was waiting to see if Son of Heaven would be killed. If not, he would finish Son of Heaven off himself. He had wanted to kill Son of Heaven for a while now, but never had the chance. Son of Heaven was too strong himself and was always followed by his gang. Finally, he had encountered such a good opportunity, and Hansen did not intend to let it go. Son of Heaven's gang was soon surrounded by those golden bugs. There was no way to run from the sea of bugs. Go out. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and started to run. The gang stomped on the bugs and rushed out. The bugs were more fragile than Hansen had imagined and could not even withstand their weight. Waving the sledgehammer, the big guy threw sand and bugs in front of him in the air and made a way for the rest. Following this guy, Son of Heaven's gang managed to leave the valley. As #T, who is this fierce guy? I can't believe Son of Heaven survived that. Brother Goo, thanks to you, we are still alive, Son of Heaven said to Goo. Goo smiled and said, it's nothing. We are friends. Suddenly Goo's expression changed as he felt acute pain in his waist. 2 daggers were stabbed deep into both sides of his waist and only the handles were exposed. 2 of Son of Heaven's men each took one of Goo's arms and pushed him down on the ground. The rest helped control Goo as well, leaving him no chance to fight back. Blood flowed from his waist. Hansen was appalled. He did not expect to see such a turn. They had just been through life and death, and Goo had even saved the gang members' lives. How come Goo was suddenly treated like a dog? What are you doing? Goo muttered, unable to believe what had happened. How dare a piece of crap like you call Son of Heaven brother? You only got lucky because you have gained a sacred blood beast soul. One of Son of Heaven's men stomped on Goo's face, filling Goo's nose and mouth with blood. You bastards! Seething with anger, Goo tried to struggle, pushed down by several people. His strength still almost allowed him to throw them off. One of Son of Heaven's men grabbed a dagger stuck in Goo's body and gave it a twist. With a scream, Goo suddenly lost all his strength. The gang kicked and hit Goo, about which Goo could do nothing as he was held down. Son of Heaven remained silent and nodded to his men when Goo had become weak. Goo, since you have saved us, hand over your sacred blood sledgehammer, and we can let you live, a man said fiercely as he grabbed Goo's hair. Even if I had to die, I will not give you anything. Goo spit out a mouthful of blood at the man's face. Snap. The man slapped Goo hard in anger and said viciously, do you have #King think that you can die whenever you want? If you don't give me the hammer, I will make you beg for a chance to kill yourself. Get rid of his claws first. The gang was skilled at torture. They held Goo's hand down and nailed it on the ground with a dagger. Goo let out an excruciating scream. His fingers could not help spreading out. A man held one of Goo's fingers and stuck a knife under his nail. Covered in blood, the nail had almost been separated from the flesh. With a hard pull, the man took the entire nail abruptly from the finger. Goo was screaming like a pig being slaughtered, his body twitching. The pain was simply beyond imagination. It so happened that he was held down by a few people and could not even move. Hansen observed the situation and found that there were too many strong men in Son of Heaven's gang. Hansen could not save Goo on his own. Goo was really tough. After 3 of his nails were pulled off, he still did not agree to their demand and was still cursing the gang. In the end, his body could no longer take the pain and he fainted. Son of Heaven, what now? This guy is tough. Tie him up. Let's find a place to set up the tent and get something to eat first. Son of Heaven saw it was late and did not dare to camp right outside this strange valley. As Son of Heaven's gang were about to finish eating, Hansen thought if Gu was tortured again, the big guy would probably be useless even if rescued. Having an idea, Hansen summoned Meowth and ordered it to run toward the other side and roar at the gang. A creature. It's a sacred blood creature. Do not let it run away. Knife and Baldy stay. We will go hunt that sacred blood creature, ordered Son of Heaven, leaving two guys watching the camp and Gu, while he chased the sacred blood three-eyed cat with the rest. Running, Son of Heaven instructed, spread out and circle around it. We could not go far since it's dark. Seeing the gang running away, Hansen summoned the wings and shapeshifted into Bloody Slayer, flying toward the camp in darkness. Baldy incoming, shouted Knife when Hansen was 30 feet from the camp. Baldy quickly summoned a mutant beast soul spear and watched Hansen closely. Knife also summoned his pair of daggers. Hansen was in their face in no more than the blink of an eye. Holding the Shura katana, Hansen whacked it at Baldy. This strike from above was swift and powerful, but Baldy raised his spear with two hands and tried to block it. The Shura katana cut into the spear deeply, and Baldy's legs were forced into the sand by Hansen's terrifying strength. When Baldy thought that he had warded off the strike, his spear broke. Baldy wanted to go back, but his legs were still in the sand and there was no way to run. Another katana strike cut Baldy in half. After killing Baldy, Hansen turned to deal with Knife, who immediately started running at an incredible speed, not leaving any chance for Hansen to approach him. Shouting while running, Knife managed to alert Son of Heaven and the rest of the gang. Hansen did not chase him, but lifted Gu, who was tied up, and ran away with all four hooves of the Bloody Slayer. Dollar, you son of a bitch. If you are a man, fight me one-on-one, cursed Son of Heaven behind him. I think it is more like one gang on one person, said Hansen full of disdain, running at full speed. The gang thought that lifting a big man like Gu must slow Hansen down and they could eventually catch up. But suddenly, a black three-eyed tiger appeared next to Hansen and he simply laid Gu on the tiger's back. The Bloody Slayer and the tiger disappeared from their sight in an instant. Why would that sacred blood creature help Dollar? The gang members were confused. Son of Heaven finally understood. Damn, that is not a sacred blood creature. It is a sacred blood beast soul pet. That mother Hasher had fed a sacred blood pet. Everyone was shocked. A sacred blood pet must have cost so much advanced creature meat to transform. After chasing for a while, the gang gave up. In fact, when they found out that the tiger was a sacred blood pet, they had lost confidence. How did he make a sacred blood pet transform? Did he use sacred blood creature meat to feed his pet? Everyone was shocked by the fact that Dollar had a transformed sacred blood pet, which implied incredible power of him. Hansen ran for a while and shapeshifted back after losing the gang. He put Gu on the ground and cut loose the ropes. Dollar, Gu recognized him. Friend, how much do you think your life is worth? Asked Hansen. Gu was suddenly taken aback. You also want my sacred blood sledgehammer. Not necessarily that beast soul, but I did save you. You do not mean to say the risks I took are for nothing, right? Said Hansen. Gu did not speak and cast an odd look at Hansen. And now you have nothing but injuries. Can you leave Devil Desert alone safely? If you pay me 2 mutant beast souls, I could promise to get you back to the shelter alive. Fu Ming looked Hansen up and down and summoned several beast souls. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I know you and Son of Heaven are enemies, so I believe you. Here are all my mutant beast souls. Take your pick. Hansen glanced at them and pointed twice. This one is my reward for saving you, and that one is the price to take you back to the shelter. In the station master's office of the teleport station on planet Roka, King Shuan and Yang Manly were watching a video, the edited game recording made by Fang Mingquan. He is this good at Warframes. Yang Manly could not believe Hansen was the one driving Silver Killer. His operational level was almost the same as the evolved Warframe drivers in the army, which was so hard for her to believe. After all, Hansen had just spent a few months in Blackhawk. Although Young Manly already knew that Hansen had fast hands and that he had passed Evolver 3 in Hand of God, she still could not help looking surprised, since this kind of operational skills took more than fast hands. Station Master. So Diggin is really asking Hansen to endorse their new Warframe. Yang had mixed feelings. Digging was one of the 3 major suppliers for the military in the Alliance, with their products ranging from combat suits to interstellar warships. Digging made countless products for the military each year, but they also had product lines designed for civil use, which were known for their high quality. Although Digging did not sell as many as Starry Group, Digging's reputation was much better. It was not as well known as Starry Group only because its main client was the military. Recently, Digging had been committed to expanding its civil products. With the military labs as its research and development department, the quality of its products was not in question. Digging had found Hansen to represent their new flagship product, Biological Warframe, which was beyond the imagination of both Qin Xuan and Yang Manli. With Digging's influence, it would be easy for them to seek endorsement of Evolver or Surpasser stars, yet Digging had chosen Hansen, an unevolved person. Yang Manli was puzzled. Although Hansen's skills were great among the unevolved, his level was still lower than the Evolver Masters. She wondered what it was that Digging had seen in him. To endorse a Digging product was a great honor, which Yang knew very well. All the stars who had this honor had military backgrounds and outstanding military exploits. Manly, contact Hansen as soon as possible. This is an honor for the special squad as well. Qin Xuan felt that she had made the right call to recruit him. A few months after he joined the special squad, Hansen had become the spokesperson of Digging, which was a boost in the relationship between the squad and Digging. Will do. Young Manly nodded slightly. Hansen escorted Guming safely to the shelter in a great mood. Although he had not hunted any mutant or sacred blood creatures, he did weaken Son of Heaven's gang and left Son of Heaven with a sworn enemy. In addition, he had gained 2 mutant beast souls. As soon as he was back in the shelter, he was summoned by Young Manly, which gave Hansen a little headache. Although Young Manly had great legs and breasts, she was cold as ice. Hansen would do his best to keep away from her. Between Qin Xuan and her, Hansen thought Qin Xuan was a true woman. Digging has invited you to endorse their new Warframe. Go prepare yourself. When you are back in the Alliance, Digging will send someone to Blackhawk to sign a contract with you. If you have any concerns, speak to me right now and we will talk to Digging. Young Manly said and laid a file in front of Hansen. This is your incentives for the endorsement. Can I turn this endorsement down? Hansen picked up the file, read it, and then asked, why? Young Manly was shocked. It was a great honor even for many stars to be able to do this. She herself had dreamed of becoming the spokesperson for Digging someday. But presented with such an opportunity, Hansen was asking whether he could turn this down, which confused Yang. I would have to be a part of their campaigns and roadshows, and that sounds like a lot of work, Hansen said with his head crooked. Young Manly was sizzling with anger, wishing she could choke Hansen to death. You don't want to do the endorsement because it is a lot of work. Young Manly clenched her fists until her knuckles turned pale. She was controlling herself not to slap this guy in the face. Digging is blind to have picked this guy, thought Young Manly. After a while, Young Manly calmed herself down and handed some more files to Hansen. Take a good look and let me know if you need anything. Hansen was satisfied with the offer. Each year he could receive a handsome endorsement fee, and Digging would provide him with a full set of the endorsed products and free lifelong after-sales service. That was to say Hansen could receive one of each Warframe that he endorsed and would not need to pay a penny for their maintenance. Although Hansen did not know how much their new biological Warframes would cost, he knew that even Digging's low-end products would cost a few million, much more expensive than the products of Starry Group. I have one condition. Hansen looked up at Young Manly and said, say it. Young Manly did not want to spare any words on this lucky yet shameless guy. I have a Warframe from a Digging lab and wish that Digging could install a weapon system to it and give it the same free lifelong after-sales service. Hansen knew that although his was a prototype, the military standard was applied during its making, and the ones that he would endorse would be for civil use and not as great as Silver Killer. The only beef Hansen had with Silver Killer was the lack of a weapon system. Any other conditions? Young Manly asked mechanically. Not at this time, Hansen said with a smile. Young Manly got up and said, I will submit your request and the leadership will negotiate with Digging. Go back and stay in Blackhawk so that I could notify you with the results. Young Manly turned to leave, not wanting to spend one more second with this guy. After that night, Jai Yamrin had quite complex feelings, not sure what she wanted to do, to become Hansen's girlfriend, or turn him down. But how could she make him give up? He had shown her that he would not easily let go. Jai Yamrin thought about all kinds of possibilities for the entire night, and was expecting hot pursuits from Hansen to follow. However, she never even saw him again. The first day she did not see Hansen. Jai Yanrin curled her lips and thought, playing hard to get. I've seen this trick before. I will ignore you and see what kind of excuse you'd come up with to see me tomorrow. But on the next day, Jai Yanrin still did not see him. You do have some patience, but this would never work on me. On the third day, Hansen was still nowhere to be seen. Jai Yanran became a bit impatient. He must have been in an accident. Was he hit by an aircraft? Is his leg broken? Jai Yanran thought. On the fourth day, still no Hansen. That bastard must feel that he doesn't deserve me, who is gentle and pretty, regal and sexy. That must be why he did not dare to approach me. Certainly, that must be the case. The fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day. After 10 days she still had not seen him. And she lost her temper. Hansen, you bastard, what do you take me for? You want to kiss and run. There is no such thing in my world. Jai Yanran was mad. And at this time, Hansen had just come back to school and did not even have the chance to find her. Sen, you have come back just in time. Come with me to Professor Yan's class. Hansen met Zhang Yan in the dorm room, who took his hand and dragged him away. How come you are going to Professor Yan's class? Hansen was puzzled. Zhang Yan was a hot-blooded guy. He learned everything fast, but when it came to boring theories, he would feel tortured. You have not heard. Two of the chosen, Ding Jiaming and Tang Zhenliu, have been invited to do a teaching demonstration today at Professor Yan's class. Zhang Yan was filled with excitement. Hansen then suddenly realized why he was so excited. Tang Zhenliu was Zhang's idol. It was a poster of Tang instead of a hot girl that Zhang was hanging next to his bed. Zhang Yang's ideal major was not archery, but martial arts. Because his fitness index was not high enough, he had to take the special enrollment program. Hansen had also wondered why someone like Zhang would study archery, which needed patience, and learned the reason later. Tang Zhenliu's fierce style was Zhang's favorite. No wonder he was so excited. Hansen was taken to the classroom by Zhang Yang. For an unpopular class, the classroom was overcrowded on this day. There were no seats and even the stands on the second floor were full. A lot of girls were chatting excitedly about Yu Mingjai and Tang Zhenliu. Hansen, you have also come to see Yu Mingjai and Tang Zhenliu. Come here and have a seat. The student saw Hansen and offered him a seat very enthusiastically.